Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the Hardin County. Yeah. Rachel got the numbers when the market move. Housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater telling where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe. From the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. From nothing, now the whole town know. Found her with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. Stand up. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Ooh, let us ride. Hardin County.
Welcome to Hardin Local. My name is Phil Tall. Today is the Hardin Local Election Marathon. We have 13 candidate interviews back to back over the next 7 hours, live on Facebook and YouTube, also Instagram. We're going from 1 p.m. straight through about 8 p.m., one continuous stream, every candidate getting the same questions in the same order per race, no surprises. Kicking us off, joined by Michael Faris, who is running for the Republican primary for United States Senate, Kentucky's first open Senate seat since, well, it's not the Kentucky's first Senate open seat, but this seat hasn't been open since 1984 after Mitch McConnell won that race. Big thank you up front to our two sponsors making this marathon possible, the Plumbing Doctor and Omni Design Group, both Hardin County businesses. More on both of them in a few minutes. Mike, thanks for being here.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks, Phil, for inviting us to join your space. I know you've got quite the voice here in Hardin County, and I appreciate the platform and the opportunity to speak to you and directly to the people.
Great. Well, you know the rules. Every candidate in your race gets the same questions, same order, same time. So let's dig in. What we know you're running for U.S. Senate. Why did you decide this office specifically?
Well, actually, to keep a long story short, the one of my biggest campaign agendas is this removal of these rogue judges at the federal level. Obviously, we have kind of a judiciary that doesn't appear to be working directly for the people of this nation, and of course, some of that can be seen through what the Kentucky Senate is doing now, or trying to do, by getting rid of a couple of judges that have made bad decisions as judicial players, right? So, and then when the Senate has tried, or the House has tried to impeach them, basically the Supreme Court's now saying, well, you don't even have the right, which is false, because it's enshrined in not only our state constitution, but the federal constitution as well. So that's what brings me in the race, is basically focusing on that judiciary and making sure that we can get the power of those decisions kind of back to the people and more aligned with the constitution of this country.
All right. Was there anything that happened in your life that led you to run?
Well, there's a plethora of it. I'm not sure we have enough time here today to speak on a lot of those matters.
We got 90
but I will
seconds
just
to give
Well,
us
I'll give you
whatever,
a quick rundown.
summary.
So, me personally, born Corden, Indiana in 1986. So 2 years after Mitch McConnell takes his seat, 2.5 months old, brought across the bridge to Meade County. That's how I became a Kentuckian, and abandoned there with a good Christian farming family in Sonora, Kentucky. From 2.5 months old till I was 3, I was their foster baby, the only one they ever took in. They raised over 275 foster children and 3 of their own biological children. But at 3 years old, the state had given me back to the biological mother. So from 3 to 12, I lived in the southern Indiana area, where I would live through what I consider to be a living hell. So at 12, through my suggestion, I'd told, kind of my probation officers at the time, hey, let's carve a path back to that family in Sonora, and I'll be a good boy again, right? So I didn't have structure, I didn't have guidance at those younger ages, but as soon as Alan and Laverne Fry out of Sonora adopted me, enrolled me into East Hardin, never got into another lick of trouble again, working that farm of 120 acres of tobacco and hay until I would join the Air Force at 18. And so for the last 20 years, I've been in aviation. I own a small helicopter maintenance business that focuses primarily on restoration and servicing of Black Hawk helicopters globally. We have customers anywhere from Texas west to California, in Australia, and also in Canada. So like I said, a plethora of things that we could discuss, but that is a short recap to kind of give you that idea that you asked.
All right. What in your background most prepares you for being a senator?
Well, most notably during COVID, obviously we've seen that the federal judiciary and the federal government had kind of went rogue against the citizen, forcing a lot of unconstitutional mandates upon the people. And in my specific matters, that dealt directly with the federal transportation mask mandate, which is where they kind of force people to wear masks in the transportation industry. Well, as a guy who's been in aviation, look, I know the rules. I've studied them. I've been in it for a long time, spending 4 of my years in commercial aviation. I didn't realize this until COVID came about, but I simply cannot wear a mask for 4 hours every day due to, childhood trauma and things that happened during my life as an adolescent. So I did all of the appropriate legal things and went and got the exemption from a triple board certified neurologist in New Jersey, gave it to the TSA, gave it to the airlines. Both of them broke the law. So for the last 5-6 years, I've been suing the TSA, the CDC, and 5 major airlines pro se without counsel, because I could not find an attorney in the state or in the nation that would hear me out, take the case. So look, I've been studying the federal judiciary. I've been studying these laws. I've been studying how the Senate works and how our government has failed us time and time again. And we've been pretty successful in the CDC case. It's still ongoing. It may go to the appeals court, but we'll see, hopefully here within the next month or 2, kind of how that's going to iron out. But it is my opinion that, look, we need more citizen legislators, people who are regular, everyday, blue collar folks that are out here making sure that the economy lives and thrives and breathes. And right now, we're just not seeing that. It seems like every one of these politicians end up being a lawyer or some lobbyist prior to their entry into office. And there's just not any sound mind of how to actually interact with the people and do what's best for them and listen to them and be accessible to them. and do what the founding fathers had intentionally designed our government to work. So, that's why I'm here. That's what I'm fighting for.
Mhm.
It's directly for the people. And
Okay.
hopefully we can gain that additional support between now and May 19th.
All right. If voters only remember one thing about why they should vote for you, what is that one thing?
Well, I would say simply life experience, and I'm not a political insider. I'm completely an outsider to politics in general, and I think that that's refreshing to some people.
Mhm. All right. Quick break. Today's election coverage is brought to you in part by the Plumbing Doctor, a family-owned Hardin County plumbing company run by Glenn and Tracy Downs right here in Elizabethtown. Over 20 years serving E-Town, Radcliff, Fort Knox, and Hodgenville. Fully licensed and insured, 24/7 emergency service, and a 10% labor discount for military, first responders, and seniors. Look, showing up to vote on May 19th is one way you can take care of your community. Another way is calling your neighbor who owns a plumbing company when your water heater goes out. When your pipes go, call local. Call 765-PLUM. That's 765-PLUM. The Plumbing Doctor, experienced, reliable, and affordable. All right, Mike, the next question. Say you do win. First 90 days, what's the first concrete thing you do in office? 60 seconds on this one.
Well, honestly, look, this is going to be a freshman senator. You're not going to have a lot of power coming out of the gate. I think much of the 90 days is going to be getting in there, finding out who actually is America First, who is the washed up politician, and who the friendlies are. And, you're going to have to be able to create alliances in this thing in some nature. Hopefully that becomes easier. As we're seeing across the nation, there's a lot of good, regular, everyday folks stepping up to serve their people, not only from the House side, but the Senate side as well. You're seeing it all over X and Facebook. And of course, the national media is not going to bring light to that subject, but there's a movement growing. So if some of those folks are successful in their races, and we're successful here in Kentucky in this pivotal race to replace a guy who's been there for 42 years, that makes that a lot easier, right? So as far as the first 90 days, I don't like to make any promises like that. I think that's one of those tactics that have been gone on far too long. I think the focus should be on the constituent services, which is largely what this job was designed to do, was to be kind of the conduit directly to the people in Kentucky for good legislation, and then of course being the voice and vote to block bad legislation that does them no good. My promise here in the first 90 days: remain accessible, keep my head on a swivel, make sure I'm paying attention to the issues that matter to Kentuckians, and do my best to advance their agenda in DC for the people of the great Commonwealth of Kentucky.
All right. Is your campaign self-funded, donor-funded, or a mix? And then also, where should voters go to learn more about your campaign?
So originally, we're 100% political outsiders. We received no endorsements from any politician in this race at all. Most of our endorsements come directly from the people within the community. And so initially, when we started out, we knew we were going to have to throw some money at this thing. So largely self-funded in the beginning, buying basically consumeristic type materials between door knockers and mailers and shirts and hats and different things with our agenda on them, and just getting people to know us and having that accessibility right on that card. And then, of course, about 6.5, 7 months in, we've seen a huge explosion of support from direct grassroots people in the state, who then began to donate, trying to get us over that kind of $100,000 threshold that KET was leveraging against being able to get on a debate stage. No different than our own party in Jefferson County excluding us from the first debate on the WDRB coverage, which, in my opinion, all three of them bombed. But so it's really now at this point it is donor funded. We've taken one endorsement from a political action committee, 100% American based and ran political action committee to try to win this race. And so most of our donations were somewhere around 80,000 at this point. I think we're somewhere around the $10,000 to $11,000 mark throwing money in the beginning, and the other 65 to 68, wherever we are naturally at this moment, are between that one pack at $1,000, and then the rest of it directly contributed from the hardworking people of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
All right. And what's your campaign website?
So the website is farisforsenate.com. And so it's FARIS, one R. A lot of people like to add an extra one in there. Farisforsenate.com. And then, of
Is
course,
it the
there's
number
tabs there that'll
4 or
get you
just FOR?
FOR. Yeah.
Okay.
And of
Just send
course,
it
in the
right.
tabs, you can find all of our socials through direct links of those icons per social platform.
So this is it right here, right? Farissportsnet.com. I just put it on the screen. I don't know if you can see it.
I can't see your screen,
Okay.
but
Gotcha. Cool. That's
if
no
it's got a helicopter there and I'm standing there holding a long line in front of it, that's the one.
All right. One more break to pay the bills. Before we get into the U.S. Senate specific questions, a big thank you to our second sponsor today, Omni Design Group. Omni is a second generation builder based right here in Elizabethtown. Josh Branningham and Corey Jewell, born and raised in Hardin County with deep family and business roots in the county. They handle new construction and remodeling across residential and light commercial, any size home, any size reno. No project is too big, no renovation is too small, and no idea is too out of the ordinary. They're the team that built the first storage container commercial structure in Hardin County over at Heartland Mini Golf. If you got to build a remodel or an outside the box project rattling around inside your head, call or text Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. That's 270-769-8339. Corey at Omni Design Group, locally owned, locally built, custom thinking. All right, Mike, let's get into these race specific questions. You'll have 2 minutes per question. And so we'll just go for that. For the first time since 1984, Kentucky has this Senate seat open. Mitch McConnell held it for 42 years. Whoever wins this seat takes a 6-year term representing the entire Commonwealth in Washington. What makes you the right person for this seat at this moment? And what would you do differently than the senator you're replacing?
Well, that's a good question. Interestingly enough, a lot of people don't know that McConnell actually beat out a Hardin County resident when he won that race in '84 against Dee Huddleston, who was a Democrat at the time, and Kentucky was largely Democrat. And now it's obviously switched. Kind of the Republican Party has the base there in Kentucky, state where Trump won by 30 points. So when we talk about what's different, well, obviously there's a clear visual difference between me and Mitch McConnell, and of course how we carry ourselves. Look, I think Mitch McConnell was very much a statesman in the beginning of his terms, while he worked his way up to the U.S. Senate. But I just think that when you have a hold of that power for so long, it becomes to be like a really corrupt thing. You start learning how to game the system, find the loopholes, and then you end up heisting the American taxpayer. So what I want to say about being different is, basically, again, being accessible to the people of Kentucky. I think that most of our federal legislators have kind of lost touch with what's going on at home. And we're seeing now challenges to all these races nationwide. And I think those are good things, because what does that do? That humbles us. It grounds us in the fact that, hey, at the end of the day, we do have to seek the approval of the constituency. So the focus needs to be shifted on that constituency-based service, because ultimately you're there to represent them. They bring issues to you, whether it be from any of the 3-letter agencies to VA benefits to, and I think most of these federal programs that take care of disaster relief and stuff like that. So it's about making sure the pressure is on those entities to serve the people, that we're not actually over surveilling them without warrants. We aren't, basically injecting the federal government into individual people's lives every day for absolutely no reason at all. And just remaining humble, being a regular person, almost taking the Hollywood out of politics, because it's just really gotten to where it's too celebratory in a sense. I mean, these people go up there, having a certain amount of, let's call it net worth. And then by the time that they even get close to leaving, they're multimillionaires. And so this job, garners $174,000 a year on payroll. And so how do we have representatives going to DC to become ultra wealthy in a position that already makes probably more than the average administrative salary in the nation? So it's just about remaining humble, staying true to the people. Okay, no worries.
You can wrap it up if you want to, or we'll just
all
go
good.
on.
Just remaining true to the people, and staying humble.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, next question has to do with energy transitions in coal communities. Eastern Kentucky community has been hit hard by plant closures and depopulation, while at the same time, they've been 3 major scale solar, I don't like to call them solar farms, I like to call them solar plants, came online in Kentucky in 2025. As a U.S. Senator, how do you think federal policy should balance support for coal workers and the communities they built with the energy transitions that already are happening on the ground in Kentucky?
Well, with that question, we kind of have to take a step back and look at a bigger picture here when it comes to coal, right? So all these bankers and company men and these federal legislators come through Eastern Kentucky and took all of the easily accessible coal, made their big buck, left all the residents with black lung, and then just ditched them out there and are trying to basically put on, base landfills and solar plants and whatever else to just basically, um, you know, crap on Eastern Kentuckians. I mean, it's one of the most important things in our state right now is the devastation that's going on over there, and the fact that after all that took place, they fed them a bunch of pain pills and then just said, "Hey, deal with the trouble." Well, look who made out on that. The coal companies made out on it. All the company men, the bankers, and everything. They took all the resources from those people and they fled east to West Virginia. You know, there's still coal in Kentucky. The problem is they've Swiss cheesed all that landscape, and it's kind of hard to go back in there and get the rest of the coal that exists. So it's interesting to me that election cycle after election cycle, these politicians go back in to Eastern Kentucky promising these coal jobs, but there's never a viable solution of how they're going to do it, because what have they done? They allowed the infrastructure to crumble. So if you want to go back in there and get the coal, you're going to have to topple the mountains, right? Get the remaining coal out, spend a little bit more time, make a little bit less profit. And that's if Eastern Kentuckians are even at this point still interested in driving the coal bus at large, right? So the big conversation right now, these data centers, and in my opinion, that look, if we want these data centers, we need to look at kind of what Sweden's doing right now. You put them inside those mountains where they're cool, they can stay cool. You don't need as much water to run them. You're not robbing the rest of the resources from the Eastern Kentuckians there, or maybe on top of those strip mines and get the water up there to them. But my opinion is that the success of Eastern Kentucky is going to come through tourism, bringing some of that Hatfield McCoy stuff from the Virginias over west into Kentucky, expanding that, getting more amenities, bringing more jobs to those people, and allowing them to share their natural beautifications of that area of our state with the rest of the nation. Hunting lotteries, things like that, populate that place, get rid of the kudzu, and get back to a service-driven industry or a hospitality-driven industry that would help them remain, economically sound.
All right, that's good. We'll move on to the next question. And this one's about disaster recovery and federal aid. In 2025, Kentucky took 2 federal major disaster declarations, one for the April storms and flooding that hit Meade County and 30 other plus counties, and one for May tornadoes across Western Kentucky. As a U.S. Senator, how do you see your role in disaster recovery, working with FEMA, the White House, and your counterparts in the House, so that Kentuckians in the hardest hit places actually get the help they're owed or need?
That's also a good question. So from the Senate side, ultimately, what the U.S. Senator could do would be, again, that constituent service, making sure that those agencies are actually doing what's been promised. Because look, the House through the Appropriations Committee is who sets that money aside for those things when they pass a budget, making sure that that disaster relief is available to the nation. And so from the Senate side, it would be basically advocacy. Having Senate hearings, making sure that as these things take place, that our response meets the issue of the moment, and that we are getting those resources to those people based on the budget that's available to those issues. And of course, having a governor who's going to request those services from DC, and making sure he's aligned with his work and looking after the people there as kind of the CEO of the state, rather. And working with that individual directly to make sure that appropriated money that's been funded by the House is actually being given and used properly without a lot of fraud, waste, and abuse in it, so that we can have plenty left over if another one comes by 6 or 7 months later.
Okay. Next question is about Fort Knox and the military. Fort Knox is the largest employer in our region here in Hardin County and sits right in Hardin County's backyard, headquarters for Army Human Resource Command, and one of the places that shapes Kentucky's economy every day. Federal military spending, installation, infrastructure, and support for military families all run through Washington. What's your approach to make sure Fort Knox and the family stationed there stay supported in the federal budget process?
Sure. Another kind of budgetary thing that really kind of originates in the House So on the Senate side, it is just to ensure that those bills aren't bloated with pork that doesn't serve the people. Fort Knox is a very important base to a lot of people, especially with that HRC being there, doing so much work. Which, interestingly enough, the aviation side of Fort Knox right now is going through turmoil as lots of people get booted from that place. And actually, it's in reference to the very helicopter that I service today on the civilian side, which is the Black Hawk. I mean, look, the Army's trying to get rid of that. They're going to the V-280 Valor, which is a Bell tilt rotor program. And you're talking about billions of dollars, not just in procuring the actual product of the airframe and all of its components, but you're talking about training, you're talking about tooling. And you have to ask the question, was that the smart move? I mean, look, the UH-60 Black Hawk has been in existence for nearly 50 years and has been vital and is one of the most safest helicopters that exist today, and has saved so many people and been such a good service to rescue missions, insertion, extraction, things like that we need for national defense and emergency relief. So I don't know. I think that's kind of a fishy thing to try to replace a sound helicopter that can just be upgraded for a lot less money. So it's things like that, understanding what's going on in those bills and making sure that when they're getting voted on, the things that are inside of those packages are actually serving the people of those communities. And it's not going to trample the surrounding area or ruin kind of that local area,
All right. This is your last question. And after the last question, I'll do my closing, and then I'll give you 90 seconds to do a little elevator pitch why people should vote for you, and then we'll be done. The U.S. Senate is a 100-member body where almost nothing passes without 60 votes. How do you build working relationships across the aisle and with Kentucky's other senator, whose approach may be different from yours, especially when you disagree on policy or substance?
Well, look, like I said earlier, I mean, we're going to have to depend on some of these candidates coming out of the woodwork that are, going to come up there to represent their people. But look, I can work with Rand Paul. I can work with most anybody that's there right now. What I don't like is this idea of grifting the American people and throwing out these little low-hanging fruits to make people think that we're winning in these crazy bills that do absolutely nothing for the people. They rattle the cages over them. They put all this stuff in them, and they say, vote for these 100 items in this one bill. Although the most important part is one specific line item of whether we're going to fund the government or not, right? Which, in my opinion, I think we need to look at this idea of, and there's several ways to tackle this, is in these moments where we can't agree, we need to have some fallback to be able to, fund our federal government at the minimalistic level. Like, look, keep our government open, make sure our people are getting paid who are within the government, whether that's the U.S. Armed Forces, whether that's, and I'm not a fan of the TSA, but the TSA employees, DHS, all these people that work for these three-letter agencies, even the contractors. I mean, look, you're taking food off of people's table. So we have to find a way to make sure that those people have continued relief while people who are up there disagreeing on things that are really just petty in nature and do not serve the people. So for me, I can work with anybody. If it makes good common sense, look, we'll have an in-depth, good conversation about it. We'll give her a good college try to get her passed. And, if not, we've got to discuss the matter. You got to have a standing filibuster. You can't just filibuster this thing and then walk home and go get paid as a congressman or a U.S. senator. I think once you walk out of those chambers and you filibuster that item, if you're not there willing to debate it, your pay should be stopped as just as much as the rest of everything you're shutting down.
All right, Mike. Well, we do thank you for being part of the Hardin Local Election Marathon. We'll drop where to learn more, answer in the comment below those live streams so anyone watching can find you. Coming up next, right after you get off at 1:30, is Jason Buckles. It'll be right on this stream. We're not going to switch streams. And he's a candidate for Hardin County Magistrate District 6. So stay with us. And one more thank you to our sponsors, the Plumbing Doctor at 765 Plum and Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. Now, with that said, Mike will give us your best elevator pitch for why people should vote for you. You got 90 seconds.
Sure. Look, I'm just like these folks that are watching this. I'm a regular everyday guy, blessed with the opportunity to create my own business and do what I enjoy doing. A guy who just wanted to be left alone, and the federal government basically drew me into this thing. So that's why I'm here. I think we have to, basically cut this foreign aid. We need to get rid of these judges, these rogue judges, because look, you pick your controversy, right? Whether it's foreign aid, whether it's hemp industry, whether it's abortion. Look, you can pass all the legislation you want, but if it remains a controversy, it goes to the court of law. If you don't have people in there with a constitutional mind to address these issues as appropriate, based on your life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, you do not have a country. You've got to get these elections fixed. We got to make sure they're secure. Luckily, in Kentucky, IDs are already required, but we do have to do that nationwide. It has to be a smart bill. It has to be sound, and it has to be not reactionary, but proactive in preventing fraud. And of course, dead voters and people who've moved out of the state and all of those things. So look, we're on a grassroots campaign. We have a strong movement growing. We've built our own base in this thing. And I would be honored by any support that you'd be willing to give us on May 19th and the week leading up to that by early voting. And then sending those absentee ballots in as that time comes around, and you have the excuse to do so. Phil, thank you for your time. I appreciate your audience. And to Hardin County, thank you for standing with a native of your county and giving me the opportunity to tell you what I'd like to do for you in Washington, D.C.
Well, we thank you for joining us and wish you the best. And
Thanks, Phil.
Give us your updates whenever you have them. We'll talk to you later.
Later, brother.
Later. Jason.
Hello, sir.
How are you doing?
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great.
Okay.
Sound good. Cool. Well, that worked out well. You were just sitting there ready to join.
Yeah, to be honest with you, yesterday I got on just to make sure I could get everything lined up and, knew what to do. So it was
great.
Good to watch today.
Write down one thing. I'm trying to track how long each person is for my notes. All right, let's get started. Welcome back to Hardin Local. I know we didn't leave. We're still here. It's a marathon. We're on our second interview now of the election marathon of 13 people today, over 7 hours live on Facebook and YouTube. My name's Phil Tall. Joining me now is Jason Buckles. He is running in the Republican primary for Hardin County Magistrate District 6, one of 8 seats on our county physical court. Quick reminder, up top, every candidate in the marathon gets the same questions in the same order, no surprises. Same sponsors all day too, the Plumbing Doctor and Omni Design Group. More on both of them in a few minutes. The only difference between the questions are by race. So if you're a magistrate, you get the same questions, or Senate, who we just had Mike on, he had different questions because they were based on the actual senator's job. So Jason, thanks for being here with us. Let's dig in.
Thank you.
All right, we know you're running for magistrate, and just curious why this office specifically.
I've been encouraged quite a bit by family and friends, and I got to looking around, and a lot of my old heroes and elders, if you want to call them that, they're bowing out or just gone completely. Somebody's got to step up. It's our time. I think I'm at to quote a good friend of mine, you're at the season in your life when this makes sense. So right now is the time for me.
All right. Was there anything that happened in your life that led you to run?
I do feel that agriculture is a little bit underrepresented in this county. I know some of the others have campaigned on that, and I've kind of had that feeling for a while. I think we need a bigger representation. It's by far the largest volume area of the county is involved in agriculture. It just makes sense to me. Like I said, I was encouraged by family and friends, and I haven't really thought about it before too much. I've always been on teams, and I'll go over more about that later. And sounds like a good team to be on.
Okay. What in your background most prepares you to be a magistrate?
I've got some notes on that. All the way back to, I don't even know if they still do this or not, the American Legion Boys State Camp. I was involved with that back in high school, and at EKU, I was on the student senate. 36 years of community service, including 20 for the city of Elizabethtown Fire Department. I'm a past Hardin County Farm Bureau board member, past member of the Hardin County Extension Council, currently on the local Ag Development Council. I'll rotate off this June, I think. Currently, I'm on the Hardin County Fire Chiefs Association. Most recently, I've been added to the roster of the Kentucky USAR Task Force Team 2. For those of you that aren't familiar with that, that is a disaster response team. All hazards, well, not all hazards, but most hazards that happen during a disaster that overwhelm the local resources, we offer aid. So that's, my background.
All right. If voters can only remember one thing about why they should vote for you, what is that one thing?
I have a lifetime of community service and working on teams, building relationships, and finding the middle of the road happy medium for people. Okay.
Quick break. Today's election coverage is brought to you in part by the Plumbing Doctor, a family-owned Hardin County plumbing company run by Glenn and Tracy Downs right here in Elizabethtown. Over 20 years serving Elizabethtown, Radcliff, Fort Knox, and Hodgenville, fully licensed and insured, 24/7 emergency service, and 10% labor discount for military, first responders, and seniors. Look, showing up to vote on May 19th is one way you can take care of your community. Another is calling your neighbors when they own a plumbing company when your water heater goes out and using that company who's locally owned. When your pipes go, call local, call 765-PLUM, P-L-U-M, that's 765-PLUM, the Plumbing Doctor, experienced, reliable, and affordable. All right, Jason, say you do get elected. What's the first concrete thing you do in office?
First 90 days, get to know the employees. Obviously I probably can't meet all of them. They'll be doing work, but try to make myself accessible to them and try to work with them. I review the budget. Everybody's, it's fiscal court. You've got to review the budget and then begin planning for the next one. I would be an advocate for the most basic governmental services, where we can improve them. I'm not going to say we're lacking, but I would like to have a better grasp if there could be improvement. Roads, public safety, jail, education, and so on. I do have, I'm not trying to laugh at this, I do have a request for somebody would like to see UTVs allowed legally on the roads in Hardin County. And I don't really have a problem with that as long as they conform with, motor vehicle safety laws.
Okay. So. All right. So the next two questions I'm going to ask in one. You'll have 60 total seconds to answer both questions. Is your campaign self-funded, donor-funded, or a mix? And also, where should voters go to learn more about your campaign?
It's a mix. I do not have any benefit from a PAC or funding from a PAC. I've got family and friends support, basically. And as far as where should you look at me up at, I'm on Facebook, Buckles for Magistrate, District 6, or you can call me 270-765-9125, or I have an email, sizmic@msn.com.
Okay. Before we get into the magistrate specific questions, a big thank you to our second sponsor today, Omni Design Group. Omni is a second generation builder based right here in Elizabethtown. Josh Branningham and Corey Jewell, born and raised in Hardin County with deep family and business roots in the county. They handle new construction and remodeling across residential and light commercial, any size home, any size reno. No project is too big, no renovation is too small, and no idea is too out of the ordinary. They're the team that built the first storage container commercial structure in Hardin County over at Heartland Mini Golf. If you've got a build, a remodel, or an outside the box project rattling around in your head, call or text Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. That's 270-769-8339. Corey at Omni Design Group, locally owned, locally built, custom thinking. All right, Jason, let's get into these magistrate questions. There's 4 of them. You'll have 2 minutes to answer each. A magistrate is one of 8 members of the Hardin County Physical Court. And legally, you only have power when court is in session. In plain language, how do you describe the job to a voter who's never been to a physical court meeting? What can a magistrate actually do, and what can a magistrate not do?
You use the term power. I don't think you have to have power to be a leader. I think leadership comes from all areas. Everybody has a voice. A magistrate's role is to listen to those voices, either through, a ballot box or, hey, call and talk to them. You have to be an advocate. You vote on local ordinances, voting on the budget, ensuring government services are adequate. Magistrates, in my mind, cannot really dictate policy. They can vote on it, but as far as dictating it, I think that's up to the judge and, the other officials. The only real power is to vote on an issue. It's up to the magistrate to understand both sides.
Okay. The county budget will be the next question. And you have some extra time you can use. You'll have an extra minute because you only used a minute or two there. Hardin County's 25. Hardin County's 25-26 budget is under 60 million, right around 59.8 million after revisions from the judge executive's original proposal. If you are elected magistrate, how would you approach the budget? Are there specific line items you push to grow, protect, or cut? And how do you make those trade-offs publicly so residents can follow along?
Every budget has wants and needs. You have to prioritize the needs over the wants, and sometimes decisions have to be made. My priorities are basic governmental services, and I would probably, I will. There's no probably to it. I'm going to advocate for emergency services in this county. We are struggling. Speaking for, from what I see, I'm on the volunteer department here in Glendale, and it's getting harder and harder and harder to be effective. We're going to need some help in some way. I'm going to be an advocate for that. There's always room to cut. Even if it really hurts, you may have to cut one year and try to make up for it the next year. So, the budget's a fluid thing. There are some things that are kind of set in stone, but it's all a matter of priorities. And I really feel like this is one of the priorities I want to push for.
Okay. All right. The next question is about the road department. The Hardin County Road Department maintains 568 miles of county roads under the director. In 2024, they paved around 33 miles, did 4 miles of chip and seal, and they're moving towards a published pave and bridge management plan. How should a magistrate engage with the road department, both for countywide planning and for specific road concerns from residents in your district?
I hope openly. You've got to have a dialogue or you're not going to be effective at anything or getting anything resolved. The roads, they're an issue. They're always an issue. They need maintenance, and there's only the pot is only so big. I do like the idea of the plan. I really do. I think there needs to be some leeway in that, though, for unforeseen things, subsidence, erosion, and things like that. I think they're doing a pretty good job with the task at hand at the moment, but I think there could be some improvements. Okay. And I would definitely try to encourage that dialogue, especially with the citizens. Some things can be as simple as a bucket load of gravel in a driveway, or not a driveway, but on a pothole, so to speak. Mm-hmm. So, that's a quick fix. It's not the answer, but it's a quick fix.
Okay. Next question is about district versus countywide responsibility. Every magistrate is elected by one district, but votes on policy for the whole county. How do you balance fighting for the specific needs of your district, whether that's roads, drainage issues, zoning requests, with your responsibility to do what's best for all of Hardin County?
It comes back to priorities again. If something is good for one district in the county, then it's good for the county. We all pay the same taxes. Well, not the same, but we all pay taxes. sometimes we have to look at things through a bigger lens. I would look to make sure that my district was being represented, but also keep the focus on the rest of the county as well. We're growing at an unprecedented rate here, and growth is coming. We're basically in the center of the industrialized eastern United States. Growth is coming. We've got to be prepared. That kind of goes along with my bullet points and my slogans. So, we need a plan for that.
Okay. This will be the last question. And after this question, I'll close out my part, and then I'll let you do a 90-second elevator pitch of why people should vote for you. But here's the last question. Working with other officials. The physical court has 8 magistrates plus the judge executive. There's also people like the county attorney, county clerk as non-voting members. And then there's a lot of county business. All requires all those offices plus other city governments and municipalities, the school board, sheriff to work together. How do you see a magistrate's role in building those working relationships, especially when you disagree with others on substance or policy?
It goes back to my team. My team building. My whole life has been involved in teamwork. I don't win every argument. Sometimes, you have to accept things as they are and hope for another chance. I'd like to be an advocate on a larger scale for this county, state, local, or state and federal officials. I've been to DC, I've been to Frankfurt, I've met with those people. They're humans just like we are. They're not up on a pedestal or anything. I can talk with them. I can advocate for us just like anybody can. They're all in the same team. We're all in this country together. So, it's in my nature.
Okay. All right, Jason, thank you for being part of the Hardin Local Election Marathon. We'll drop your where to learn more answer in the comments below the live stream so anyone watching can find you. And coming up next at 2 p.m. is Selena Hudson, candidate for mayor of Vine Grove. So stay with us. And one more thank you to our sponsors, The Plumbing Doctor at 765 Plum and Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. Now, Jason, give us your best elevator pitch why people should vote for you. You have 90 seconds.
I humbly ask for your support. I am a lifelong resident of this county. I love this county dearly. I can't imagine living anywhere else. I tour the country quite a bit, but it's always great to be back home. My bullet points are agriculture, emergency services, and planned, measured, and metered growth. You've got to plan for growth. You've got to an extent, keep it manageable, and at times kind of shut it down. That's basically what that last point means. I ask for your support May 19th. Thank you.
All right, Jason, we thank you for joining us. And audience, we're going to leave this stream up, but Jason, you're feel free to drop off. I can go ahead and do that for you. I got you.
There we go.
So we will be here, and next, like I said, we'll have Selena at 2 p.m. We're going to leave this stream up and running while we're waiting on her, which she has about another, she'll probably show up in the next 12 minutes or so. So I'll put on some music and our countdown timer, and we'll be back as soon as Selena joins.
Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on a vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. When the market move, housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater telling where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Hardin County. Hardin County. Feel on the vision since day one go. Built it from nothing, now the whole town know. Found it with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. Hardin County stand up. County. Hardin County. Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on a vibe, from the news to the County. Yeah. Rachel got the numbers when the market move. Housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater tell him where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. From nothing, now the whole town know. Found her with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. Stand up. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Ooh, let us ride. Hardin County. Yeah. Your town nice. Let it ride. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the Hardin County. Yeah. Rachel got the numbers when the market move. Housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater tell him where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County.
Welcome back, Hardin County. Get the right name up here. How are you doing, Selena?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm well. You were number 3 of 13.
Oh my goodness. What a day. What a day.
What a day. I'm glad you could join us. Welcome back. We're on our 3rd interview in our election marathon. 13 candidates over 7 hours, live on Facebook and YouTube. Phil Tall here. Joining me now is Selena Hudson, who's running for mayor of Vine Grove. So this same format as everybody today, other than race-specific questions. Every candidate in your race gets those same questions, same order, same time, same sponsors all day too. The Plumbing Doctor and Omni Design Group. More on both of those in a few minutes. Selena, thanks for being here. Let's dig
Thank you
in.
for having me.
You're welcome. All right, you're running for Vine Grove mayor. And why did you decide to run for this office specifically?
Okay, I'm running for mayor of Vine Grove because I believe leadership should be accessible, accountable, and rooted in service. After serving 3 terms on city council, I've seen both the strengths of our city and the gaps. I'm running to make sure that every citizen feels heard and that our growth is intentional, not reactive.
Okay. Briefly, what happened? Was there something that happened in your life that led you to run for mayor?
Absolutely. Years ago, citizens encouraged me to step into this role because they wanted stronger engagement and transparency. I've spent the last several years serving, listening, and preparing for this role. So over time, it's became clear that if I wanted to see meaningful change, I had to step forward and lead.
All right. What in your background most prepares you to be mayor of Vine Grove?
I believe I bring a combination of public service, financial expertise, and real community engagement. Over 20 years in finance, which translate directly into understanding budgets, responsible stewardship, current city council member with firsthand knowledge of operations and policy. I run a nonprofit about education and economic empowerment and regional leadership roles, including economic development and board governance. I don't just talk about the issues, I'm actually working on them. When I become mayor of Vine Grove, that will be my only job.
All right. If voters can only remember one thing about why they should vote for you, what is it?
I listen first and then lead. This campaign and my leadership is about putting the citizens at the center of every decision.
All right. Quick break. Today's election coverage is brought to you in part by the Plumbing Doctor, a family-owned Hardin County plumbing company run by Glenn and Tracy Downs right here in Elizabethtown. Over 20 years serving E-Town, Radcliff, Fort Knox, and Hodgenville. Fully licensed and insured, 24/7 emergency service, and a 10% labor discount for military, first responders, and seniors. Look, showing up to vote on May 19th is one way to take care of your community. Another is calling your locally owned plumber when your water heater goes out or you need plumbing service. When your pipes go, call local, call 765-PLUM. That's PLUM. That's 765-PLUM, the Plumbing Doctor, experienced, reliable, and affordable. All right, Selena, say you do win. In the first 90 days, what's your first concrete thing you do in office?
The first thing that I'm going to work on day one is to implement a software tool, which is a budget dashboard, where the citizens of Vine Grove will be able to go onto our website and see exactly where we spent our money over the last 30 days. The citizens deserve transparency.
Okay. The next 2 questions I'm going to combine that have to do with funding and where to find you. Is your campaign self-funded, donor-funded, or a mix? And where should voters go to learn more?
Okay. Yes, it's a mix. I've been supported by community members and that believe in my vision, and I've also self-funded some of my campaign as well. And voters can visit my campaign at my website, Hudson, the number 4, VGmayor.com, or any of my social medias, Selena Hudson, candidate for Vine Grove Mayor. And I've been visible and accessible pretty much for most of my adult life being in sales. So I do not mind to also post my phone number as well.
Okay. Well, you can comment on this stream or put it in that event. I also already added your website. Is that right, Hudson, for VG?
That's exactly right. Yes.
All right. Great. Let me pull your name back up so people know we're talking to. All right. Before we get into the mayor-specific questions, a big thank you to our second sponsor today, Omni Design Group. Omni is a second-generation builder based right here in Elizabethtown. Josh Branningham and Corey Jewell, born and raised in Hardin County with deep family and business roots in the county. They handle new construction and remodeling across residential and light commercial. Any size home, any size reno. No project is too big, no renovation is too small, and no idea is too outside the ordinary. They're the team that built the first storage container commercial structure in Hardin County over at Heartland Mini Golf. If you've got a build, a remodel, or an outside the box project rattling around in your head, call or text Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. That's 270-769-8339. Corey at Omni Design Group. Locally owned, locally built, custom thinking. All right,
Nice.
let's get into these mayor questions.
Ooh, okay.
Well, you have 2 minutes to answer each. You can always bank time if you need it, if you don't go as long, or you can take time away from the questions. So we'll start with the budget. The city's most recent budget is about $7.3 million in the current fiscal year. As mayor, you propose the budget and lead the conversation about what the city can and can't afford. What's your approach? Where would you invest more? Where would you hold the line? And how do you communicate these trade-offs to residents who often don't see the budget?
That's a good question. I would continue to prioritize our investment in public safety support and coordination, which is your police and fire, infrastructure support and maintenance, which is our roads, drainage, long-term planning, and community engagement tools, such as the software tool that I mentioned earlier, and transparency.
Okay. Next question's about growth and neighbors.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't finished.
Oh, keep going.
I just took a pause. Where I'd hold the line was your second question. I would hold the line at any non-essential spending that doesn't directly impact residents' quality of life, any area lacking clear return on investment or measurable outcomes. That's where I would continue to hold the line. And communication is key. So I would publish a simplified dashboard so that they can go and see our budget over the last 30 days, what our spending has been on a day-to-day, host the annual and mid-year budget town halls, and clearly explain the trade-offs in plain language so that the citizens can understand why we had to do this and why we couldn't do that. So.
Okay. Well, now, are you done now with that question?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let's
I
go on to
apologize.
the next one. No worries. Nothing. Next question's about growth in neighbors. Vine Grove has grown from about 4,500 residents in 2010 to over 6,500 today, and you share the borders with Radcliff, Fort Knox, and Hardin County as well, and unincorporated Hardin County. How do you think about the city's relationship with those neighbors, and where do you see the biggest opportunities or the biggest points of friction in the next 4 years?
Well, I believe that our cities work very well together, also with the county as well. I believe our opportunities are economic development partnerships, shared infrastructure planning, workforce and small business support. My approach is collaborative but firm. I've built strong working relationships. I've built strong working relationships with most of the elected officials, and while ensuring Vine Grove's interests are clearly represented.
All right. Next question has to do with public safety partnerships, which I've reworded this question just a little because one of the other mayors corrected me, so I changed the question just a tad.
Okay.
Police, fire, and EMS services in Hardin County are delivered by a mix of city, the county,
Mhm.
neighboring cities, and the sheriff's office, Hardin County schools, and the cities. They also share some cost on the SRO side with
Right.
those officers in the schools. As mayor, how would you approach those partnerships? And are there specific areas, equipment coverage, response times, training, where you think the city should push for more or do more itself?
That's another good question. We have interlocal agreements that ensure efficiency and coverage already. I know that Vine Grove helps Radcliff and Radcliff helps Vine Grove. We regularly evaluate response times, staffing levels, and cost sharing models. We also advocate for data-driven decisions, not just assumptions. Where the city could do more, strategic planning and oversight. I believe that an emergency response plan should be in every city government building in the city of Vine Grove. The city of Mayfield learned the hard way about not having an emergency response plan first. And then when the tornado came, it took out their city hall and their fire department. So that's why it's important to have a copy of the emergency response plan in different buildings so that you always have access to it, ensuring the residents understand how these services are delivered and funded and what to do in case of emergencies.
All right. Next question is about growth, zoning, and comprehensive plan. You know, Hardin County does have a comprehensive document that's guiding development long-term, but day-to-day growth decisions, you know, annexation, zoning requests, building permits, infrastructure extensions happen a lot of time at the city level. What's your vision for how Vine Grove grows over the next 4 years, and how do you balance new development with preserving what makes the city feel like home to people who already live there?
Well, one thing that we need to do in Vine Grove is update our city's comprehensive plan. Our plan hasn't been updated in over 12 years. So I have implemented a plan to take Vine Grove over the next 10 years with smart residential and commercial development, support for our small businesses and local entrepreneurs, infrastructure that keeps pace with population growth. That is very important. Preserving the character and feel of Vine Grove is important to me. And balance comes from planning. I believe the balance comes from planning and not being reactive. We can grow our city without losing what makes Vine Grove so special. We are a small bedroom community. So we're not going to be Radcliff. We're not going to be E-Town. We are just Vine Grove.
Okay. Now, your last question here, we'll do this, and then I will close us out. And then after I'm done closing us out, you get to do a 90-second elevator pitch of why people should vote for you. Wonderful. And so that wasn't on, you know, that's something I've been surprising people with. But we'll do the last question first. The mayor doesn't get to govern alone. You have city council that passes ordinances. You also got Hardin County Physical Court that runs county services. And also there's, you know, other areas too. So how do you build working relationships across those boundaries, especially when you disagree on substance or policy?
Well, disagreement is a part of leadership. You know, it's how you handle it. I am always professional and I respect my colleagues. I respect the other entities that we work with. I focus on shared outcomes, not personalities. We use data and facts to guide our decisions, keep the communication open even when it's difficult. I've already built these relationships, as I said, across these groups, and I understand how to navigate those dynamics. You don't have to agree on everything to move a community forward. You just have to stay focused on the people that you serve.
All right. Well, Selena, thank you for being part of the Hardin Local Election Marathon. We'll drop your where to learn more answer in the comments below the live stream, so anyone watching can find you. I've already put your website there. And if you guys want to comment with other avenues, you can do that too on the live stream comments. Coming up next at 2:30 p.m. will be Zach Humphrey, who's running for Magistrate in District 7. So, you know, when we're done here, don't just leave the stream up. I'll put our theme song back on. I know everybody's going to have that ingrained into their head by the end of the day. But one more thank you to our
theme song, by the way. I'm sorry, I love your theme song.
Thank you much. I worked hard on that one. One more thank you to our sponsors, The Plumbing Doctor at 765 Plum and Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. So Selena, you have 90 seconds to give us your best elevator pitch of why people should vote for you.
Okay, my name is Selena Hudson, and I'm asking for your vote to serve as your mayor of Vine Grove. This campaign has never been about politics for me. It's about the people. It's about the families who call this city home, the small businesses working to grow, and the citizens who deserve to be heard, respected, and prioritized every single day. I'm not coming in to learn the job. I'm already doing the work. As your current city council member, I've been intimately involved in the project shaping Vine Grove right now. Your infrastructure, your development, your day-to-day city services. That means on day one, there is no learning curve, no delays, and no disruption. We keep Vine Grove moving forward, but efficiently, responsibly, and with purpose. But more importantly, I've been listening. at your doors, at community events, and in everyday conversations. You've shared your concerns, your ideas, and your hopes for this city, and I carry those with me. Leadership is not about titles. It's about service, integrity, and accountability. It's about showing up, telling the truth, and doing what's right even when it's hard. Vine Grove is growing, and with that growth comes opportunity, but also responsibility. We need steady, experienced leadership that understands where we are and has a clear vision of where we're going. I am ready. I am prepared. I am committed to leading on day one. I would be honored to have your vote on May 19th.
All right. Thank you, Selena, very much. Hope you have a good rest of the day and best of luck to you.
Thank you so much, Phil, for having me. Appreciate you and the rest of the Hardin Local.
Oh, yes. Well, we will talk to you soon.
Okay.
All right, everyone. Up next is going to be Zach Humphrey. He will, he's running for Magistrate, District 7. His ETA will probably be around 2:30, so here in about 15 minutes. I'm going to throw up our countdown timer and theme song again. And, you know, we may want to switch the song up after a few more. I think I have a couple other options that I can play that won't get a copyright thing on them. But for now, just set your clocks and be back here at 2:30 if you want to hear from Zach Humphrey. We'll see you then.
Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Road to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the Hardin County. Yeah. Rachel got the numbers when the market move. Housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater, tell him where to sit. New spot, fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe. From the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. From nothing, now the whole town know. Found her with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks. Every voice County. Hardin County. Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Phone on silent, but the county talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Roads to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop poppin', yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on a vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. When the market move, housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater telling where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. County on the vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin County. Feel on the vision since day one go. Built it from nothing, now the whole town know. Found it with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. Hardin County, stand up. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Ooh, let us ride. Hardin County. Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square, if it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans, events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know, Hardin County, Hardin Local, let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on a vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know, Hardin County. When the market move, housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater telling where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Hardin County. Hardin County. Yeah. Feel on the vision since day one go. Built it from nothing, now the whole town know. Found it with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. Hardin County stand up. County. Hardin County. Yeah. Town nice. Stay in the know, Hardin County. Oh, yeah. Phone on silent, but the county talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square, if it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans, events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know, Hardin County. Hardin Local, let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on a vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know, Hardin County. When the market move, housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when a show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County.
Welcome back to Hardin Local. We are waiting on Zach Humphrey. He should be back any minute. He was here. We'll give him a second to get back. This is our fourth interview into our election marathon. So we've done, so this will be 413. 13 candidates, 7 hours, live on Facebook and YouTube. I'm Phil Tall, and we're just waiting on Zach to join back. And once he's back, we'll get started. While we're waiting, I'll go ahead and show you guys a couple things on our website. Let's see, here we go. I think he is back. Almost. Not yet. Oh, there he is. Let's just forget that. We'll do that later. But just so you know, we do have this website, and it's tagged in the pinned comment, and it has everything you need to know about our schedule. It also has what time or the different races, where you can click on and go find their videos once they're published. Go ahead and get rid of this. And we'll add Zach in. All right. Give me a second. I seem to have messed it up. Zach, I'm trying to get you on. And replace. All right. Oh, well, we were about there, and he dropped again. We'll give him another minute to join back. If you guys have comments, or if you have questions for candidates, you can drop them in the comments, and we will you can get those answered by the, oh, there you go, Zach. How are you doing today? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Maybe.
So it's good to see you, Zach. Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
I wonder. Yeah, I can hear.
All right. May just have like a weak internet signal there. We'll give you a minute. You may have, yeah, see if you can find it. There you go. You're back.
Now.
Yeah, that's better. That is better.
Yeah,
that works for me. Hopefully we can keep you connected. Cutting out a little there. Give you a second. I know I created him one of these things. Sorry for the slowdown, guys. We're doing our best here to get everything working. Just be patient with this. Wait for Zach to get a little bit better connection there. In the meantime, I'm just typing some stuff into the back end system here. Zach is running for Magistrate in District 7. Save. We'll give him another minute to join. And I hope everybody's having a good, what is it, Wednesday afternoon? I've lost track this week. It's been a long week. I hope all you guys are having a great week. Getting ready for Derby. Derby tomorrow, Oaks on Friday, and Derby on Saturday is one of our favorite times of the year here for those of us that have always been around this area. All right, let's see if we can get them back on now. There we go. I think there's still like just a connectivity issue. Let me see if I can turn your camera off and just do audio. Let's see.
How about now, Phil? Anything?
Oh, yeah, I got you now. We do have you, but I think there's just a connectivity. Yeah, I can hear you, but the camera's not doing great. Let's see if I can put you on.
Okay.
I can definitely hear you. Oh, it's working better now. There you go. Had to come back inside.
All right. Yeah, I was outside. I'm on the run today. I was on a job site out here, kind of Springfield Road, so I borrowed somebody's house for some Wi-Fi.
So I'm going to mark down what time you're starting at real quick.
Okay.
1:36, 35. It helps me keep track of when I cut these videos out to give you your edited version.
Perfect.
All right. We got you started on there. So welcome back to Hardin Local, everyone. We're 4 candidate interviews into our election marathon, 13 candidates over 7 hours, live on Facebook and YouTube. Phil Tall here. Joining me now is Zach Humphrey. He's running in the Republican primary for Hardin County Magistrate District 7, one of 8 seats on our county's physical court. Same format as everybody today. In this race, every candidate in your race gets the same questions, same order, same time. Same sponsors all day too, the Plumbing Doctor and Omni Design Group. More on both of them in a few. Zach, thanks for being here. Let's dig in.
Thanks for having me, Phil. Looking forward to it.
All right. Let's start off with the why. So you're running for magistrate. Why this office specifically?
Well, I've been in District 7 for about 5 years now with my family, my wife and 2 kids. And, it's, as you get older, you start paying attention to the things, in your area, roads, drainage, EMS, response from fire departments. And it's nothing really a whole lot to complain about, but I thought now is a good time in my life to maybe step up and give back to my community. I just thought I'd be a good voice for my neighbors. I know a lot of folks in county government and city government. And I thought, well, it would be a waste if I didn't use those connections to better the county. But obviously District 7 is most important to me. So that's kind of what pushed me.
All right. Was there anything that happened in your life that led you to run now?
No, I think it's just the time for Hardin County to have the leadership that is growth oriented. I see the potential that we've got as a county for the next 5-10 years. Obviously, Glendale's played a huge role in really opening the eyes of residents in Hardin County to show what those possibilities are, and we've got to be prepared for it. And the growth is gonna happen, but long term, are we gonna be ready for it? Can we plan for it? And can we execute and still keep everyone in our county taken care of the way they should be?
All right. What in your background most prepares you to be magistrate?
Well, I'd say my professional career started, and actually, Phil, you and I met about 10 years ago. I was director of the State Theater in downtown. That really just got the ball rolling for me to get out and meet people in the area. Within that role, that was 10 years ago, and I've changed a lot in 10 years, and times have changed a lot in 10 years. But I would talk to residents of Hardin County, every weekend as they were coming through the doors for a show or a concert. Discussions about roads and drainage and EMS, those didn't really get brought up then, but I kept those connections and I stayed in touch with a lot of people that I worked with. And now that I'm older and I have a family and a mortgage and bills to pay and taxes to pay, unfortunately, I pay attention to that a lot more. And I know that everyone else, it's in today's world, it's a struggle to get everything paid and to live life to the fullest without government trying to get their hands in your pockets. So I thought, I'm able, I'm willing, and I work hard, so I should get out and be the voice.
All right. If voters only remember one thing about why they should vote for you, what is that one thing?
I guess that one thing is I'm just like them. I'm a family man. Like I said, I've got my bills. I've got my schedule to keep, my time to press, because it's a busy life, and for most of us, we're running around just trying to make it. So I'm just like my neighbors. I live my day just like my neighbors for the most part, and I notice the same things that my constituents notice. And when changes need to be made, and we need to be growth oriented and kind of focus on the future, because I'm raising two young kids, and I want them to see the leadership that they deserve to see, not only from me, but from the area that they live in, the county that they live in, and they're probably going to grow up here. And I just thought, if I'm a lot like my neighbors, then I should get out and use my voice and work for them. So if they're going to remember one thing, that'll be it.
All right, quick break. Today's election coverage is brought to you in part by the Plumbing Doctor, a family-owned Hardin County plumbing company run by Glenn and Tracy Downs right here in Elizabethtown. Over 20 years serving E-Town, Radcliff, Fort Knox, and Hodgenville. Fully licensed and insured, 24/7 emergency service, and a 10% labor discount for military, first responders, and seniors. Look, showing up to vote on May 19th is one way to take care of your community. Also, calling your local neighborhood friendly plumber when your water heater goes out is another way you can support your community. When your pipes go, call local, call 765-PLUM. That's 765-PLUM. The Plumbing Doctor, experienced, reliable, and affordable. All right, Zach, let's talk about the first 90 days if you do win. What's the first concrete thing you do in office?
I guess the first concrete thing I would do is get familiar with all departments, the individuals that run those departments. Just make those connections, see what their day in and day out jobs like. County government's busy. We have a lot to do and a lot that happens on the day to day. And so, to familiarize myself with maybe the pinch points in departments, their needs, their wants. Obviously spending taxpayer dollars responsibly is most important, but just familiarize myself with county government as a whole.
All right. These next two questions I'm going to combine into one, and they just have to do with funding and where people can find out about your campaign. So is your campaign self-funded, donor-funded, or a mix? And also, where should voters go to learn more about your campaign?
My campaign is a mix. It's mostly funded by myself. I stand by what I'm doing, so I've invested some money. And friends and family that support me, have donated, and that helps because signs aren't cheap. Everybody that's done an interview with you, they know that in the back of their mind that signs, they cost a lot when you want to try to get a lot of them out. So folks, if they wanted to learn more about me, they can find me on Facebook. I have a Magistrate, Zach Humphrey from Magistrate District 7 page. I update, events that maybe I attend, conversations like these, I share on there, so they can find my my stance on certain subjects within county government, and for those that affect everybody that lives here. And if they have questions, they can ask there.
All right. Before we get into the magistrate specific questions, a big thank you to our second sponsor today, Omni Design Group. Omni is a second generation builder based here right in Elizabethtown. Josh Branningham and Corey Jewell, born and raised in Hardin County with deep family and business roots in the county. They handle new construction, remodeling across residential and light commercial, any size home, any size reno. No project is too big, no renovation is too small, and no idea is too outside of the ordinary. They're the team that built the first storage container commercial structure in Hardin County over at Heartland Mini Golf. If you've got a build, a remodel, or an outside the box project rattling around in your head, call or text Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. That's 270-769-8339. Corey at Omni Design Group, locally owned, locally built, custom thinking. All right, let's get into these race-specific questions now, Zach. We got 4 of them. You have 2 minutes on each one. And if you don't use up your full time, you can use it on another question, or you don't have to use it all up if you don't want to.
Okay.
So the first question is just like the job in plain language. A magistrate is one of 8 members in the Hardin County Physical Court, and legally you only have power when the court is in session. In plain language, though, how do you describe the job to a voter who's never been to a physical court meeting? what can a magistrate actually do and what can a magistrate not do?
So a magistrate, it's not a one-man government. A magistrate has to utilize the power of fiscal court to vote on things, budgets, planning, anything like that that's going to happen within fiscal court that is led by the judge executive. That's what a magistrate does. So, and most importantly, a magistrate is a voice for their district. So they represent, that chunk of the county. They take those concerns, feedback, anything that they get from their constituents back to fiscal court. That comes into play a lot on items that are being voted on, because it would be the magistrate's job to represent their people in the district, keep them informed, and hopefully to better their community, county as a whole, but for their district, to take that voice from their constituents to fiscal court and vote wisely that way.
All right. Next question is about the county budget. Hardin County's 25 to 26 budget is just under 60 million, about 59.8 million after revisions from the judge executive's original proposal. If you are elected magistrate, how do you approach that budget? Are there specific line items you push to grow, protect, or cut? And how do you make those trade-offs publicly so residents can kind of follow along with what you want to do?
Well, when it comes to budget, my first goal would be to read it, to understand it, be able to explain that to the constituents. Sometimes the jargon within budgets, you can get lost in them. There's a lot of major departments that the county leads, and they all have a lot of expenses, personnel. So, to really go through and figure out exactly, line by line, what's the best approach to this budget? What can we cut, if anything, without, hurting that department that you're focused on, or, we don't want to waste taxpayer dollars. That's Hardin County government is funded mostly from taxes, and we want to make sure that they're spent wisely. So focusing on infrastructure and roads is usually most important on everybody's list. We travel to work every day and home every day. We want to make sure that we can get there safely and the roads are taken care of. The county jail, we all know it takes a lot of money to run our county jail. There's been a lot of effort and focus on that to figure out how we can reduce costs. Hopefully the state can come in and give us more funding to, take up some of their part for the holdings that happen at our county jail. So that would be the most important to me. The Hardin County Jail would be top of my list. And I know that's for a lot of folks because it's I don't want to call it a money pit. It serves us a really good service. And we understand that it costs a lot of money, but there could be a lot of room for improvement, especially from the state side. So how do we assist in that? How do we navigate through the county jail budget and see where we can maybe cut some costs?
All right. The road department is the next question. And so the Hardin County Road Department maintains 568 miles of county roads under the director. In 2024, they paved around 33 miles and did 4 miles of chip seal, and they're moving towards a published pavement and bridge management plan. How should a magistrate engage with the road department, both for countywide planning and for specific road concerns from residents in your district?
Good communication. I mean, it's a simple answer. That's how I'd work with the road department. They've got a pretty strenuous job, especially in the harder seasons like winter, and we've all experienced that earlier this year with snow and ice. Good communication. I'm going to be listening to my neighbors, my constituents, on their concerns on roads and drainage. It's my job as magistrate, if I am elected, to relay that message, that concern from my neighbors to the road department, and assist in any way that I can to make sure that District 7's roads are taken care of, and that situations are getting taken care of when they do arise. And so I'd be that voice. So I'd use communication to the best of my ability.
All right. Next question is about district county versus countywide responsibility. Every magistrate is elected by one district, but votes on policy for the whole county. How do you balance fighting for a specific needs of your district, whether that's roads, a drainage issue, a zoning request, with your responsibility to do what's best for all of Hardin County?
So, it's kind of a tough question, but it's an easy one at the same time. As magistrate, when in session with fiscal court, we have the power to vote on countywide issues. So, I want to protect and take care of my district. I want to hear those concerns and relay those the best that I can. But as a whole, the county, we're looking towards the future for our county. We want to make sure that everybody's, getting what they need to, provide the best quality of life that we can as a county government. So, there's disagreements when it's, subjects that, my neighbors might not understand why a road across the county is more important than one that's possibly, right down the street from us. But it'd be my job to communicate with them, to let them know, this is how a fiscal court votes. And, a magistrate is one of 8. There are, there's concerns with everybody, that they want to take care of their area and their district and their neighbors. So we just have to understand, to grow as a county, we'll have to work together. That might mean some delays on some projects in certain areas in order to take care of others that might be, a little bit higher on the list. But, as long as they're educated well, I don't see why someone wouldn't understand why we would have to make a decision, somewhere else in the county or whatever that item is, that it's for the best. It's for the best for the whole area, for everybody.
Okay. All right. Well, before I give you the last question, just want to let you know that after your last question, I'm going to close out my end, and then you're going to get 90 seconds at the end to do like an elevator pitch of why people should vote for you.
Okay.
That's a little surprise for you. I've given you a couple minutes while you're answering this next question to kind of think.
Okay.
So working with other officials is the last question. The physical court has, and I can never pronounce physical right. It seems like it's got that weird, I don't know, just a weird pronunciation.
Well, you're stuck with one word right now, Phil. We'll just stay with it. We'll just roll. We'll roll with it.
Yeah, let's do it. The physical court has 8 magistrates plus the judge executive. They also have the county attorney and county clerk as non-voting members. And a lot of county business requires all those offices plus other cities surrounding, school board, sheriff, to work together. How do you see a magistrate's role in building those working relationships, especially when you disagree with other elected official or staff members or, collaborating municipalities on substance and policy?
Well, to show up, there's a lot of events around the county, especially the city, that you would want to need to show up to. As a magistrate, a representative for your district, you need to be there to shake hands and start conversations with individuals that, you might not have to work with them very often, but you just don't know what kind of insight you might gain that could better your community. So having those conversations across the board, whether it's, city, school board, within the county, obviously, but there's so many people to lean on that have great experience within our county, that have been here for a long time. They've seen a lot of things. They've seen the growth that we've had, and that they probably expect to know what's to come. So yeah, just opening that door, having conversations. There are disagreements that are going to be had, but there's not a problem with that. I don't think. We're all adults, and everybody's usually trying to do the best they can to better the community for their families, for their neighbors. So it's okay to disagree, and sometimes it's best to disagree because you understand the perspective of the other person. And I think we lose track of that a lot, is that we don't listen enough. We fault and we go towards what we want, what we need. So I think that listening can really help a county government succeed, especially when growth is on the horizon.
All right, Zach, thanks for being part of the Hardin Local Election Marathon. We'll drop your where to learn more answer in the comments below in the live stream. I already kind of put in there your Facebook page, but I wasn't able to tag it yet. So,
okay.
If you don't see it, just tag it in the comments. I'll try to get to it. I'm just a one-man team today, though, so I can only do so much. But coming up at 3 p.m. is Willie Oden, candidate for Hardin County Sheriff. So stay with us after Zach's done. And one more thank you to our sponsors, the Plumbing Doctor at 765 Plum and Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. Now, Zach, take 90 seconds to give us your best elevator pitch of why people should vote for you.
Sure. So why I think people in my area, my district, should vote for me. Like I said earlier, Phil, I'm just like them. I'm doing my best to make the best for my family, to provide. I want to be a voice for my constituents. I want to work with department heads, everything that you could think of to make it better, a better place here in Hardin County to live. We want people to stay, right? That's our goal. We want people to come in and become residents of Hardin County and to work here and to raise a family here. So our goal is to communicate, make this a good county, which it is. It's a great county, but we want to make sure that we're on top. And you've probably heard that Hardin County's, I mean, we're on a roll and we're doing great. Numbers haven't grown as much as some thought they would a couple years ago. But that doesn't matter. I think that we've got a great county that we live in, and the amenities that we have are really awesome. City of Elizabethtown's doing a great job providing a lot for residents. So I think, at the end of the day, I'm willing to work. I'm a dad. I'm a husband, a business owner. I know what it's like to pinch pennies, and in today's world, you have to pinch. So I'd be there to listen. And help the best that I can, and be professional and have fun. It's a great place to live. It's a really exciting time for Hardin County, I think. So I think to get out there and utilize, the other individuals that we have in other counties that we stay in connection with, I think we could really lean on the growth of other communities in Kentucky to really, showcase what we can do here in Hardin County in our own way. And just continue to make it a great place to live.
All right, Zach. Well, we thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Phil.
Go ahead. Yeah, have a great day. I'm going to go ahead and kick you out and add Willie in. So we'll talk to you later.
All right, I appreciate it.
Willie, give me a second to get you set up here. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Phil.
Great to see you. Always enjoy talking to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I used to having all this prepped before, but today got a little away from me. So give me a second. Find your notes. We'll get started. Let's move you to the big screen. All right. No break in between this one, Hardin County. But so not really welcome back. We're glad you're still here with us. We're on our 5th of 13 interviews, over 7 hours, live on Facebook and YouTube. My name's Phil Tall. Joining me now is Willie Oden, running in the Republican primary for Hardin County Sheriff. Same format as everyone today. Every candidate in your race gets the same questions, same order, same time, and the same sponsors all day too. For the show, that is the Plumbing Doctor and Omni Design Group. More on them both in a few minutes. Willie, thanks for being here. You ready to dig in?
Yes, Phil. Thanks for having me. I appreciate you having me on today.
Well, I'm glad you came. So, you're running for sheriff, and I know you ran for sheriff last time around too. Why do you want to be sheriff of Hardin County?
The reason why I want to be sheriff of Hardin County is for an opportunity for change. Change is something that can be fostered, brought in, but I want to offer the county something new ideas, fresh thoughts, fresh look at a lot of things that go on that you can do, new technologies and everything like that.
All right. Was there anything that happened in your life that led you to run for sheriff?
Yes. Well, back in when I first ran in 2018, I wanted to be a part of the sheriff's office. Well, there were some issues there where I couldn't be. So in my mindset, I was like, well, if I can't be a part of it, why not lead it? Well, in that process, I ran and I lost. Then again, I ran again in 2022 and I came up 2% short, had some issues been shown or seen prior to that, then there would have been more of a less of an opportunity for me to be the sheriff at this current time.
All right. What in your background most prepares you to be sheriff of Hardin County?
My military background, I'm a military police through and through. All my career, I was a mechanic when I first came in the first 3 years, transitioned over to be a military police. After that, I held every leadership position there was to hold in the military police, to include being a school sergeant major, a DES operations sergeant major, and a senior training advisor.
All right. If voters only remember one thing about why they should vote for you, what is that one thing?
Sweat equity, community involvement. Sweat equity is what I would want people to remember about me because of what I have done in the community, how I've showed up, not just been on the sidelines or not shown up at all. I have been embedded in the community the entire time that I've lived here, the 29 years I've been here.
All right. Quick break. Today's election coverage is brought to you in part by the Plumbing Doctor, a family-owned Hardin County plumbing company run by Glenn and Tracy Downs right here in Elizabethtown. Over 20 years serving E-Town, Radcliff, Fort Knox, Hodgenville. Fully licensed and insured. 24/7 emergency service and a 10% labor discount for military, first responders, and seniors. Look, showing up to vote on May 19th is one way you can help take care of your community. Another way is call on your friendly neighborhood plumber that's locally owned when your water heater goes out. When your pipes go, call local. Call 765-PLUM. That's PLUM. That's 765-PLUM. The Plumbing Doctor. Experienced, reliable, and affordable. All right, Willie. Let's just, imagine for a minute that you do win your first 90 days in office. What's the first concrete thing you're going to work on in office?
Getting to know my deputies, getting to know the administration. That's one of the key things that you have to do. You just can't go in to any office and make changes when you don't know what's going on. You have to walk in, get to know who's there, understand what's going on, and then after that, make the necessary changes. But for the most part, getting to know the staff, getting to know the deputies, getting out and actually understanding what they do on a day-to-day basis, and also what's done inside the office on a day-to-day basis.
All right, I'm going to combine the next two questions because they're pretty simple. They have to do with funding and where to find out about your campaign.
Okay.
So is your campaign self-funded, donor-funded, or a mix? And also after that, where should voters go to learn more about your campaign?
My funding is a mix. I put in on the campaign and also had donors that donated to the campaign as well. In order to find me, I'm at odenforsheriff.com. And also on Facebook, I'm Willie Oden for Hardin County Sheriff. Those are the two places you can find me.
All right. I'll put the website. Oden, and is 4 FOR or is it the number 4?
FOR.
Okay. I'll flash that up here real quick. Make sure it's right. Let me know. Is that right?
That's it.
All right. Well, it's in the comments, guys, if you want to learn more about Willie's campaign. Let me get your name back up. So many people today. I want people to know who they're talking to. Here we go. Or who they're listening to. All right. Before we get into the sheriff specific questions, a big thank you to our second sponsor today, Omni Design Group. Omni is a second generation builder based right here in Elizabethtown. Josh Branningham and Corey Jewell, born and raised in Hardin County with deep family and business roots in the county. They handle new construction and remodeling across residential and light commercial. Any size home, any size reno. No project is too big, no renovation is too small, and no idea is too out of the ordinary. They're the team that built the first storage container commercial structure in Hardin County over at Heartland Mini Golf. So if you got to build a remodel or an outside the box project rattling around inside your head, call or text Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. That's 270-769-8339. Corey at Omni Design Group, locally owned, locally built, custom thinking. All right, Willie, let's get into these very specific questions.
Okay.
You'll have 4 of them, and you have 2 minutes to answer each. Basically, you'll have 8 minutes that you can bank across all 4 of them, and that's just to keep it fair. So, Hardin County, the first question is going to be about drug enforcement and QRT. Hardin County has averaged roughly 45 drug overdoses a year for the last 5 years, and the county launched a quick response team in early 2025 that pairs law enforcement referrals with case managers and harm reduction specialists. How do you see the sheriff's office balancing traditional drug enforcement, arrest, interdictions, investigations with the treatment and prevention side of the crisis?
Well, that's a balancing act in itself, trying to look at all those aspects. You're looking at the traditional enforcement. of what you do on a day-to-day basis. And then, you know, your arrest interdiction, you're looking at how people are pretty much investigated, and the prevention and treatment and the crisis. Well, that in itself also turns over and becomes more of a self-employed method itself. I apologize about my voice. The allergies got me. So
I get it.
One of the things about it is I'm kind of brief, be brilliant, be gone. So that's why I answer the questions and just being direct and to the point.
Oh, that's fine with me. It'll give me a break, you know, if you're brief. But, you know, I don't want you to be brief just for that. Now, this next question, it had I think it was pointed out that I got it a little wrong, but I'm just going to read it as it's written, and you can take it for what it is. Hardin County Schools currently have SROs in its building through the MOUs with the Sheriff's Office, Elizabethtown PD, and Radcliff PD in the district. But I think it's all Hardin County that pays for it. I think it's around $623,000 for that coverage. Kentucky's 2022 school safety law requires an SRO in every school, but didn't fully fund it. How do you think about the sheriff's role in this partnership, staffing, training, cost sharing with the district?
Well, from what I understand, there's about 18 SROs that are in the schools right now, which is quite a few. That's a lot more than what we have with the city police, which are holding on. However, with that, I would want to have grants to be able to help fund more of the training, because our little ones are our future. And if we aren't out protecting them and not trying to fill up these schools, which I would do as sheriff, would be able to put additional deputies in the other schools in order to make sure that they are all protected. That would be the key aspect of what we do within the community and in the district.
Okay. Next question's on recruitment and retention. The sheriff's office across Kentucky, all sheriff's offices across Kentucky are dealing with the same challenge. It's harder than it used to be to recruit deputies, harder to keep them, and training costs keep rising. What's your plan for the Hardin County Sheriff's Office to compete for good people? And what do you think makes the deputy want to build a career here instead of leaving for a better paying job down the road?
Well, the first thing I want to do is look at the budget, see what excess we're using for some other reason. What I would do is take that and use that as compensation for the deputies and increase their pay. By doing that, it gives them more of an opportunity to want to say that they want to stay here in the county and build a future. It is one of the fifth largest county in the state. So with that being said, it would also attract more people, which and also builds on the budget, which would also increase their pay.
Okay. The next question is about the detention center and front end decisions. Hardin County Jail Detention Center holds an average of about 646 inmates on any given day, making it the fifth largest county jail in Kentucky. The sheriff doesn't run the jail, but the sheriff does decide who ends up there. How do you think about the front end decisions, arrest, citation, diversion, what that shape that number, and how do you build trust with residents who feel over-policed or underserved?
Yeah. Well, to answer that question, I would say the sheriff doesn't decide who does go there. I would say the person that commits the crime or the act in itself will be the one that makes their decision on whether or not they go there for whatever reason. The arrests are truly solely based off of the person's actions, and the citations are also that same way. The diversion, that would be something that the courts would have to do, that I would look at and also understand to help, like the Veterans Court, they have that. But to have a number to build a trust with the residents, I would say that it would be more along the lines of taking care of the folks and actually treating them with dignity and respect.
Okay. All right. So we're down to our last question. And before I ask this last question, I just want to let you know, after that question, I'll do my closing. And then after my closing, I'm going to let you close it out with a 90-second elevator pitch of why people should vote for you. And then we'll be done. So the last question is behind the scenes work. A lot of what the sheriff's office actually does isn't what people see on TV. You guys collect property taxes, serve civil process, you do courtroom security, transporting inmates, also, and mental health patient stuff too. Which of those behind the scene functions do you think needs the most attention in the next 4 years, and why?
Well, I look at the mental health. Mental health is one of the key aspects of what happens in society. We have a lot of veterans in this community in itself that have deployed, just like I did. I did 6 deployments, and a lot of them have issues. Some of them they talk about, some of them they don't. But that would be one of the main things that I would look at behind the scenes, because having that is also a telltale on how to respond to an incident by asking the question of whether or not that individual is a prior service member, in order to be able to go in and have a conversation and not escalate, but de-escalate the situation to bring it to a better close.
Okay. Mental health is a big issue. But Willie, I thank you for being part of the Hardin Local Election Marathon. We'll drop your where to learn more answer in the comments below the live stream, so anyone watching can find you. I've already dropped the website in there, so we'll add the other things. And when I publish the edited version of the video, we'll also make sure that that data is attached to that. And you can also find out more about Willie on hardinlocal.com. Click on the election link at the top, and you'll see our whole election site, which will have a lot more content after these 13 interviews are done. Coming up next at 3:30 p.m. is Alyssa. She's running for city council in Radcliff. She should be on at 3:30. So make sure that you set your timer if you live in Radcliff and come back and watch that interview. If you don't have time to watch it now, you can watch it later. One more thank you to our sponsors, the Plumbing Doctor at 765 Plum and Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. Now, Willie, give you 90 seconds to give us your best elevator pitch on why folks should vote for you.
Well, I've been in the community for 29 consecutive years. I'm a member of the Elizabethtown Lions Club, where I've been president for 2 years consecutively. I also spearheaded the building of a new club. My background as far as military, I got 6 deployments, 2 Bronze Stars. I was an operations sergeant major for the Director of Emergency Services, where I had 1,400 people, and I had a $180 million budget, and this was while I was deployed. So with me, I come with the background, and I also come with the knowledge, and I also come with the community base in which I have put in. Also, I forgot to say that, yes, I've also played Santa Claus for the past 4 years, and that also was a very inspiring situation in which it helped out the less fortunate kids.
All right, Willie. Willie, thank you for joining us again. I hope you have a good rest of your day, and also best of luck to you in the race for sheriff.
Thank you.
We will talk to you later. Have a good one. All right, everyone. Next up will be, like I said, Alyssa, who I think it's Alyssa. Is that what I said? Alyssa. I'm not going to try to pronounce her last name, but I will put her name up on screen. Replace this other with her. I'll get it up here, but I'm going to put the countdown timer up again, and you guys we'll be back in about 15 minutes with Alyssa. So if you're a Radcliff citizen or interested in Radcliff politics, she's running for Radcliff City Council. We'll be back in 15 minutes.
Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know, Hardin County. Talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on a vibe from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. When the market move, housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater, tell them where to sit. New spot, fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Hardin County. Hardin County. Feel on the vision since day one go. Built it from nothing, now the whole town know. Found it with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. Hardin County stand up. County. Hardin County. Yeah. Town nice. Let it ride. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Phone on silent, but the county talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Road to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on a vibe from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. When the market move, housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater, tell them where to sit. New spot, fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin County. Still on the vision since day one go. Built it from nothing, now the whole town know. Found it with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. Hardin County stand up. County. Hardin County. Yeah. Town nice. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Oh. Yeah. Phone on silent, but the county talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on a vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. When the market move, housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater telling where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Hardin County. Hardin County. Still on the vision since day one go. Built it from nothing, now the whole town know. Found it with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. Hardin County stand up. Stay in the know. Hardin County. County. Hardin County. Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Oh. Yeah. Phone on silent, but the county talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on a vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Yeah. Rachel got the numbers when the market move. Housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater, tell them where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin County. Feel on the vision since day one go. Built it from nothing, now the whole town know. Found it with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show.
Hello,
Hi.
Alyssa. How are
I'm
you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am great.
That's good.
Welcome back, Hardin Local. We're 6 interviews into our election marathon of 13 candidates over 7 hours, live on Facebook and YouTube. Phil Tall here. Joining me now is Alyssa. And can you pronounce your last name for us?
Yes, sure. That's Ager-Booi, Alyssa Ager-Booi.
Alyssa Ager-Booi, running for Radcliff City Council. So same format as everybody today. Every candidate in your race gets the same questions, same order, same time. Also, not your sponsors, but my sponsors at Hardin Local. We have the same sponsors as well too, the Plumbing Doctor and Omni Design Group. More on both in a few minutes. Alyssa, thank you for being here, and let's dig in.
Let's go.
Let's go. So you're running for Radcliff City Council. Why are you running for this office specifically?
So I'm running for Radcliff City Council because I want to help move the city forward in a way that's practical and centered around all of the people who live here. I also believe it's important to have a diverse council, and not necessarily by demographics, by the people's strengths and their different perspectives on things, that will be centered around the community. And if you've been following my platform, you would know that my focus is on the basic needs of the folks of Radcliff, because those needs, they basically shape everyday life. These needs, they affect public safety, neighborhoods, city services, the growth, and how our tax dollars are used.
All right. Was there anything that happened in your life that led you to run for Radcliffe City Council?
So, like a lot of people, I always say that I've been in other people's shoes. I've been there before. That's something I say a lot. So I've spent years watching families work hard. I've been the family that's been working hard to do their best and still feel like it's not good enough and they're not being heard. And through my current work with community and in these nonprofit spaces that I sit in, I see it firsthand. What people need, and I see they're not necessarily comfortable reaching out, and sometimes they don't even know the right person to contact in the first place, right, for these things that they need. So for my personal experiences and these conversations I have with folks around Radcliffe, they've made something clear that people want leadership that listens and makes them feel more transparent, accessible, and comfortable to reach out to them. And I want to help build that transparency and create, a more connected community for Radcliffe, so people and the residents can feel supported and informed and get the help that they need when they need it.
All right. What in your background most prepares you for this seat?
So my background, I have a bachelor's in accounting and an MBA in finance. So that translates to I understand budgets and how the money moves and what works and what doesn't. I'm also in nonprofit leadership, and I'm a community advocate for many people. And so that's prepared me very well for this role, because I understand the budgets. I know how to hold people accountable. And I know how to make important decisions that are both responsible and people-centered at the same time, which works well for families. And, I work closely with local families and small businesses, so I see firsthand the needs of the community.
All right. If voters only remember one thing about why they should vote for you, what is that one thing?
So I want voters to remember that I'm running to be transparent and inclusive to everybody in Radcliffe. And I want to be the voice for Radcliffe, someone who, that actually takes the job seriously, asks hard questions when they need to be made, and just stay focused on what residents need the most. And also I want people to know when they're at the ballot that I'm someone who shows results. I take those boardroom conversations in any committee meeting or anything, and I actually show results. I turn working ideas into real work. And that's very important for somebody who sits on city council.
All right, quick break. Today's election coverage is brought to you in part by the Plumbing Doctor, a family-owned Hardin County plumbing company run by Glenn and Tracy Downs right here in Elizabethtown. Excuse me. Over 20 years serving Elizabethtown, Radcliffe, Fort Knox, and Hodgeville, fully licensed and insured, 24/7 emergency service, and a 10% labor discount for military, first responders, and seniors. Look, showing up to vote on May 19th is one way to take care of your community. Another way is to call your locally owned, friendly neighborhood plumbers when your water heater goes out. When your pipes go, call local, call 765-PLUM, P-L-U-M, that's 765-PLUM, the Plumbing Doctor, experienced, reliable, and affordable. All right, let's go on and finish up these universal questions. Say you do win the first 90 days in office. What's the first concrete thing you'd do in office?
So the first thing I would do in office, I would work with our new mayor and the other 5 council members to help create city government that's, like I mentioned before, more transparent and approachable and connected with the actual people that we serve, not just the people who are present in the room. And I want to be very clear about the priorities so residents can better understand where the money is going and what projects are moving forward and where they stand currently, and have a better hold on that, so we can definitely let residents and folks of Radcliffe know where the service gaps really exist and how we can fix that together. And I would also push for more like town hall meetings and stuff like that, so residents have a place where they feel comfortable and it's not as formal as city council meetings, so they can genuinely express their concerns about things in the area, ask questions, and just stay informed in a place where we can go back and forth and they can understand why that decision was made for the public, and vice versa, so we can just understand each other. And along with that, I would like to create some type of community roundtable, working group, whatever you like to call it, with different nonprofit leaders, churches, schools, people who have service in their heart, people who actually serve in the community and service people, so we're not, duplicating efforts and wasting time and resources, and making sure we can move together smarter in Radcliffe.
All right. I'm going to combine the next two questions together because they're kind of similar. First one's about funding. Second one's about where people can find out more about your campaign. So is your campaign self-funded, donor-funded, or a mix? And also, where should voters go to learn more about your campaign?
Okay, so my campaign is funded with a mixed structure. So thank you to everybody who can support me, especially on my $10 Tuesdays. I greatly appreciate it. And those of you who can't, I appreciate the shares, likes, and the talks around town. It really helps. And also, you can find me on my campaign Facebook page. It's not my personal page. It's Alyssa for Radcliffe City Council. And I have a website with more information, alyssaforradcliffe.com. And the 4 is the number. Made it a little easy for you. Don't spell it out. alyssaforradcliffe.com.
All right, let me put that up real quick. alyssaforradcliffe.com. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
All right, check my work here. Is that right?
1L, A L, S-A. All good though. It's okay.
Let me fix it. Oh, I gotta fix it. I definitely mistyped that.
No, you're.
I can't type today. Let's see if I can get it right this time. Here we go. Correction. I'll have to delete that other one. All right. Is this one right?
Perfect.
All right, everybody. This is where you can learn more about Alyssa's campaign. Let me get your name back up. All right. Before we get into the city council specific questions, a big thank you to our second sponsor today, Omni Design Group. Omni is a second generation builder based right here in Elizabethtown. Josh Branningham and Corey Jewell, born and raised in Hardin County, with deep family and business roots in the county. They handle new construction and remodeling across residential and light commercial. Any size home, any size reno, no problem. No project is too big, no renovation is too small, and no idea is too outside of the ordinary. They're the team that built the first storage container commercial structure in Hardin County over at Heartland Mini Golf. If you've got a build, a remodel, or an outside the box project rattling around inside your head, call or text Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. That's 270-769-8339. Corey at Omni Design Group, locally owned, locally built, custom thinking. All right, time for these race-specific questions, Alyssa. You'll have 4 of them, and you'll have 2 minutes to answer each. You can bank time or whatever, If you spend less time on one, you can spend more time on the other, or you can just, not use all your time, whatever your choice.
Okay.
So we'll start with the council's job in plain language. In Radcliffe, the mayor proposes the budget and runs the day-to-day. The council approves ordinances, confirms appointments, and votes the budget up or down. In plain language, how do you see the council's job? What should a council member be doing every week that a resident doesn't necessarily see?
So, along with all of that, I see the council's job as making sure the city government is working for the people of Radcliffe. They approve the budget, pass ordinance, and making sure the ordinances are followed and the appointments, like you mentioned. But to me, it's way more than that. What's being on the city council, if you don't know the people you serve and their needs, you got to be a voice for the city. The people on council should be a voice for the people of Radcliffe. And we just have to understand the people we serve and their needs and speak for the people who may not be comfortable and speak up for the people who don't know how to navigate the system. The council's job is not just to govern, it's to listen and ask the questions that people don't know how to ask or what to ask or who to ask, and keep the residents informed and make decisions that reflect the real needs of the community.
All right. And Radcliffe, the next question is about the budget. So the current Radcliffe budget is about $18 million, with the biggest line item being police at around $6 million, fire at $3.8 million, public works at $1.69 million, and parks and rec at $1.5 million. When you're sitting on council and that budget comes across your desk, what are you looking at first? Where would you push for more investment? Where would you hold the line? And what would voters in your neighborhood notice if you got your way?
Okay, so if I get the budget across my desk, first what I'm looking for is if the things that we're funding really help Radcliffe grow. Something that's near and dear to me and important to me, it would be a push for economic development. And I know we used to have a position that would be nice to see something come back, somebody else serve as an economic developer, because Radcliffe needs more businesses, which will create more local jobs and more reasons for people to spend their money in Radcliffe and keep their dollars in Radcliff and increase our occupational tax and the economic development. It will definitely help grow our tax base and support the businesses. You know, you hear a lot of people talking about filling the empty buildings on the north side and things like that. And though city council can't control what people do with their housing to an extent, I believe if we support our small businesses, that would definitely help filling those empty vacant buildings that you see when you first come into the north side of Radcliff, and creating more opportunities for our families. If they have more money, then, you know, that turns into something for housing as well. They don't have to stress about housing as much. The cost of housing, and it's a full wraparound service whenever you support businesses and get more dollars into Radcliff. And, you know, public safety and basic service will always matter. Our police need their budget, our fire department needs their budget, public works, we all need that. We're not going to take from that. But we also have to invest in the growth to match the people of Radcliff. When the local economy is stronger, it gives the city more resources to improve those roads, to improve those parks and the cabins in those parks, the neighborhoods and all other services. So without placing the burden on, you know, taxpayer dollars.
All right. Next question is going to be about long-term residents and military families. Radcliff has about 22,500 people living right next to Fort Knox, and military families rotate in and out every few years. That's both an economic engine and a unique community dynamic. As a council member, how do you think about serving both long-term residents and military families who might only be there for 3 years? And are there specific things the council can do to make Radcliff feel like home faster for new families?
So this question is important to me because I am an Army brat. We've come in and out, and, you know, we are long-term residents here. I've been here since '97. But the main thing we need to do to focus on both of these groups and what they need most is to listen to their needs. And usually that's the same thing everybody wants. That's safer communities and dependable services and clear communication. And, you know, to the people who are just here for a little while, just to feel like they belong. The long-term residents, sometimes they feel like their voices don't matter anymore because they're grounded here. And, you know, people are just like, well, you're going to be here. Thanks. In the military family, sometimes I feel like, well, not sometimes, I feel like sometimes they feel like it's cliquish here and things like that. So we need to have more welcoming opportunities, especially since Radcliff, I believe a little under 20% of all of the adults here are veterans. So we need to do a better job of welcoming each other. And one way to do that, I know once a month on Fort Knox, there's a newcomers meeting. That's a great opportunity for other organizations in Radcliff and surrounding areas to get together and welcome in the military families and the resources in Radcliff that we have and the options and things to do and the businesses to attend and things like that.
All right. Question 11 is about ordinance priorities. Recent Radcliff ordinance work has included things like the 3% short-term rental tax that was activated at the state on House Bill 8, code enforcement, and updates to city services. What's a specific ordinance or policy area you'd push the council to take up in the next 4 years? Something you hear about from neighbors that you think the council could actually do something about?
So as far as policy go, I would have to refer back to what I mentioned earlier, more of economic development and business growth, because Radcliff has real potential with our location and, like we mentioned in the previous question, being connected to Fort Knox. So we have to be very intentional about what we do when it comes to economic development. And I would want the council to focus on attracting the right businesses and the right initiatives and supporting local entrepreneurs so they can keep their doors open, and encouraging redevelopment and restructuring of those businesses and making sure the growth benefits the people who actually live here, not just the people in the room, as I mentioned earlier. Basically, just for me, economic development is not just about adding more. We need to make more opportunities with what we have, which in turn strengthens our tax base and improves the quality of life across all of the residents of Radcliff.
All right, we're up to the last question, and just want to let you know we'll do this last question, and then I'll close us out after, and then actually I'll do my closing, and then I'm going to let you close us out with a 90-second elevator pitch of why people should vote for you. And you actually have some extra time, so you could go to like 2 or 3 minutes if you have that long of a elevator pitch. But we'll get to the first question, then I'll say my closing remarks, and then I'll allow you to do that. Close us out with that last part.
Gotcha.
All right. So the last question is about working across boundaries. The council doesn't operate alone. The city works, with other areas like Fort Knox, Hardin County Physical Court, Hardin County Schools, the Sheriff's Office, and neighboring cities like Vine Grove and E-Town. Where do you think Radcliff needs stronger working relationships, and how would you, as a council member, actually build them?
Yeah, so stronger working relationships. So Radcliff needs those relationships stronger, of course, between the city government and the residents of Radcliff, the local businesses, the schools, Fort Knox connected families, and Fort Knox initiatives, and all the community service organizations, churches, and everything. As too often, like I mentioned before, people are just doing good work. A lot of people are doing a lot of work, good work for the city. But they're doing it separately without talking to other people. So that just leads to missed opportunities and efforts that are duplicated that don't need to happen, and residents not knowing where to turn, who to go to, and who's doing what. So one way I would help build those relationships, like I mentioned earlier, the town halls during community events, and town halls just put on by the city. Just be more intention about spaces for collaboration between city government and the residents of round halls, because those town halls are going to give the residents a chance to, like I mentioned earlier, ask their questions, raise their concerns, and hear directly from city leadership and things like that. And like I mentioned before, again, get these organizations together and have these working groups and these roundtable talks to discuss what community service organizations are doing and nonprofits and everything, so we can share our resources and split the liability instead of having everybody spend all of their dollars for certain things. I'll use this past Easter for an example. I'll even use my organization. We could have done a better. The Limbo Foundation, we could have collaborated with other people. Granted, the day we did an Easter egg hunt, we were the only one doing one that day, but the day before we did ours, there were like 7 Easter egg hunts in Hardin County. Imagine what that could have looked like if we all collaborated together on one room and done one day and one the next day. It could have been bigger for everybody and bigger for the community. Because if you're truly into service work, it's not about getting your name, your organization, and out there. It's like, what can you do for the people, not the other way around.
All right. Alyssa, thank you for being part of the Hardin Local Election Marathon. We've already dropped your website in there. Make sure you guys that are watching I put the wrong address in, but I updated it. I'll delete the wrong one out here shortly. And also, if you want to put anything else in the comments about tag your Facebook page, whatever else you want to do, make sure you do that when you're off on the stream. Coming up next at 4 p.m. will be Michelle Bowen. She's a candidate for Hardin County PVA. So stay with us. That'll be at 4 o'clock. One more thank you to our sponsors, the Plumbing Doctor at 765 Plum and Corey at Omnia Design Group, 270-769-8339. Now, Alyssa, take 90 seconds. You can actually take up to 2.5 minutes since you didn't use all your time, and give us your best elevator pitch for why people should vote for you.
So voters, on May 19th, you should vote for me for many reasons. I am from Radcliff. So what that means is I understand the community in a real way. I'm out working in the community. I understand the people's needs, and I just don't care to get down and dirty and ask hard questions and get what the city really needs. Like I mentioned, also, I have a background in finance and accounting. So that's a good way. It's good to have people on council who really understand finances and the budget and how the money moves. And also, I am a Navy veteran. I served in the Navy for 8 years, and I've spent many years working in nonprofit spaces locally and serving people directly. So, and I've also been in the shoes of the people I serve. So I understand where they're coming from and how they feel and what they need across the board. Like I said, I've been on every side of the fence and even straddling it. So I know what the community needs as far as every neighborhood in Radcliff and what every type of person in Radcliff needs. Because Radcliff is a very diverse community, and this community deserves leadership that's transparent and inclusive and that shows up for the people and truly wants to make connections with the residents and city government.
All right, Alyssa, thank you for spending some time with us today. I enjoyed it. Hope you have a good rest of the week, and also best of luck to you on May 19th.
Thank you for having me. Have a good day.
You're welcome. You too.
Bye.
All right, everyone. We are going to take another break. Let me take her off here. And we'll be back at 4 o'clock, so in a little, about 10 minutes, with Michelle Bowen, I think is how it's said, Bowen. We'll get it corrected if I'm wrong. My mom just texted me and said it's like Bo. So thank you, Mother. Bowen. And that'll be at 4 o'clock. She's running for Hardin County PVA. So I'm going to go ahead and put up the screen again with the countdown timer and join us. We won't close the stream out, so you can just mute if you don't like our theme song, or you can listen along. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Yeah. Rachel got the numbers when the market move. Housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater tell him where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. From nothing, now the whole town know. Found her with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. County stand up. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Ooh, let us ride. Hardin County. town nice. Stay in the know, Hardin County. Talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the Hardin County. Yeah. Rachel got the numbers when the market move. Housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater telling where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Stay in the know, Hardin County. Hardin Local, let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know, Hardin County. From nothing, now the whole town know. Found her with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. County stand up. Stay in that know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Ooh, let us ride. Hardin County. Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know, Hardin County.
Welcome back to Hardin Local. Hello, Michelle. You're our 7th interview on this election marathon, so you're exactly halfway point. I'm surprised I haven't lost my voice yet. I'm running on the most live streams I've done all week, so thank you for being here, though.
Oh, thank you for having us.
So, I'm Phil Tall, and we are live on Facebook and YouTube. as part of our election marathon, which will run until 7:45 or so tonight. Right now, we have Michelle Bowen running in the Republican primary for Hardin County PVA. This will be my first interview for anybody for that office. We have the others later on today, but same format as everybody today. Every candidate in your race gets the same questions, same order, same time. And then we also at Hardin Local have the same sponsors all day too, the Plumbing Doctor and Oden Design Group. More both on them in a few minutes. Michelle, thanks for being here. Let's dig in.
Okay.
Get your name up first. There we go. I was just talking to my mom and she said, just remember bow, like a bow and arrow, Bowen. So.
Thanks, Megan.
Well, let's get into it. You're running for PVA. Why this office specifically?
So I think PVA is a very important office, but it is somewhat undervalued by the public. I've always been interested in facts and figures, and I'm somewhat of a perfectionist when it comes to things like that. I have a background in accounting. That's what my degree is in. So I just, I don't know, I have just been interested in PVA, specifically since 911 started in 2018. Fiscal court enacted the 911 fee. And since then, we have worked with the PVA office closely to get that fee on property tax bills. And I've just seen some things through doing that interested me in PVA, and some things that maybe I thought that I would like to address in that office. So.
All right. Briefly, was there anything that happened in your life that led you to run for office?
So I have been interested in government since I was in school. I always was interested in civics class, and it just is interesting to me, obviously. But PVA specifically, like I said, I know that it is not a office that sets policy or votes on laws, that kind of thing. But I think that there are quite a few things that the PVA's office does in order to make our county a better place to work and to live. And if we didn't have valuations set by the PVA office, we wouldn't have money for budgetarily in the county, such as infrastructure, emergency services. All those things basically start based on PVA valuations. And I think that's important.
All right. What in your background most prepares you to be the PVA?
Well, like I said, my background in accounting, I think, has made me very detail oriented. And then also my work at 911. So I've been in public service for about 15 years at the 911 office. I've worked my way up from telecommunicator to currently deputy director. And I have been involved with our local government every step of the way. 911 we are funded by, currently we're funded by the 911 fee. Previously, we were funded some part from the county and part from a landline fee that was on telephone lines. So I've just been involved with the budget, with all kinds of different things in county government. And I think that prepares me as well for this job.
All right. If voters only remember one thing about why they should vote for you, what is that one thing? Accuracy
you can trust. I think that being accurate is the most important thing that you can do in the PVA's office. If it is the cornerstone of what makes that office click.
All right, quick break. Today's election coverage is brought to you in part by the Plumbing Doctor, a family-owned Hardin County plumbing company run by Glenn and Tracy Downs right here in Elizabethtown. Over 20 years serving E-Town, Radcliff, and Fort Knox and Hodgenville. Fully licensed and insured, 24/7 emergency service, and a 10% labor discount for military, first responders, and seniors. Look, coming up to vote on May 19th is one way you can help take care of your community. Another is calling your locally owned plumbing company when you need service. So when your pipes go, call local, call 765-PLUM. That's PLUM. That's 765-PLUM, the Plumbing Doctor. Experienced, reliable, and affordable. All right, Michelle, let's move on to the next question, which is about first 90 days in. Say you do get elected. What's the first concrete thing you do in office?
I think the most important thing to do is go in and observe. I mean, I'm not currently working in that office. I don't know how it operates. I don't know the processes exactly that they use. I know there is a KRS that spells out what you need to do. How that is done locally in that particular office, I don't know. So I would like to learn that. I would like to talk to the employees and see what they say. Do they have ideas to be more efficient? Do they have ideas that could streamline the process? So especially in the first 90 days, I think observing and talking to employees is going to be the most important thing that you could do.
All right, I'm going to combine the next two questions because they're pretty simple. One to do with funding and where to find out more about you. The first part of the question is your campaign self-funded, donor-funded, or a mix? And then after that, where should voters go to learn more about your campaign?
So the majority of my campaign is self-funded. We have had some people that have donated, and I appreciate that. And if you want to find out more about me, I'm on Facebook, Michelle Bowen for Hardin County PVA. That's the best place. I've been posting on there things, interesting things about the PVA, facts about the PVA in our county, and also things that I think the PVA should stand for. So that all can be found on Facebook.
All righty. We'll have to make sure we get that tagged in the comments of the live stream. Before we get into the PVA specific questions, a big thank you to our second sponsor today, Omni Design Group. Omni is a second generation builder based here in Elizabethtown. Josh Branningham and Corey Jewell, born and raised in Hardin County with deep family and business roots in the county. They handle new construction and remodeling across residential and light commercial. Any size home, any size reno, no project is too big, no renovation is too small, and no idea too out of the ordinary. They are the team that built the first storage container commercial structure in Hardin County over at Heartland Mini Golf. If you've got a build, a remodel, or an outside the box project rattling around in your head, call or text Corey at Omni Design Group 270-769-8339. That's 270-769-8339. Corey at Omni Design Group. Locally owned, locally built, custom thinking. All right, we're going to get into these race specific questions. Michelle, I think there's 10 of them. You have 2 minutes on each. If you don't use your time, you can use it on a different question, or you can use it at the end for your closing.
Okay.
I'll be keeping track. I'll let you know if you go over. And this is my first time to do these questions for the PVA office. So if I get anything wrong, make sure you let me know.
All right.
As I set up the questions, because I had a bunch of offices to do and I did the best I could. I think I got everything right. We'll see.
All right.
Kentucky law requires the PVA to assess every property at 100% fair cash value, and home values across Hardin County have risen sharply over the last several years. When a homeowner opens their notice and sees a big jump, how do you explain the methodology used, and how do you make sure valuations are consistent block to block and neighborhood to neighborhood?
So there are generally 3 methodologies that PVA would use. For residential, they use the cash basis or market value. In Hardin County, every year there's a valuation. Every 4 years, there is an actual physical on-site inspection of each property. So I would explain to them that fair market value means what a willing buyer would pay to a willing seller. I know a lot of people, the market has been crazy these last few years. So a lot of people have seen a real jump in their valuation. And that's hard on people. That's real money coming out of their pockets. So I would explain to them the fair market value. And then also I would explain to them the process if they want to, oh my gosh, what is the word I'm looking for, Phil? If they want to,
it's okay. Just say it a different way.
If they want to look at a different value for their property, then I would explain to them the process for that. There are many things from the PVA's office. In fact, most things are come down from the state rules that the state has per KRS. So the process to revalue your property, if you don't agree with it, is also laid out in that. So there is a process. I would explain that process to them. But it all starts with a phone call and a conference between the PVA's office and the property owner. So that's where it would all begin.
All right, I may have that word for you because the next question is called the appeal process.
Yes, thank you. If you want to appeal your property value.
So walk us through what a Hardin County homeowner should actually do if they think their assessment is wrong, and what would you personally change about that experience, if anything, to make it easier and more transparent?
So the first thing they would do, like I said, is the conference. They would come in for a conference in person. If a value cannot be agreed upon in that conference, then you go to the appeals board locally. And then if you can't agree upon a value there, then you can appeal it again to the state level. So there are different levels of appeal. There are multiple levels. There's always that option to the property owner if that's what they feel it needs to be done. But I have listened to another candidate in this race who is currently working in the PBA office, and he has advised that most of the time through the conference, people come to an agreement. So I would hope that would continue. I think working with people in our county is the best way to get things done.
All right. The next question has to do with technology and online tools. Is Q Public still used for online property lookups?
Yes, that's what's online. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the Hardin County PVA currently uses Q Public for online property lookups. What's your vision for how technology in the PVA office could evolve over the next 4 years? And what should Hardin County residents be able to do online that they can't do today?
So I actually, through 911, have used Q Public a lot when we're looking up different things and doing different things with our mapping and so forth. So I think, it's a good product. I don't know what else is available to the PVA's office. That, like many other things, is also allocated by the state. So you have to go by what they offer. I'm not a techie person, but I am not opposed to technology. Actually, I love technology. And if there are things that we can do to have better service, to be more productive, or to be more efficient, I'm all in. I just went to a conference a few months ago for 911, and there is an AI product that can do all of our QAs and help when we answer 911 calls. It just offers a plethora of helpful things. And I was the first to say, okay, let's try this. Let's see what it does. Let's look at the product. So I'm all for technology. I don't think that we should make things harder or be scared. We are moving into the future, and that's, we got to drag everybody along with it if that's what we need to do. But I definitely would look at technology to improve things in the PVA office.
All right. The next question has to do with inspection staffing in the 4-year cycle. Hardin County has well over 50,000 parcels. The state law requires every one of them to be physically inspected at least once every 4 years. Mm-hmm. How do you make sure that actually happens on time? And how do you keep a staff of appraisers trained, equipped, and retained?
That's a great question, Phil. That is one of the questions that I would actually ask in my first 90 days. I'm interested in that process. It's my understanding now that there are 2 full-time people who go out. I actually see them in the mornings when I come into work. I see them leaving with their box of files and, going out in the truck. So not only are they physically looking at every property, they have physical files, paper files that they're taking with them. So I'm interested in that process and to see maybe if we could make it more efficient, or what their thought is on that. So
that's a lot. Well, thank you. That's a lot. That's like 12,000 a year almost.
Yeah, it's a lot. Mm-hmm.
That's pretty crazy. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
It seems crazy to me when I think about it just as a citizen, that they have to go out every day. Literally, that's all they do every day is drive around and physically, look at somebody's property, measure whatever they need to do to update the records. So and it is a lot. It's a lot of work.
All right. Well, the next question will be your last question. And before I ask it, I just wanted to explain to you that after you're done with that, I'll do my closing out, but then I'm going to let you close out this section with a 90 Actually, you can take up to 2.5 minutes because you have extra time to,
Okay.
to elevator pitch people why they should vote for you.
Okay.
But we'll start with the last question. This one's with communicating with residents. The PVA doesn't set tax rates. The physical court, cities, and school boards do. But the PVA is often the first person a homeowner calls when the tax bill arrives. How do you plan to communicate with Hardin County residents so they understand what the PVA actually controls and where their tax dollars really come from?
So one of the things that I have campaigned on is public education. I don't think that people know enough about the PVA office, what it could do for them, and what options they have if they have problems. I had talked about, for this specific question, I had talked about teaming up with the sheriff's office. The current sheriff does mobile tax collection where he goes out into the county, different cities, and he will collect property taxes on site, usually at a fire department in the city. I think that it would be beneficial for the public if a member of the PVA staff or the PVA himself or herself was out there to answer questions and just, provide any kind of answer or education answers that people, what they want to know about. For example, I've seen this post going around on Facebook, and at the beginning of it, it always says, I would really like to hear from the PVA candidates. And the post is about how you are taxed on the valuation of your house, the current valuation, not what you paid for it. Well, that is a great question, but actually that lies within the Kentucky Constitution and the state legislators. It has nothing to do with the PVA, themselves, because those things are decided per KRS. So I would educate people that way as well. I don't know. I have a passion for public education. I do it right now in my job at 911. So I would continue that. I would like to talk to the public. I think it's important. An educated public I just think they trust the process more. And I think they feel more comfortable getting involved if they're educated and, know what's going on in their community.
All right, Michelle. Well, thank you for being part of the Hardin Local Election Marathon. And also thank you for your work at E911.
Thank you.
We'll drop your. And by the way, guys, if you haven't watched our, we do a series with Hardin County government every month. And last month, or it was the month before, maybe it was last month, we talked with the 911. You can find that interview on our page, and it's very helpful. I don't think a lot of people realize what E911 does and what those people do for our community. But anyway, enough about that, Michelle. We'll drop your where to learn more answers in the comments below in the live stream. I've already added some things, but I need to tag your Facebook page. But feel free also to add in there too, and keep an eye on it in case anybody asks you any questions there. Coming up next at 4:30 is Toshie Murrell, candidate for mayor of Radcliff, and that is our halfway point in the marathon. Well, I think it's already the halfway point, to be honest, but close enough. So stay with us after this one. One more thank you to our sponsors, the Plumbing Doctor at 765 Plum and Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. And Michelle, go ahead and you have up to 2.5 minutes to do your best elevator pitch. Why people should.
Okay. So I decided to run for Hardin County PVA because property valuation affects everyone. It needs to be done fairly and accurately. Many times people don't understand the process, or they feel like they don't have a voice when something seems wrong. Through strong communication, I hope to make both the valuation and the appeals process easier to understand. The PVA's office should serve the public fairly, consistently, and transparently. With my background in public service, I am committed to treating taxpayers with respect. Ultimately, I am running to bring trust, accountability, and fairness to an office that directly impacts our entire community. So I would appreciate your vote, and I would appreciate you looking at my Facebook page and learning about me, seeing what I stand for. It's all there for anybody to look at. Also, you can email me at bowen.hardinpva@gmail.com if you have any questions, or you can send me a message on Facebook. I would love to hear if you have questions.
All right, Michelle. Thank you for joining us. Hope you have a great rest of your day, and best of luck to you on May 19th.
All right. Thank you.
All right, bye. All right, everyone. We are done with that 7th interview. So we are officially at the halfway point now. We will have Toshie Murrell coming up here in about 10 minutes at 4:30. So we look forward to talking with her. I think for now, I do want to take some time and remind you guys to, let me pull up my QR code here. Here we go. That QR code, if you scan that, or you can go to Hardin, it'll take you to hardinlocal.com, which is our, it's basically our link tree page, just has all our links. And at the top of that page, there's a link to our website for all the Hardin County election coverage. And we will be posting all these videos. It already has over 10 videos there. You got to scroll down and click on the race. And then when you go into the race page, you'll find those videos embedded there. And they're all laid out nice and neat. So where once we're done with these, you'll be able to see like who's running against each other and kind of watch the videos, the parts that interest you, and try to help you to make your decision on May 19th. We also have our events calendar, which is pretty cool. It's linked on that page as well. You can also find it there. But we also highly encourage you to like our Facebook pages if you haven't. We have about, I think about 50 to 60% of people that engage with us don't actually follow the page. And also follow our page on YouTube, our channel. And we also have a presence on TikTok and LinkedIn and Spotify. I'm going to try to put all these interviews, like each individual interview, on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. I don't know if I'll get that done this week since it's Derby week, but it's on my list. So you should follow us on your favorite streaming service as well, because we are there. You just look us up, or you can go to hardinlocal.com or scan this QR code to figure that out. So we will be back here in about 9 minutes with Toshie Murrell, who's running for mayor of Radcliff. And I hope you join us for that, especially if you live in Radcliff. And we'll go over the schedule after the next interview. I'm getting my voice is struggling, so I'm going to take a break. But we'll be back in about 8 minutes.
Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Yeah. Rachel got the numbers when the market move. Housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater telling where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe, from the news in the know, Hardin County. Hardin County. Go. Built it from nothing, now the whole town know. Found it with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin local on the beat. Yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks. In the flow, Hardin County stand up. Stand up, Hardin County. Hardin local, let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Ooh, let us ride. Hardin County. Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know, Hardin County. Talk loud. Hardin local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the to the city lights. Stay in the know, Hardin County. Yeah. Rachel got the numbers when the market move. Housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater, tell him where to sit. New spot, fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Stay in the know, Hardin County. Hardin local, let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know, Hardin County. Hardin County. Yeah. Feel on the vision since day one go. Built it from nothing, now the whole town know. Found it with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin local on the beat. Yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks. Every voice in the flow. Hardin County stand up. Stand up, Hardin Hardin County. Hardin County.
Hello and welcome back, Hardin County. We have Toshie with us. Let's get everything set up. Toshie, how are you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you, Phil?
I'm great. My voice is starting to give out, but
I'll bet.
I'll make it. I will. Here we go. Let's pull your name up. All right. So this is interview 8, I think, of 13. So let's get to my notes. Quick programming note before we bring in our next candidate, which we already have you up here. We are officially halfway through the Hardin Local Election Marathon. 8 of 13 interviews in the books. So we have about another 6 to go. We're going to keep going straight through to about 7:45, 8 tonight on this one continuous stream. I think I'm supposed to take a drink of water, my script says, to make it look more dramatic.
There, I'll have a drink with you.
Thanks. Of course that would happen. But we are back. I had a little browser crash there. If I do crash out on technology, I have my other computer running.
Okay.
If it does happen, I'll put up like that election marathon screen while I get back. You just sit tight, you know. Hopefully it won't happen, but I've never done a stream this long, so we'll see what happens. All right. If you're just joining us, roll back on Facebook or YouTube. Every interview is already recorded into the timeline of this stream, and we'll be cutting them out as a standalone YouTube videos in post-production. So polls open May 19th, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. local. You can go to govote.ky.gov to confirm your registration and find your polling place, which in Hardin County, you can go to any of them. So, all right, back to it. Joining me now is Toshie Murrell, running for mayor of Radcliff. Same format as everybody today, except for one, which I'll explain after Toshie's done. It has nothing to do with her race. I did mess up on one of these. Every candidate in your race gets the same questions, same order, same time. And then we at Hardin Local have the same sponsors all day too, the Plumbing Doctor and Omni Design Group. More on both of them in a few minutes. Toshie, thanks for being here. Let's dig in.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
All right. Well, we already know you're running for mayor of Radcliff.
I am.
And so I just want to know your why. Why are you running for this office specifically?
I think it's the next practical step. I'm currently on the city council. This is my 3rd term, and I'm currently the mayor pro tem. I've taken this opportunity to sit with JJ to learn what the process is as a council member. And I think it's just the next logical step to become the mayor.
All right. Was there anything that happened in your life that led you to run for mayor?
Well, I'm from here. I've lived in Radcliff my whole life. There's 3 generations here. My daughter, my grandkids, we've all graduated from North Hardin. So it wasn't like I prepared to one day say I'm going to become the mayor, but because I have a lot of history here, I have a lot of memories here, I have legacy here, and I have experience with the businesses that I have, working with the city, and I just think that I'm able to help bring back some of that history, go forward with some future ideas, but also help businesses because I have 2 Radcliff businesses. So I know the process.
All right. What in your background most prepares you for this seat?
Well, I have a lot, and I'm not going to touch on the 20 plus, over 30 plus years of being president of the Heart of Kentucky Association 3 times. I'm going to touch on a couple things that I think are important experiences to have, besides being a business owner, nonprofit owner of 2 different nonprofits, 3 different nonprofits, but also I've been on the leadership program. 1999 class, Radcliffe class leadership was the second class that Radcliffe ever had, Radcliffe Pine Grove. It's now the Hardin County Chamber leadership program. I've been at the E-Town leadership program. So I have done a lot of things, not intentionally knowing that one day this would be my path. But I have a lot of experience in a lot of different organizations that are preparing me because that's just who I am. Those are just the things that I do.
All right. If voters only remember one thing about why they should vote for you, what is that one thing?
I am very passionate about people and pets. And most people know that about the pets. And I'm hopefully that they know that with pets come people, and I am a people person, and I'm very passionate about Radcliffe. I'm a big cheerleader and advocate for Radcliffe. And I just want people to know that I'm Radcliffe's biggest cheerleader.
All right. I know all about the pets too. I got my dog. So appreciate for everything you do with the pets. You do a lot.
Thank you.
Anyway, quick break. Today's election coverage is brought to you in part by the Plumbing Doctor, a family-owned Hardin County plumbing company run by Glenn and Tracy Downs right here in Elizabethtown. Over 20 years serving E-Town, Radcliffe, Fort Knox, and Hodgenville, fully licensed and insured 24/7 emergency service and a 10% labor discount for military, first responders, and seniors. Look, one way that you can support your community is by showing up to vote on May 19th. But another way is by calling your locally owned neighborhood plumbers when your water heater goes out or you have issues with plumbing. So when your pipes go, call local, call 765-PLUM. That's PLUM. That's 765-PLUM, the Plumbing Doctor. Experienced, reliable, and affordable. All right, Toshie, first 90 days in, say you win mayor of Radcliffe. What's the first concrete thing you do in office?
The first thing that I'm going to do is have an orientation for the council members. I think it's critical that the new council have a copy of our budget. They have a copy of the ordinances. We bring in all the department heads and the staff, main staff. Everyone gets to meet everyone, ask questions, get to know each other. But more importantly, the orientation for the new council is going to be a tool that they're going to need, that we're going to need to be able to move forward with the knowledge that we need to be working together for the city. So that's the first thing I'm going to do, but I'm also going to do a strat plan. And I know that those two go hand in hand. So you've probably heard of this, but there's a SWOT type of a strat plan. That's your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats. And I think it's important that we sit down collectively and come up with our goals, short-term and long-term, using that type of a strategic planning analogy.
All right. These next two questions I'm going to combine because they're real short and they're kind of related, okay, whether with funding, campaign funding, and where to find you. So is your campaign self-funded, donor-funded, or a mix? And then where should voters go to learn more about your campaign?
Well, it is a mix. I started my kickoff actually back last fall. So I had started the contributions at that time, and I'm still getting some contributions, but I'm certainly funding a lot of it myself. You can learn about me I have 2 Facebook pages, Toshie Murrell for Radcliffe Mayor, my personal page, which I'm really on more than anything, Toshie Singleton Murrell. And I've been doing since February each month a Talk with Toshie event. That is at Colvin. The last one is May 12th. The last one before the primary is Tuesday, May 12th. It's from 5 to 8 at Colvin Community Center. You can come for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, stay for 3 hours. And I also invited all the council members. There's 14 council candidates that are running, and they've been invited to all my events. I'm getting to know them. They're getting to know me. I'm hoping that I'm helping them. So that's an opportunity to have all of us in one location.
All right. Before we get into the mayor specific questions, a big thank you to our second sponsor today, Omni Design Group. Omni is a second generation builder based right here in Elizabethtown. Josh Branningham and Corey Jewell, born and raised in Hardin County, with deep family and business roots in the county. They handle new construction and remodeling across residential and light commercial, any size home, any size reno. No project is too big, no renovation is too small, and no idea is too out of the ordinary. They're the team that built the first storage container commercial structure in Hardin County over at Heartland Mini Golf. If you've got a build, a remodel, or an outside-the-box project rattling around in your head, call or text Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. That's 270-769-8339. Corey at Omni Design Group, locally owned, locally built, custom thinking. All right, Toshie, let's get into these race-specific questions. The first one, I guess we'll start with the budget. The city's most recent budget is about $18.3 million in the current fiscal year. As mayor, you propose the budget and lead the conversation about what the city can and can't afford. What's your approach? Where would you invest more? Where would you hold the line? And how do you communicate those trade-offs to residents who often don't see the budget until it's already being voted on, if at all?
Well, number one priority with our budget is police and fire. We certainly have been working these last several budget cycles to make sure that they have pay increases for retention, for recruitment. So we certainly are not going to waver with our public safety departments, new equipment. Also for anything that they need, that's top priority. Public works, roads, sidewalks. You hear a lot about sidewalks. So what is that going to look like? How much are we going to need to put into that? But that's something that I think we need to address and really just move forward with these sidewalk projects. In order, quality of life. You know, if you watch me on Facebook at all, you'll see I'm talking about some different expansions or visionary projects for community parks. We have ballparks. We have Duval. That's 5 ballparks: baseball, softball, t-ball. We have Dolly Park. That is soccer and some playground equipment. We have Radcliff City Park, skate park, a couple picnic areas, and a pavilion. And we have the Saunders Nature Preserve. None of those really offer a lot of green space, in my opinion. And I've lived here, like I said, my whole life. I grew up in Radcliff City Park. So I would like to see us use some land that we have, which is across from Dolly Park. There's a little road. If anybody wants to go over there and see, there's a road that comes right around the curve before you get to Seth Court. There's about 37 acres. So close to 40 acres that Radcliff owns that would make an ideal community park expansion without raising taxes. That's a project that we could look at and do in baby steps over time.
You're good time.
That's our main budget items, right? Safety and quality of life.
Yeah, you're right. Next question is about Fort Knox and the local economy. Radcliff has more than 22,000 residents and sits right next to Fort Knox. They say about 30% of the economy runs through that gate one way or the other for Radcliff. How do you think about the city's relationship with posts, with military families who live in Radcliff, and with the commanders who rotate through every couple of years?
I think we have a great relationship. We have the Knox Regional Development Alliance that is actually housed in Radcliff. As the mayor, I would sit on their board. Mayors sit on that board. So they are very in tune with the communication that happens with change of commands, the different commanders that come in. We have a very strong relationship with the President CEO, Lance O'Brien. We have Vice President Beth Avey. We're very close with them. They're very close with us and all the community because that is what they do to help Fort Knox and us outside the gate and other communities. So we already have that strong relationship. We have pride in our military families. We are a melting pot. We are a military community. Radcliff is the most diverse community of all of our cities in Hardin County. And we take pride in that, and we support our military families.
All right. The next question will be about public safety partnerships. Police, fire, EMS services in Hardin County are delivered by a mix of city, county, and the sheriff's office, Hardin County schools, and cities. Some also share costs for like SROs. As mayor, how would you approach those partnerships? And are there specific areas, equipment, coverage, response times, or training where you think the city should push for more or do it more itself?
So currently we've had just a little bit of conversation about needing a third fire department in Radcliff. Our relationships are already great with the merging of 911. That merged, so Radcliff no longer has that an office housed in the police department that is now with the county. That saved us some money, so that it was a good merger for the 911 department. But now with the growth of Radcliff, the different developments that we're seeing that are spread out in different areas of Radcliff, north, south, some of the different areas, there's talk of a third fire department for quicker response times. So I think that's going to be something that's going to be in our SWAT strategic planning session, whether or not we're going to be able to make that happen, and should we make that happen and when.
Okay. So the next question is about growth and a comprehensive plan.
Mhm.
The county does have a plan guiding document and development long term, but day-to-day growth decisions and annexation, zoning requests, building permits, infrastructure, and extensions happen at the city level. What's your vision for how Radcliff grows over the next 4 years? And how do you balance new development with preserving what makes the city feel like home to people who already live there?
So with everything, there's people that want growth, there's people that see the need for growth, and there's people that want to keep Radcliff the way it is. What does that look like? I don't know. Some people maybe haven't lived here 60 years like I have. So Radcliff is not the way it is. We currently are in the development stage of a 168 unit homes, apartments, 128 homes. And that is next to the Arnold's rental, and next to the E-Town Bath. So that is already in the works, that growth. There's a subdivision, 70 acres on Liberty. It's called Liberty Heights. It's on the northern end of Radcliff. So we're seeing that. How do you balance that? I like to see more residential homes, which is what our goal is. Not trying to put down apartment units, but I would rather see us have more residential homes versus transient residents that come in and out of the apartment units. That helps with growth. And it also, I think people enjoy residential homes more so than seeing a lot of apartments go up. We don't need too many more apartments. But we're going to get the growth. I'll tell you too, in 2020, there was about $12.7 million worth of building permits. 2025, we've had 47.9. So almost $43 million worth of growth in building permits. Growth is inevitable. If you want to keep your taxes low, which we are at an all-time low, you don't want to raise taxes, which nobody does. Growth helps give us more services, gives us more quality of life, recreational, enjoyment, things to do, but you have to have growth.
All right. Well, we're up to our last question now, but before I do the last question, I just want to explain to you how we'll close out. I'll ask the last question, you'll answer it, then I'll do my closing. Okay. And then after I do my closing, I'll give you 90 seconds to give your best elevator pitch and why people should. Okay. So the last question has to do with working across boundaries. The mayor doesn't get to govern alone. You have city council that passes ordinances. You also have to work with the county physical court that runs services in Radcliff. And in Radcliff's case, you also do some work with the Fort Knox that touches other major decisions. How do you build working relationships across boundaries, especially when you disagree on policy or substance?
Well, first and foremost, we take care of Radcliff. I'm sure each city, that is their role and their responsibility to take care of their cities. Fort Knox takes care of Fort Knox. Collectively, there's already an established relationship with all of the surrounding cities and Fort Knox. My goal will be Radcliff first. Radcliff first. I see everyone working together well, and we just need to make sure that what we have for Radcliff, the plan that we have for Radcliff is what fits best for our community and for our citizens.
Toshie, thank you for being part of the Hardin Local Election Marathon. We'll drop where to learn more about you in the comments. I already put the name of your Facebook page, but I need to tag it. If you want to tag it in the comments, you can too. And if you want to put your number and email in the comments of this, feel free to do so as well. I'll also have a cutout. I'll cut your standalone interview out and put it out there as well. Coming up next at 5 p.m. is Casey Overstreet, a candidate for Hardin County PVA. So he'll be on at 5 p.m. So stay with us. One more thank you to our sponsors, the Plumbing Doctor at 765 Plum and Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. Now, Toshie, give us your best elevator pitch for why people should vote for you. You have 90 seconds.
Okay. So why am I asking for your vote? Why do I want to be your next mayor? I think we need education within our community, and I plan to educate. As I've been door knocking, I've been educating on our budget at 18 million versus E-Town budget at 130 million. People need to realize that's $122 million difference. Code enforcement is big. There is a code enforcement process. What is that? We need to educate the people on that. I want to engage and have open communication, talks as far as town hall meetings, and also we need to get some more grants and we need some more private investors. So I'm going to be able to bring all those. I have contacts with people. I'm very resourceful. I have a lot of resources, and I'm going to continue to do what I've been doing for 30 plus years as an adult business owner and community leader and community supporter. And I'm driven. I'm very proactive. I don't want us to stay stagnant, and I don't want us to miss opportunities. So I'm asking for your vote. I'm asking for your involvement, and I'm asking for your support, because together we are stronger and we will move Radcliff forward. And I thank you for this opportunity.
Oh, you're welcome. And I hope you have a good rest of your day, and best of luck to you on May 19th.
Thank you.
And we will see you next time.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. We have finished the interview with Toshie Murrell. And next up will be Casey Overstreet at 5 p.m., which is in about 8 minutes. So what I'll do is I need to take a quick break, so I'm going to stick up the timer. So I'll stick that timer for 7 minutes, and I'll see you guys again at 5 p.m.
Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know, Hardin County. Talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the Hardin County. Yeah. Rachel got the numbers when the market move. Housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater telling where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Stay in the know, Hardin County. Hardin Local, let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know, Hardin County. From nothing, now the whole town know. Found her with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. County stand up. Stay in that know. Hardin County. Hardin Local, let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Ooh, let us ride. Hardin County. Yeah. Your town nice. Let it ride. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the to the city lights. Stay in the know, Hardin County. Yeah. Rachel got the numbers when the market move. Housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater, tell him where to sit. New spot, fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Stay in the know, Hardin County. Hardin Local, let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know, Hardin County. Hardin County. Go. Built it from nothing, now the whole town know. Found her with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street,
Welcome back to Hardin Local. We're on our 9th of 13 candidate interviews during this election marathon, live on Facebook and YouTube. Give me a second here to switch out the name so we got the right person. So, Phil Tall here, and joining me now is Casey Overstreet, running in the Republican primary for Hardin County PVA. So I like to usually lead off by saying safe, same format as everybody today. Every candidate in the race gets the same questions, but that's not necessarily true this time around because my system messed up and Casey's got some different questions. They're at the heart of them, they're about the same, but there's one in there that's totally different than what I did earlier. So that's my bad. I'm owning that. I'm sorry. It wasn't supposed to be that way.
It's all good.
You still get the same order, same time, and we also here at Hardin Local have the same sponsors all day too, the Plumbing Doctor and Omni Design Group. More on both of them in a few minutes. Casey, thanks for being here.
Absolutely. Yep. Thanks, Phil, for having me. And thanks, Hardin Local, for putting this on today.
Yeah, let's dig into it. We'll start with the first 7 questions are the ones everybody gets. First question has to do with why. So you're running for Hardin County PVA. Why are you doing it? This office specifically?
Well, it's kind of a mixture of things. So I started working in the Hardin County Finance Office probably close to 15 years ago, working for Carolyn Kiefer Ritchie. She was the treasurer at the time right before she retired, and Lisa took over, who's still there now. But she took a chance on me, young kid, going to school for accounting, I think is what I started with, and I ended up with business management or business admin. I don't know. I don't ever look at that piece of paper. But when I was working for in the finance office, I would see things going on in county government that was just like behind the scenes things that you would never know, on the average everyday person on the street. So I got to see kind of behind the scenes of how things work in county government, even though PVA, isn't technically under fiscal court in county government, but I kind of got to see how things worked when we were still downtown in a little close-knit area. And it, kind of sparked my attention. So,
okay. Was there anything that happened in your life that led you to run for political office now?
So this was a pipe dream back when I was working at the finance office. Originally, I wanted, me and my wife, Lauren, we talked about, if this is something we were going to do, we wanted to do it right. So original plan was, I wanted to run for magistrate, get my name out there in the county more, serve the county, not just in my district, but represent my district, but serve the whole county. And then, after that, then move up to PVA. That way I already have kind of the name, that the county would recognize, knowing that I'm willing to, step up to the plate for them and serve them all areas, not just my district. But that's kind of where it started, that pipe dream, and we're living it. So God had a different plan for me. So instead of being magistrate these last 4 years, I missed out on it by 13 votes. So we're making the jump head first year.
All right. What in your background most prepares you to be PVA?
There's a couple things. And I apologize if I'm screaming. I've got these headphones in. I feel like I'm screaming. So if it's loud,
no, you're not. You may want to put the pen down though, so you don't smack it.
So I went, like I said, I started off going to school for accounting. I love numbers. I think I ended up changing to, business administration. And that kind of led down the road to now I'm a small business owner for almost 10 years, screen printing, t-shirt business, that sort of thing. Believe it or not, kind of crazy. Both the other opponents in this race have both been customers of mine in the past. So, kind of crazy. It's a small world we live in. But being a small business owner, you kind of see things in a different light. Also, I think it was Stacy or maybe Zach that's done one of these interviews with you before. It's, when it comes down to, you're looking at where every penny spent, and it's kind of cliche to say, but, it's food on your table. It's a roof over your head, because you're that small business owner and you account for every dollar. But, that's the truth. At the end of the day, my small business there's 10 of us, which is essentially the same size as the PVA office is now. So, and I know what it's like when there's, 9 or 10 other families counting on the decisions you make every day. So, I'm going to apply what I do now in the PVA office, if that's if that's where the voters decide to take us, and we're going to keep trucking on.
All right. If voters only remember one thing about why they should vote for you, what is that one thing?
This is also going to sound cliche, but I'm going to go with hardworking. No disrespect to any of the other candidates in this race, but neither one of them are going to outwork me, whether that's on a day-to-day, out campaigning or in the actual office. Right now, when through the week, it's I'm up at 5 and in bed at 11:30 at night, 12 o'clock at night, and then we're getting up and doing it the next day. So we're going on a little sleep, and I've gotten adjusted to that over the last, like I said, almost 10 years, and we're gonna keep that same mentality going. As the boss, as you're the leader, you are in my eyes, you're expected to be the first one there in the day, and usually one of the last ones to leave in the afternoon. You're showing up and you're setting an example for everyone else.
All right. Quick break. Today's election coverage is brought to you in part by the Plumbing Doctor, a family-owned Hardin County plumbing company run by Glenn and Tracy Downs right here in Elizabethtown. Over 20 years serving E-Town, Radcliff, Fort Knox, and Hodgenville. Fully licensed and insured, 24/7 emergency service, and a 10% labor discount for military, first responders, and seniors. Look, showing up to vote in the primary on May 19th is one way you can take care of your community. Another way is calling your friendly neighborhood plumber when your water heater goes out. When your pipes go, call the locally owned Plumbing Doctor. Call 765-PLUM. That's PLUM. That's 765-PLUM. The Plumbing Doctor, experienced, reliable, and affordable. All right, Casey, first 90 days in, if you win, what's the first concrete thing you would do in office?
Quick note, side note there, the Plumbing Doctor, I've been hearing this commercial all day. It was funny because Glenn came in today to play some work for some shirts. So side note there. First 90 days. Yeah.
Okay,
well,
good.
yeah. First 90 days, there's actually two things. And so first thing is one of the things that I've talked about, I brought it up in the debate, and I've been talking about it out in the community, is social media presence. Right now, Hardin County government has their own. They've kind of consolidated down to one, and that's how they send all their information out, and that's great. But most of the time, and I'm going to guess almost all the time, the PVA, most people kind of laugh it off, but the information they need to get out, I don't think it hits that page near enough. So would love for the PVA to have their own social media presence. There's tons of things we need to pump out to the community. That's a perfect way of, educating things, that tax calendar that goes out that gives you specific days throughout the year. There's those first 2 weeks coming up in May, I think starting the first Monday in May to that third Monday, I think it's like 13 business days there. The tax rolls open for inspection, so you can go in and meet with the PVA then. But then the second thing really quick is just kind of look back and see what everybody's role and job in the office is. I know the office is going to look a little bit different. There's a couple, I think, that are, that they have the time to retire. So it may be, replacing a couple people or, filling a couple empty seats. So would love for everybody to stay, regardless if that's me or not, because, experience matters, especially in this field. But, we'll just kind of take it day by day and see how it goes with each person's position there in the office. I seen your lips moving, Phil, but I can't hear you. Is it me? There you go. I think I can hear you.
Yeah, my other mic went dead. It is 4 hours and 10 minutes. I guess I know how long it lasts now. So
Right.
sorry about that. All right, so we're going to find these next two questions. That's what I was saying. So the first part of the question is your campaign self-funded, donor-funded, or a mix? And then also after that, where should voters go to learn more about your campaign?
So we'll knock out the first one. I'm on Facebook. I have a PVA page there. It's Casey Overstreet for Hardin County PVA. It's that's where you'll kind of learn more about me. I think all my contact information's on there, my email address, my phone number. Feel free to call, text anytime. Like I said, small business owner, never stops. So there's that. And then, so far it was when I signed up, there were friends and family that were super eager to help out in any way they could. So I hesitantly took money from them because they wanted to show their support. So I haven't had to do a lot of self-funding, but that's about to change here in the next couple of weeks. We're going to start putting some money in the bank. That way we can finish out these last, 20 days strong here and get across this first finish line.
Yes, great. Let me fix this before it starts rubbing against my shirt. All right. Great. Before we get into the PVA specific questions, a big thank you goes to our second sponsor today, Omni Design Group. Omni is a second generation builder based right here in Elizabethtown. Josh Branningham and Corey Jewell, born and raised in Hardin County with deep family and business roots in the county. They handle new construction and remodeling across residential and light commercial. Any size home, any size reno. No project is too big, no renovation is too small, and no idea is too out of the ordinary. They're the team that built the first storage container commercial structure in Hardin County over at Heartland Mini Golf. If you've got to build a remodel or an outside-the-box project rattling around in your head, call or text Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. That's 270-769-8339. And I would encourage you all to bug Corey with some crazy ideas because he would love that. Make sure you text him late at night too. No, I'm joking. Don't do that. Corey at Omni Design Group. Locally owned, locally built, custom thinking. All right, let's get to the race-specific questions. So the PVA's job in plain language is where we're going to start at. The PVA, the Hardin County Property Valuation Administration, is the office that puts fair market value on every piece of real estate in the county. There's about 56,000 parcels. That assessment is what every taxing district then applies the rate to. In plain language, how do you describe the PVA's job to a voter who's never thought about how their property tax bill gets calculated?
Okay. So big thing to always remember, what I always try to say is, so big comparison is that the PVA office, they do not appraise. So we never go inside anybody's home, or, the office never goes inside anybody's home. Everything's from the outside. So it's just basically placing an assessment value on your home, or your property, sorry. And so kind of dumbing that down is, so let's say you have your home and your property is valued at $100,000. So the county uses the rate set forth by fiscal court, and that's sent to the sheriff's department. They send out property tax bills. You get different cities, E-Town, Radcliff, they use that same assessment value that we're given, and that's where they come with your city taxes. They multiply that by their taxing rate, and it just kind of trickles down through the schools. I think the school system tax is probably the biggest one, and so that's just basically what it is. It starts with us, and I guess that's why we're the ones, or the office is the ones that gets those hard questions when somebody's upset.
All right. Next question about sticker shock and the appeal process. The 2025 reassessment cycle saw a lot of homeowners get sticker shock. Values jumped sharply in some neighborhoods because of the housing market. As PVA, what's your approach when assessments rise faster than incomes? How do you communicate that to homeowners? And how do you handle the appeal process so people who think their assessment is wrong actually get heard?
Well, I would start off by saying, so I'm a homeowner also. So I'm fighting that same battle on the personal end also. So it's not like I get a break just because I would be the PVA. You're still fighting that same battle. So I'd revert back to that that property tax calendar, showing you when those important dates are. Knowing that those first 2 weeks in May, those first 3 Mondays give you a 2-week span where you can come in, you can set up those I'm losing my train of thought here. You can set up those, no, not the appeal, set up those conversations with the PVA's office. And that way you can kind of bring in and basically plead your case for why your property was overassessed. And what's crazy, or not what's crazy, but I thought was crazy when I learned this a few months back, was it doesn't even have to be, your home didn't have to be reappraised or reassessed this year. I mean, not reappraised, but reassessed this year. Your assessment could have been 2 years ago. And, 2 years ago, you're like, dang it, I don't know why mine's so high. But, that was 2 years ago. And you can, once that tax roll opens up this year, you can sit down and you can have that conversation with the PVA's office, try to get that assessment to come down if you think it needs to.
All right. Next question's about exemptions, and I'm not real sure. This one this one wasn't on the other question list, which is strange. I apologize for that. It should have been. I know you got the question, so you at least got to prepare for it. Kentucky's PVA office has tools the public doesn't always know about. Homestead exemption for residents 65 and older, disability exemptions, agricultural use exemptions, and the conference appeal process. What would you do to make sure every Hardin County resident who qualifies for one of these actually knows about it and uses it?
So this is like 2 or 3 fold. So this goes back to that social media thing. We put that information out there, pretty regularly about that 65-year-old. That's the most, the disability is a thing on its own. And so is, I think, the agricultural. Those are kind of set. But, 65, that's a magic number in the PVA world. So anytime, you can celebrate a 65th birthday with a discount on your property taxes, I think that's a great idea. I've talked to a couple past employees of the PVA office, and, back in the 90s and early 2000s. And one of the things they were thinking that was used to be something that they did, that they thought they mailed out these cards. And I don't know if they got those numbers from Vitality or somewhere, or where exactly they got that information, but they would send out those cards to people turning 65 that year. Make sure, after your birthday, you make sure you come and see us, and we'll get this paperwork figured out for your homestead exemption. And I think that'd be a great idea to bring that back.
All right. Did you finish the question? You ready for the next one?
Oh yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, I was just making sure. So this next question, which is also another question that Michelle didn't get, which I do apologize. The questions were all supposed to be the same, but it was too late to change them once we figured out the error. But this question's about Blue Oval, Glendale, big industrial valuations. The PVA office also has to value commercial and industrial property. Glendale's Ford Now plant, mega site alone, is reshaping property tax revenue in the southern part of the county. How do you think about valuing large industrial development fairly without driving away investment? And how does the PVA work with physical court and the industrial foundation on those calls?
So first, obviously, we never want to drive away potential investments into the county. That is something that we welcome, not, just me worth the county, but me as, a citizen want to see this county and this community grow. I do think that the mega site there in Glendale, the Ford Energy, I think is what they're calling it now. I think that is that's going to be an outlier for probably as long as we live. I don't think that's ever going to be, we're not going to get another size facility that big. I don't see, but I could be totally wrong. So I guess what I would say is I would lean back on the fact that, we have all of this, this industrial, not park, but the industrial facilities we already have in Hardin County. We've had Akibono and Ambrake and, Gates. We've had these facilities for years. And I would probably lean more on what we've done in the past for those businesses and those manufacturing companies, and apply that towards what, trying to bring in new business. And, I think the state worked with the Blue Oval to, give them some tax credits, and, they worked out a deal on that end. But other than that, like I said, I would just lean on our past, what we've done. Because, the office we have now, they're doing great. It's not like they're doing a terrible job. We're chasing everybody out of there. They're doing a great job. Danny's staff is phenomenal. Tons of experience there. And obviously we don't want that to change. Like I said, regardless of who's taking over, but we just want to keep that train on the tracks.
Okay. All right. So the next question is your last question, and you still have like an extra 90 seconds on top of the 2 minutes for this. But after I ask this question, once you finish answering it, I'll do my closing. And then after my closing, I'll let you close us out with a 90-second pitch on why people should vote for you.
Okay,
and
sure.
Then after that, we'll be done. So the last question is working with other offices. The PVA is a separately elected county row office. but the work touches the sheriff's office, fiscal court, the school board, and State Department of Revenue. How do you build working relationships across those offices, especially like if you disagree or, you know, have issues in that manner?
Great question. So what I would say is we're off to we're going to hit the ground running. And what I mean by that is, I already have a not working relationship, but already have that relationship building, with most of the people that you just talked about. And honestly, one person you left out was Brian Smith, the clerk's office. So we do so much motor vehicle tax, or, they do the tax, but, we, do the assessment, the values on all the motor vehicles in the county also, that Brian Smith uses that information. So, great working relationship with Brian. Keep that kind of where it's at. Fiscal court, I know a majority of the magistrates fairly well. There's a lot of candidates I'm continuing to familiarize myself with, and continue building that relationship. So, there's always going to be disagreement. End of the day, we're adults. It comes down to, you're dealing with money, you're dealing with taxes. It's a touchy subject, especially the number that Hardin County has as a whole. So, nobody wants to pay taxes, but, if everybody pays their fair share, I think that's a little bit different, including myself. As long as I'm not paying too much, I'm happy. But we're adults. We'll leave it at that. We're adults. We should be able to keep this conversation going, even in the moment. If you have to step away, we'll come back to the table. That needs to happen. It happens every day at the shop. We got a ton of different backgrounds, different personalities. The same thing would be happening here. If somebody from the mayor of Upton, Boomer comes in and has a conversation or concern about something. Same thing with Mayor Cerisi up in West Point. Same thing. Different backgrounds, different communities, but we're still Hardin County whole.
All right. But actually, since I did get your questions wrong, I'm going to give you one more that was on the other list. Yeah.
Okay.
You don't have to, I think you'll be able to answer this one good. It's just one that we didn't quite cover. It's inspection, staffing, in the 4-year cycle. Hardin County is well over, 50,000 parcels. State law requires every one of them to be physically inspected at least once every 4 years. How do you make sure that actually happens on time? That's like 12,000 a year. And how do you keep staff of appraisers trained, equipped, and retained?
Okay. So, touching again on what I was saying a minute ago, I think Danny's staff's doing a phenomenal job. Right now, as far as I know, we're already meeting those expectations. So if we can just keep that train on the tracks, and we'll keep doing what the guys out doing field work, keep them on the straight and narrow. That way they're knocking it out. 'Cause like I said, they're doing a great job. You see the amount of assessments that they're doing, and it is assessments, not appraisals. But as long as they can stay on track, I know, we have those quads. If you're on, quad, say if this year's quad 2, I guess one of the things I would look at is not necessarily efficiency, but, if quad 2 is, say the southern part of the county, hypothetically, is all of quad 2, all the properties we're looking at this year, are they in the same part of the county, or are we doing Vine Grove 2 days in a row? Then are we doing, Cecilia and Upton in the same day, or could we consolidate and we can do same parts of the county? So we're cutting down on that mileage, but we'll have to look at that.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for being a good champ about my mix up with the questions, and for Michelle and Dennis. Dennis, I probably will ask him some of these other questions, but I won't if he doesn't want me to. And if Michelle wants to come back on next week and answer the questions she didn't get a chance to answer, we can do that too. And I can also have you back on to answer the questions that you didn't get either, just to make it right. Y'all just let me know.
Okay.
But thank you for being part of this. We'll drop your where to learn more answers in the comments below of the live stream. I already put what your Facebook page was called there, but I haven't tagged it yet because my software doesn't do that. Coming up next at 5:30 is Dennis Davis, somebody you're running against for Hardin County PVA, so stay with us. And one more thank you to our sponsors, the Plumbing Doctor at 765 Plum and Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. All right, Casey, you got 90. Actually, you have 2 minutes to, give your best elevator pitch or why people should vote for you.
Okay. I don't think I'll need the whole 2 minutes. The reason I'm running is I have a desire to serve Hardin County. This is a position, I don't want to say that I'm passionate about, but I'm passionate about it. As crazy as that sounds, but I want to serve. I want to serve the county as a whole. I think I'm a young family. We have a 9-year-old daughter, McLaurin, and we're trying to raise her right. And I want to show her, lead by example, that that you can step up to the plate and serve not just the county, but you can serve anywhere. I'm humbly asking for your vote on May 19th to be your next Hardin County PVA. And like I said, you can go to my Facebook if you have any questions or concerns. You can send me an email or shoot me a call or shoot me a text.
All right, Casey, we thank you for spending time with us today, and we hope you have a great rest of your Derby week. And best of luck to you on May 19th.
Thanks, Phil. I appreciate it.
Talk to you later.
Thanks.
All right, everyone. We just wrapped up our interview with Casey Overstreet, candidate for Hardin County PVA. Next up, in about 5 minutes, we will have Dennis Davis on, who's also running for Hardin County PVA. So stay with us. I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know, Hardin County. Talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Yeah. Rachel got the numbers when the market move. Housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater telling where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe. From the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. From nothing, now the whole town know. Found her with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. Hardin County, stand up. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Ooh. County. Hardin County. Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Oh. Yeah. Phone on silent, but the county talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know. Hardin County.
Welcome back, everyone. And welcome to you, Dennis. Glad to see you. I think you're muted at the moment. On the software, just like you hit the M button on your keyboard, like you can just hit the M like mom. Yep. There you go. Now I hear you.
All right.
Good to see you. Good to see you today.
Oh, good seeing you.
Yes, welcome back, Hardin Local. We are on our 10th interview in our election marathon, which means we're in the home stretch. And I'm also going to take a break after this one. We'll have about a 40-minute break before we gather back together around, I think, 6:30. But I'll let you all know at the end. I have that all written down in my notes. So Phil Tall here. Joining me now is Dennis Davis, running in the Republican primary for Hardin County PVA. Same format as everybody today, except for a little hiccup with some of the PVA questions. For some reason, my system changed some questions up like it wasn't supposed to do, but it has a mind of its own sometime, and I do apologize for that. But every candidate is going to get the same order of questions, the same time limits, and no gotcha journalism here. I'm not having follow-up questions or anything like that. We also at Hardin Local have the same sponsors in this series, which we're proud to announce that the Plumbing Doctor and Omni Design Group have stuck with us through all 26 of these interviews. More on both of them in a few minutes. Dennis, thanks for being here. Let's dig in. So you're going to run for you're running for Hardin County PVA. Can you tell us why you decided to run for this office specifically?
Yes, but real quick, thanks, Phil, for putting this on. And thank you to the sponsors for helping promote this. It's a good opportunity for us to get to speak to the public. Now, to answer your question, I am running for property evaluation administrator because it's been my career for the past 28 years. I have spent about half my life in that office. We have a strong team in place, and I believe I'm well qualified and well trained. The staff also is qualified and trained, and together I think we can continue doing the job in a very exceptional manner.
All right. Was there anything that happened in your life that led you to run for political office?
Well, as I mentioned, I've been there 28 years. I was hired in 1998 by Ms. Bennett, and Mr. Hutcherson graciously kept me on. When he approached me and said he may not be running again, I decided to consider stepping forward. As I said, we have a great group of people. Most of us have been there 16 years, and we've become pretty much a family. I believe we do a very good job for the county, and I want to maintain that continuity of service and that level of service that we provide to the property owners of the county.
So you've kind of already explained it, but you got 60 seconds to talk more on your background that prepares you for this seat.
Well, I've got 28 years experience in the local PVA office. I've completed all the required classes in the IAAO courses to receive the certification as a Kentucky certified assessor and a senior Kentucky assessor. I have performed and assisted with nearly every role in the office, and basically I know the process inside and out.
All right. If voters only remember one thing about why they should vote for you, what is that one thing?
Well, the one thing I hope they have noticed and have learned over the years, I have come to understand the concerns of the property owners through direct interaction. I have done a lot of field work. I've been out there in the public. I know both the process and the people. If there's one thing that they take from my answer today is that I will listen, explain clearly, answer any question they may give me, and use common sense in every decision.
All right, quick break. Today's election coverage is brought to you in part by The Plumbing Doctor, a family-owned Hardin County plumbing company run by Glenn and Tracy Downs right here in Elizabethtown. Over 20 years serving E-Town, Radcliff, Fort Knox, and Hodgenville. Fully licensed and insured, 24/7 emergency service, and a 10% labor discount for military, first responders, and seniors. Look, showing up to vote on May 19th in the primary is one way to take care of your community, but another way is when you have plumbing issues, to call your friendly, locally owned neighborhood plumber. So when your pipes go, call local, call 765-PLUM. That's PLUM. That's 765-PLUM, The Plumbing Doctor. Experienced, reliable, and affordable. All right, Dennis. Let's say you do win this race. The first 90 days in is pretty important. So what's the first concrete thing you do in office?
Well, there isn't one specific change I would make or concrete thing. Having worked under two administrators over 28 years, I believe the office is already functioning well. There may be small improvements, but overall, the system in place is working, and that can be played out, and you'll see notice over the next 2 weeks by the relatively low number of appeals. We do have several conferences. My focus will be maintaining and refining what already works. But as far as making major changes, I know the community can be upset a little bit over the price increases on their property, but when they come speak with us, they're understanding. We educate the public, and we pretty much resolve any concerns they have before it ever goes to the appeal process.
All right. The next two questions I'm going to combine because they're pretty short and simple. First one to do with funding. The next one is just where people can find you. So is your campaign self-funded, donor-funded, or a mix? And then after you answer that, where should voters go to learn more about your campaign?
Well, my campaign is primarily self-funded. I've had a small number of contributions from others. This campaign is mine. It's mine to account for. I'm not aggressively seeking donation from people or groups of people. I have learned during my lifetime that a sense of being indebted to any particular person or groups of people is not a strong decision, or it's not a strong position for decision making. So technically it's a mix, but mostly self-funded.
All right. And where can voters go to learn more about your campaign?
Voters can go, the best way is talk to me directly, or I do also have a Facebook page, it's Dennis Davis for PVA. But if you know me, you see me out and about, you can approach me, ask me anything. Unless I'm in the middle of coaching a baseball game, I will give you some time and I'll be glad to talk.
All right. We'll just put that in our comments so people, they'd be able to search for it on Facebook. Before we get into the PVA specific questions, a big thank you to our second sponsor today, Omni Design Group. Omni is a second generation builder based right here in Elizabethtown. Josh Branningham and Corey Jewell, born and raised in Hardin County with deep family and business roots in the county. They handle new construction and remodeling across residential and light commercial. Any size home, any size reno. No project is too big, no renovation is too small, and no idea is too out of the ordinary. They are the team that actually built the first storage container commercial structure in Hardin County over at Heartland Mini Golf. So if you got to build a remodel or an outside the box project rattling around in your head, call or text Corey at Omni Design Group. That's 270-769-8339. That's 270-769-8339. Corey at Omni Design Group. Locally owned, locally built, custom thinking. All right, let's get down to these race-specific questions. We'll start on the first one, which is methodology and consistency. And if you notice any issues with my questions, make sure you correct them for me. This will be my third time to go through these. So The first one is Kentucky law requires the PVA to assess every property at 100% fair cash value, and home values across Hardin County have risen sharply over the last several years. When a homeowner opens their notice and sees a big jump, how do you explain the methodology used, and how do you make sure valuations are consistent block to block and neighborhood to neighborhood?
Okay, Kentucky uses an ad valorem tax system. It's been in place since the early 1790s, 1792. I think it might have been the original Constitution. If not, it was in 1974. But it is assessed at 100% fair market value. That's what a willing buyer would pay a willing seller. To ensure consistency, we work within mapped areas. If you've ever been to the office and seen the wall, there's a map that shows every county. We work within those maps. And when they created those maps, the people back in 1950, maybe a little earlier than that when they started, had the vision to separate those maps into subdivisions and then into neighborhoods. So we can work those maps and kind of concentrate the review within a market on those maps. So we can maintain consistency and fairness just by looking at the comps within the maps that we're working on. We also conduct field inspections every 4 years as required by state law, which helps us identify any outliers and also ensure accuracy. Being physically present, observing the properties, and speaking with owners is the key to maintaining consistency. If you're out there in the field, if you're talking to people, if you're seeing what's going on, if you're seeing the sales, you're looking for influences beyond outside the market, that's where the knowledge, that's where the information comes from to make accurate assessments.
All right, next question's about the appeal process. Walk us through what a Hardin County homeowner should actually do if they think their assessment is wrong, and what would you personally change about that experience, if anything, to make it easier or more transparent?
Well, the first thing they should do is look at their assessment and probably ask themselves, is my property worth this? Not even considering the amount of taxes to be paid on that assessment, because we don't tax. Our job is to assess the property at fair market value. Now, to do that, they can look around the neighborhood and look for what they call comparable sales. If anybody's not familiar with that term, it's just what the neighbor's house sold for. If it's similar to yours, you could kind of assume that yours would probably sell in the same range that your neighborhood, property owners sell for. If that's difficult or you're not comfortable trying to decide a value on property, you can consult a real estate professional, or if you wanted to, you could pay an appraiser to come out and give you a very, very detailed explanation of value. If you don't want to do that, the inspection period is open. That's a really good time to talk to us, is the first 2 weeks of May. We will hash out any information, make any changes or adjustments we needed. But at any time during the year, if you have a question on your property value, you're free to come to the office and discuss that. Our staff will walk you through the process and answer any questions of how we got to that value. If there's some information on your property record that is not up to date or erroneous, that can be corrected and you can get a new valuation based off that. We strive to be very transparent with the property records. They're accessible in the office, and staff are always available to review them with property owners. Now, while some online tools may require a subscription, in-person access is always available at no cost.
Really?
Well,
All right.
relatively. No cost.
Really?
Let me phrase it this way. While some online tools may require a subscription or fee, in-person assistance within reason concerning an individual's personal property, as requested, is free of charge. And there's a long reason why I just made that disclaimer. And if you look into the legalities of the way the office works, you'll know why I had to go back and say that.
All right. Well, it's just random that we're asking these questions, and it's almost the first 2 weeks in May. Hopefully, I don't make you guys too busy over the next couple of weeks. Next question. Next question's about technology and online tools. The Hardin County PVA currently uses QPublic for online property lookups. What's your vision for how technology in the PVA office should evolve over the next 4 years? And what should a Hardin County resident be able to do online that they can't do today, if anything?
Well, let me answer like this. Technology will continue to evolve, but it won't replace the need for human judgment. Tools like GIS and online databases are helpful, but they cannot fully assess property conditions the way in-person inspections can. While systems like QPublic provide useful information, expanding them comes at a significant cost to the office. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars in money to expand those products. Now that's down the road. Now PVA office has to work within a budget. You know, our money comes from the revenue cabinet, and matter of fact, is being cut, I believe, a little bit this year. So we have to live within our means. But at this time, trained staff in the field provides better accuracy and value for taxpayers than over reliance on expensive technology.
Okay. The next question kind of lines up with that. Inspection staffing in the 4-year cycle. Hardin County has well over 50,000 parcels, and state law requires every one of them to be physically inspected at least once every 4 years. How do you make sure that happens on time, and how do you keep staff and appraisers trained, equipped, and retained? I mean, that's like 12,000 properties you have to do a year or something like that.
Yeah, I know the appraisers part. You said to correct you. We don't have appraisers in the office. We have assessors, and the staff does reviews. We have hired a couple people with appraisal license in the past, but they've been part-time. But to answer the question, we follow the 4-year inspection cycle, and it's been completed for decades. I can't think of a single year that we didn't get the reviews done. I mean, we have an experienced staff. Most employees there have been there 15 or 20 years. Everybody is trained in proper data collection. They know how to go out in the field and what to look for and who to talk to. And those reviews are ongoing. Okay, we do the properties in the county that are there, and then we do new improvements. So we're picking up new improvements as they are completed, and then we review the existing property. Retention in the office has always been strong due to its positive work environment and an experienced team. When you know what you're doing, you get along, nobody leaves. That's about the answer I have there. I mean,
all right. Next question is about which will be the last question. Actually, I may throw you one of the questions that Casey got. Since the questions got messed up, I may give you an extra one if you want it. You know, but we'll do this question, and then we'll see if you want to answer one of the ones that got mistakenly given to Casey that didn't get given to you or Michelle. The PVA doesn't set tax rates. The physical court, cities, and school boards do, but the PVA is often the first person a homeowner calls when their tax bill arrives. How do you plan to communicate with Hardin County residents so they understand what the PVA actually controls and where their tax dollars really come from?
Well, when residents have questions, the best approach is to explain to them how we determine property assessment, and explain to them as the taxing jurisdictions has actually set the tax rates. We encourage the residents to call or visit the office so we can walk them through that process. And if they have any questions, we can clearly explain it to them.
Okay. I'm going to look because you haven't used much of your time. Plus, I messed up with these questions on Casey's. You got a couple ones you didn't get. The exemptions question, are you okay with that one? It just talks about some of these exemptions. Basically, Kentucky's PVA office has tools that the public maybe doesn't always know about: a homestead exemption for residents 65 and older, disability exemptions, agricultural use exemptions, and the conference appeal process. What would you do to make sure every Hardin County resident who qualifies for one of these actually knows about it and uses it?
Well, I don't use the Hardin County PVA website, but it is there, and I believe all that information as far as a tab to an exemption is there. I typically work out of the in-house system, so I don't use the QPublic or the website we have developed for information to get out to the public. As far as the agricultural exemption, the forms are there. If you're a farmer, you haven't applied for it, you can file that, print that out, bring it in. The homestead exemption, that form is on there the year you turn 65. Now, you do qualify the year you turn 65. You don't have to wait until you're 65 to come in and sign up for that. So you can take advantage of that. If you're born in December 31st, you don't have to wait until December 31st. Come in January 1 of the year you turn 65. You will qualify for that disability. If you got your papers, you can come in and do that. I believe the front office does send out letters to anybody turning 65. I'm not part of that process, but that has been an ongoing process since I've been employed there. So we try to notify it, but a lot of it's word of mouth. You'd be surprised at people. I guess they don't talk about it much. But if you know somebody, the general public can educate their neighbors. Hey, you're ready to turn 65. You need to get down to PVA and save a little money.
Yeah, I didn't know about it until today, or when I was working on the questions. So it is interesting. The only other question he got that you didn't get is just about industrial valuations. How do you think about valuing large industrial developments fairly without driving away investments of new things? And also, how does the PVA work with, physical court or whoever? I don't know anything about it. So how is it a different process to value like industrial type buildings?
No, the process is the same. They are still bound by the 100% fair market value. Now, the only big difference is the dollar amount is significantly larger. So there's always a difference in opinion as what the taxable value is. And that's for several different reasons. But no, the process is the same. And as far as fiscal court, I mean, I'm not too sure where you're going with this question, but
yeah, I don't think that shouldn't have been added in there. I just was basically the heart of the question is just what's the difference? That sounds like it's a lot more complicated than valuing homes.
But what you got to realize, and the state will give breaks, and there are inducements for corporations, large industries to locate in a certain area through tax breaks, bond issues, things of that nature. But they still pay taxes, and without the taxes being paid by those, everybody wants to talk about Blue Oval. Blue Oval was there, and in my opinion, the reason it wasn't there sooner or something else wasn't there is because the infrastructure was not there for a big industrial site. Without a tax base, without taxes, then there's no infrastructure. So a lot of times you got to talk with these industrial people and say, the community, you need the community as much as the community needs you. And they still have to pay their fair share. Blue Oval is in the battle right now with the Board of Education as to what they're having to pay. Property taxes is very little because they're paying directly to the state via the bond issue. What they are assessing or appealing the assessment over is what is considered a payment in lieu of taxes, which goes directly to the school board. So the community invested a lot into the Blue Oval locating in Glendale. So that has to be recouped somehow. So the taxes are essentially the same as far as property taxes on industrial.
Okay. All right. Well, that covers that. So I'm going to give you 90 seconds here in a minute to do an elevator pitch or why people should vote for you. But first, let me close out my end, and then I'll let you know when I'm ready for you to do that, and we'll end on that. Dennis, thanks for being a part of the Hardin Local Election Marathon. We'll drop your where to learn more answers in the comments. I already put the name of your Facebook page, so people can find out more about you. If you guys want to post on the comments and put your email or phone number, whatever, you can do that as well. After Dennis, we're going to have a brief station ID break, I guess. Actually, we don't have anybody scheduled for 6, so our next person will be at 6:30, and it'll be Mitchell McLaurin for Radcliff City Council. So we're not going to end the stream. I'll just put up the countdown timer, and we're going to and I may actually stay on and show you guys. Yeah, don't jump off right after we're done, because I'm gonna show you guys a few different of our websites on the screen share after Dennis is done. So one more thank you to our sponsors, the Plumbing Doctor at 765 Plum and Corey at Omni Design Group 270-769-8339. Dennis, give us your best elevator pitch. Why should people vote for you? You have 90 seconds.
Okay. I'm running for property evaluation administrator because this just isn't a political office to me. It's been my career for the last 28 years. As I said before, I spent half my life serving people of Hardin County right here in the local PVA office, and I know the office inside and out. My goal is to maintain the stability and to continue to serve with transparency and common sense. I want you to know this. I will listen to you. I will always treat you with fairness and respect. The PVA's job is simple but important. We ensure your property is valued accurately and fairly, and I'm committed to doing it the right way by being present, accessible, and accountable to you. And I'd appreciate your vote.
Oops. All right, Dennis, we thank you for joining us, and we hope that you have a great rest of your Derby week, and best of luck to you on May 19th.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks, Phil.
Have a nice day. Talk to you later.
Too.
All right, everyone. Before I take a break, I did want to take an opportunity to share my screen and just show you some of the tools we have out there on the web that you can use. So let me pull it up here. Oh, that's real smart. Let's remove that. There we go. Let's make this as big as I can so you can see it. All right. I just want to take a few minutes to show you that if you go to hardinlocal.com, it's not some big website. It's basically just a list of links. So if you go here, let me zoom in. Too far. Oops, too far again. All right. So when you go here, you're going to find a bunch of links. Right now, our top link is the 2026 primary election interviews, which I'm going to show you. But we also have a lot of other information here. If you want to sponsor content, we have a form. We also have just a welcome message. Our recent weekly podcast links are always usually at the top, and they're pretty interesting. You also have our team that's on our main stream, and we always encourage people to go follow that information and follow those people. They give of their time and host that, and I really appreciate each one of them. We also have different videos. You know, you can find everything here, so it's pretty cool. But what I wanted to really spend a minute showing you guys is our election website, which we've built recently, and it just kind of shows. Currently, it has our schedule up on here for everything. Which, you know, we're down here. So 6:30, we'll have McLaurin, and then we'll also have Bob Mahanna, and then we'll end up things with Terry Owens. Two of those are Radcliff City Council, and Terry's running for mayor of Radcliff. And that's where we'll finish today. We may have a few other interviews next week. I think I have a couple people that I didn't reach out to properly, so they're going to get their opportunity. I'll add that to this page when I get that scheduled. But one of the other really cool parts I think about this site that you might find helpful is that you'll be able to, like, since we've been doing PVA quite a bit, if you click on the PVA office, you're going to be able to find the links. And after these videos are edited, they'll be embedded here. Each one of these people's standalone interviews will be here. So you'll be able to, like, watch them, compare and contrast what they say. And also, you know, people that are in the general on the other side. And we also will have that for everything that we do. So I think it's going to be pretty cool. I'm going to keep expanding on this as we go and as we get closer to the primary. And then once the primary is over, we'll reset it up for the general election. But it just has a lot of why we're doing it, how we do it, what to expect, and just some other helpful links. Also, I want to take a minute to also show you this week, which this is our calendar. Every week we do a podcast Tuesdays at 1 p.m. live. We also push that out later that night or the next day on Spotify, Apple Music, and all those different places. And during our live stream of that event every week, John O'Brien does events. If you don't know John O'Brien, he's your friendly bourbon bartender at Bourbon Barrel Tavern. So this site just has, like, every week we update it with everything we cover. Whether it's multi-day events. Each day we try to pick a couple events that are, a good mix of family friendly things, and also things for adults to do or things for kids to do. And as you can see, we keep it pretty loaded up, and we try to highlight a few different things. We don't get everything on this site, but we do our best. And, if there's ever anything that you don't see that you'd like to get on here, you can always send us a private message on our Facebook page. And especially if you send us everything we need to know to add it easily, that'd be awesome. You can always email that to me at phil@hardinlocal.com as well. But as you can see, we keep it up to date, and we try to pick things that we know you all want to hear about. So that is that. So that's one of our new pages. You can get to this page from the Hardin Local page as well, from the links, which I think it's usually I keep it up here under the last week's podcast links, Hardin County events. But also, lastly, show you a little bit about Rachel Branningham and me have been working on a housing market update dashboard that I think is pretty cool. And we're keeping all the weekly numbers on here. It's just going to show this week's numbers, some snapshots, where the market's moving. We also have different analyses of things with graphs and all that sort of fun stuff. So maybe that's something you're interested in too, but you can always get there. Lastly, one of my favorite things is this roundabout page. Not really, but I still think it's funny. The downtown E-Town roundabout. But anytime I put pages like this up, they're all pretty interactive. You can click on things and then it'll give you explanations. Needless to say, we're trying to build out our web presence a little bit more, and I thought you all might enjoy a little demo of that. So with that being said, I will be back at 6:30, and we'll cover these last 3 candidates, and then we'll be done for the night. So thank you guys for joining us. We'll be back in 30 minutes.
Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know, Hardin County. Talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the Hardin County. Yeah. Rachel got the numbers when the market move. Housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater telling where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe. From the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. from nothing, now the whole town know. Found her with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the cold host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. Hardin County stand up. County. Hardin County. Yeah. Town nice. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Phone on silent, but the county talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on a vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. When the market move, housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater tell him where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Hardin County. Hardin County. Yeah. Feel on the vision since day one go. Built it from nothing, now the whole town know. Found her with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the cold host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. Hardin County stand up. County. Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know. Hardin Local, let it ride. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Phone on silent, but the county talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff froze to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you hear it right here. They got the school when the business grow. They business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop poppin', yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concert, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know. Hardin County, Hardin Local, let it ride, Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe. From the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County, Hardin County, yeah. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe. Rachel got the numbers when the market move. Housing update, let the data prove. Who's buying what and where things go. Smart moves start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience leader telling where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local place hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story worth the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town know they in the know. Hardin County, Hardin Local, Hardin County, let it ride, yeah. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the ride. Hardin County, Hardin Local, Hardin County, let it ride, Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe. Stay in the know. Hardin County, stay in the know. Stay in the know. Hardin County, stay in the know. Stay in the know. Hardin County, stay and ride. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. Hardin County, stand up. Stay in the know. Stay in the know. Hardin County, Hardin Local, let it ride, Stay in the know. Stay in the know. Stay in the know. Hardin County, Hardin Local, Hardin County, let it ride, Stay in the know. Stay in the know. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin County. Yeah. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Phone on silent, but the county talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff froze to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you hear it right here. They got the school when the business grow. They business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop poppin', yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concert, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know. Hardin County, Hardin Local, let it ride, Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe. From the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County, Hardin County, yeah. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe. Rachel got the numbers when the market move. Housing update, let the data prove. Who's buying what and where things go. Smart moves start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience leader telling where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local place hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story worth the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town Hardin County, Hardin County, Hardin Local, Hardin Local, Hardin County, Hardin ride, let it ride, yeah. Head bopping local tonight, Hardin County on the side. Hardin County, Hardin County, Hardin Local, Hardin County, let it ride, yeah. Head bopping local tonight, Hardin County on the vibe. Stay in the know, Hardin County, stay in the know, stay in the know, Hardin County, stay in the know, stay in the know, Hardin County, stay and ride. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show, Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. Hardin County, stand up, stay in the know, stay in the know. Hardin County, Hardin Local, Hardin Local, let it ride, let it ride. Stay in the know, stay in the know, stay in the know. Hardin County, Hardin County, Hardin County, Hardin Local, Hardin County, let it ride, let it ride, let it ride. Stay in the know, stay in the know, stay in the know. Hardin County. Stay in the know, Hardin County, Hardin County, yeah. Hardin Local, let it ride. Stay in the know, Hardin County. Phone on silent, but the county talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff froze to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you hear it right here. They got the school when the business grow. They business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop poppin', yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. From concert, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know, Hardin County, Hardin County, Hardin Local, Hardin Local, let it ride, let it ride. Head bopping local tonight, Hardin County on the vibe. From the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know, Hardin County, Hardin County, Hardin Local, Hardin Local, Hardin County, Hardin County, yeah. Head bopping local tonight, Hardin County on the vibe. Rachel got the numbers when the market move. Housing update, let the data prove. Who's buying what and where things go. Smart moves start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience leader telling where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local place hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story worth the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. They in the know. Hardin County, Hardin County, Hardin Local, Hardin Local, Hardin County, Hardin ride, let it ride, yeah. Head bopping local tonight, Hardin County on the side. Hardin County, Hardin County, Hardin Local, Hardin Local, Hardin County, let it ride, yeah. Head bopping local tonight, Hardin County on the vibe. Stay in the know, Hardin County, stay in the know, stay in the know, Hardin County, stay in the know, stay in the know, Hardin County, stay and ride. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show, Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. Hardin County, stand up, stay in the know, stay in the know. Hardin County, Hardin Local, Hardin Local, Hardin Local, let it ride, let it ride. Stay in the know, stay in the know, stay in the know. Hardin County, Hardin County, Hardin County, Hardin Local, Hardin County, let it ride, let it ride, let it ride. Stay in the know, stay in the know, stay in the know. Hardin County. Stay in the know, Hardin County, Hardin County, yeah. Hardin Local, let it ride. Stay in the know, Hardin County. Phone on silent, but the county talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff froze to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you hear it right here. They got the school when the business grow. Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know, Hardin County. talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on a vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. When the market move, housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater telling where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Hardin County. Hardin County. Feel on the vision since day one go. Built it from nothing, now the whole town know. Found it with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. Hardin County stand up. County. Hardin County. Yeah. Town nice. Let it ride. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Oh. Yeah. Phone on silent, but the county talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on a vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. When the market move, housing update, let the data prove who's buying the know, Hardin County. Hardin County. Still on the vision since day one go. Built it from nothing, now the whole town know. Found it with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. Hardin County stand up. Stand up, no. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Ooh, let us ride. Hardin County. Hardin County. Yeah. Your town nice. Let it ride. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Oh, yeah. Phone on silent, but the county talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on a vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Yeah. Rachel got the numbers when the market move. Housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater, tell him where to sit. New spot, fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe, from the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin County. Still on the vision since day one go. Built it from nothing, now the whole town know. Found it with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. Hardin County stand up. Stand up, no. Hardin Hardin County. Hardin County.
Welcome, everyone. Let me turn this music off. There we go. We started a couple 30 seconds early. How are you doing, Dennis?
Mitchell, I'm doing just fine. How you doing today?
I keep doing that. The longer this stream goes, the more mistakes I make. Let me pull your
That's
name
all right.
up.
I know your day's got to be long.
That's for sure. Now we got you, Mitchell. Now we got you right. Welcome back to the Hardin Local Election Marathon live stream. We're back, or I'm back from my 30-minute break. And we've got 3 candidates left in the longest live broadcast we've ever done at Hardin Local. Phil Tall here. If you're just joining us, we've got 10 candidate interviews already in the timeline of the stream. I don't know if it'll let you rewind, but you shouldn't because we're back live. But I know YouTube will let you rewind. And once we're done, you'll be able to watch it as well. And then I will also put out some individual candidate videos. I'll split up everything we've done today so that you can watch them easier. You'll be able to find those on our election page, which you can find at hardinlocal.com. It's the top link. And if you scroll down to the race specific buttons, you can click on those buttons. It'll take you to find the people you're looking for. And sometime this week, I'll have all those videos edited and up. There's already 10 of them up there from the ones we've done earlier in the week. So joining me now is Mitchell. Is it McLaurin? Is that how you say it?
That's correct. You got it right.
Mitchell McLaurin running for Radcliff City Council. Well, same format as everybody today. Every candidate in your race gets the same questions, same order, same time, for the most part. I had a couple hiccups. Same sponsors all day too. And actually they're the same sponsors we've had for this whole election series for the primary, the Plumbing Doctor and Omni Design Group. More on both of them in a few minutes. Mitchell, thanks for being here. Let's dig.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
So you're running for Radcliff City Council. Why are you running for this office specifically?
Well, the reason that I felt compelled to run for Radcliff City Council is I wanted to give back to the city, which has given me and my family so much. I wanted the opportunity to use the skills that I have learned from my military and from my civilian education and civilian jobs background. And I think it is time for me to put those skills to use in the city of Radcliff.
All right. Was there anything that happened in your life that led you to run now?
What led me really to pick this point in time, I've considered running before, but I always had the excuse that I'm going to wait till my daughter graduates from college. I'm going to wait till my son graduates from college. Well, I'm going to wait until this. I'm going to wait till that. Well, time waits on no one. And so I felt compelled to do it now. This is the right decision for me. It's the right decision for my family. And talking with my family and with others, I know it's right. The earlier times probably wouldn't have been right for me. But now I'm ready and I know it's right fine.
All right. What on your background most prepares you to be on the Radcliff City Council?
Well, as a former veteran soldier, I learned a lot. I was a personnelist at HR. I got a lot of training in that field. I supervised upward for 30 to 40 personnel. Once I retired from the military, I hold an MBA degree in human resources. I have helped start many business, and I sat on the board of a 501c3 entity from the ground up when we had nothing. And now when I left it, it was self-sustaining. The job that I have now, I'm a resource management chief where I manage personnel, but also I'm a budget officer, and I have that Lean Six Sigma black belt certification background that for innovation and new initiatives. And so I have the skill set, I have the knowledge to do this, and the time is now.
That's great. I don't hear many people having the Six Sigma. But I know my dad has that. So I'm familiar with it. If voters only remember one thing about why they should pick you or vote for you, what is that one reason?
That one thing is I'm ready. When I take the seat, I'm ready to start working right then and there. Matter of fact, you know, I've had ideas in my thought process of some things that I would like to do for the city. I help the city do, but there's no lack of let me learn how to be a teamwork. Let me learn how to manage a budget. Let me learn how to use new innovative ways of researching and doing things. I have those. I do that now. The background that I carry, the skill set that I carry, provide me the ability to, as we say, hit the ground running. And because Radcliff is on the move, we're gonna have a new mayor, the new mayor with new ideas, new visions, and we need to be ready.
All right. Quick break today from today's election coverage. Quick break. Today's election coverage is brought to you in part by the Plumbing Doctor, a family-owned Hardin County plumbing company run by Glenn and Tracy Downs right here in E-Town. Over 20 years serving E-Town, Radcliff, Fort Knox, and Hodgenville, fully licensed and insured. 24/7 emergency service and a 10% labor discount for military, first responders, and seniors. Look, showing up to vote in the primary on May 19th is one way to take care of your community. Another way is when you have plumbing issues to call your local friendly neighborhood plumbers when your water heater goes out. When your pipes go, call local. Call 765-PLUM. That's PLUM. That's 765-PLUM. The Plumbing Doctor. Experienced, reliable, and affordable. All right, Mitchell, say you do win your seat in the Radcliff City Council. What's the first, in the first 90 days, what's the first concrete thing you'd do in office?
The first thing I'm gonna do is, after talking with the mayor, getting the mayor vision and the mayor's scope, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to talk to the mayor about some ideas that I got, some ideas that may help support him or her mission and vision. One of those things I would like to look at is there's two major spots in Radcliff that a lot of people are talking about, and Redmore Plaza and Mill Pond. I've talked with people in the city about it, and they want to see something. They want to see some form of progress, and I'm willing to take on one of those roles or both of those roles to lead a committee to bring forth to the mayor so we can have a date where the city can see some form of progress. You know, I've heard that, oh, the reason that we haven't done this was because of COVID. The reason we did COVID stopped this. You know, COVID was 6 or 7 years ago. We need to move forward. We need to put a mark on the wall. We need to see some form of progress, and that's another Lean Six Sigma thing that we want to see some progress, and I think the city of Radcliff wants to see it as well.
All right, the next two questions I'm going to combine because they're pretty simple. One has to do with funding. The other was where to find you. So the first part of the question is your campaign self-funded, donor-funded, or a mix? And after that, where should voters go to learn more about your campaign?
My campaign is self-funded. And that's not to say that I have all of this, that I can do all of this. The reason I say it's self-funded and I'm running on right now self-funded is because many people our organizations find themselves in a financial situation, and I don't want to put no more burden on anyone or any entity. So right now, it's self-funded. We're doing well, and I know we'll be okay. We'll be okay, and we're going to continue to push forward. And with events like yours, which help those individuals who are self-funded to get the word out about us, to get our information out on a platform. And that's what I'm doing. And how you can find out more about me, you can join me on my Facebook page. There I am right there. I know it may be look a little backwards on the screen, but there's my contact. There's my contact number. There's my.
We'll get that added right there. What's
okay.
that? What's that? Facebook page. What is that?
That Facebook
URL?
page is just my name, Mitchell.
Okay.
McLaurin.
All right.
And yeah, I'm the one with the American flag, the picture with the flag behind it, just in case there's another Mitchell McLaurin out there. So, or you can call me, visit me send me an email. Vote Mitchell McLaurin at Gmail. I'm open. I'm willing to contact. I have been invited to come to different forums, different events, and talk to people. So, hey, communication is very, very important.
All right. Before we get into the city council specific questions, a big thank you to our second sponsor today, Omni Design Group. Omni is a second generation builder based right here in Elizabethtown. Josh Branningham and Corey Jewell, born and raised in Hardin County with deep family roots in the county. They handle new construction and remodeling across residential and light commercial, any size home, any size reno. No project is too big, no renovation is too small, and no idea is too out of the ordinary. They're the team that built the first storage container commercial structure in Hardin County over at Heartland Mini Golf. If you've got a build, a remodel, or an outside the box project rattling around in your head, call or text Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. That's 270-769-8339. Corey at Omni Design Group, locally owned, locally built, custom thinking. All right, Mitchell, let's get on to these race-specific questions. You have 5 of them, and you got up to 2 minutes on each. If you don't use your time on one, you can use it on another, or you can just not use all the time if you don't want to. So the first question is the council's job in plain language. In Radcliff, the mayor proposes the budget and runs the day-to-day. The council approves ordinances, confirms appointments, and votes the budget up or down. In plain language, how do you see the council's job? What should a council member be doing every week that a resident doesn't necessarily see?
Well, being at this Radcliff city, we know, like you just explained, what the Radcliff City Council major duties are. We need to go outside those duties, working with the mayor. It entails for us to be up to date and knowledgeable on all areas of the city, even though we may not do a particular entity. The budget, for instance. We need to know when the budgets, prior to the budget approval, when we're working with the mayor, working on the budget, that when it is approved, that we understand it completely. It is laid out. It is earmarked with who, what agency received what fundings, when they receive those funds, and how those funds are distributed. But we need to be the voice of the people to the mayor. We need to go out in the community. We need to go out and speak. We need to go out and talk to people. We need to go visit areas in the community and have a weekly contact with the mayor to discuss those entities. So when we show up at the city council meeting, we're not just showing up just to nod our head up and down. We're there to provide information, be knowledgeable about information, so we can prepare those and we can communicate to the city, because everyone can't make it to the council meeting. So that is imperative on us to go out there. Don't just go out there knocking on doors prior to the election. We need to be going out there even after the election is over. And that's what I feel and I will do.
All right, you talked about the budget. That's the next question. The current Radcliff budget is about 18.3 million, with the biggest line items being police at 6 million and fire at around 4 million. Also, public works is around 1.6 and parks and rec around 1.5 million. When you're sitting on council and that budget comes across your desk, what are you looking at first? Where would you push for more investments? Where would you hold the line? And what would voters in your neighborhood notice if you got your way?
Well, we talked about my background on working budgets. That is what I do. That's my bread and butter of my daily duties. And so when the budget is brought before the draft budget, it is strictly analyzed. All the agencies, all the entities that you mentioned, the police, the fire, the parks and recreation, administration, all those have the opportunity to put their proposal within the budget. Once the budget has been analyzed, once the budget has been approved, it is locked in. Now, what am I looking for first? Once the budget is approved, we're going to maintain it. We're going to stick to the budget as written. We're going to stick to the letter of the law because we already improved it. The city is expecting of us to stick with the plan. What would I push for more investments, more improvements? Police and fire, hiring and training, working with the police chief and the fire chief. What do they need most? They need more hiring, or do they need more training? So that's a money issue. Those entities are very important. It's dealing with safety, parks and recreation, to provide things for the city, for people to do. Graduation time, you want to take your family to the park during the summer. You want to go to the park. There needs to be a nice place you go to. Everything needs to be safe. Everything needs to be together. Where I hold the line, asking for funds that's not laid out on the budget that was pre-approved. Asking for funds on the budget that's not pre-approved will have to be fully justified. And justified is not just asking for it. Justified is telling me why you need it, what will happen if you do not receive it, and do you need to receive it now? And the amount that you're asking for, is it quantifiable that you need that amount? And what will voters notice about me in the neighborhood? They'll notice that I'm stick to my word, I'm honest, and I am fully transparent. You would notice that integrity is very important. Once you have gained that, once you have that experience and that knowledge of integrity of someone and trusting you, don't waver that for no one.
All right. The next question is about long-term residents and military families. Radcliff has about 22,500 people living right next to Fort Knox, and military families rotate in and out every few years. That's both an economic engine and a unique community dynamic. As a council member, how do you think about serving both long-term residents and military families who might only be there for 3 years? And are there specific things the council can do to make Radcliff feel like home faster for new families?
As a former soldier, almost my entire career, I lived on a military installation, whether that was stateside or overseas. So I understand living on an installation, the installation way of life, and living and being off post. Just generate that to Radcliff in Fort Knox area. I lived on Fort Knox when I was a soldier, and I can remember when I first arrived, with my family in Fort Knox in Kentucky, moving into government housing. I remember getting in the mail a package from the city of Radcliff that said, "Welcome to Kentucky." It provided me all kind of information about the city. It made me feel like this was part of my home as well. So when I went outside the gate, I really didn't go outside the gate. It was transparent. Radcliff and Fort Knox was one. I can remember going to games and my family and my kids going to school on Fort Knox. And then some of the kids that lived off Fort Knox, we went to the same church, but they went to different schools and they were friends. They're still friends now. So I think that we need to gain that back. I don't know, maybe it was a cost factor. Maybe they went to social media as far as communicating that welcome to Radcliff, but also at a town hall, at a city council meeting, invite the garrison commander, the garrison sergeant major, invite leaders from Fort Knox to those and introduce them. Same thing on our end. We should go to theirs. let's collaborate and do something together, which is very, very easy to do. Safety week, we could do it. You know, there's so many different entities, different ways that we can do it, but we got to get that back. And I thank you for allowing me to do that.
All right, next question. This is about ordinance priorities. Recent Radcliff ordinance work has included things like a short-term rental tax, code enforcement, and updates to city services. What's a specific ordinance or policy area you'd push the council to take up in the next 4 years? Something you hear about from neighbors that you think the council could actually do something about?
It may not be the best for some, but a lot of property owners are saying that their neighbors, they have 4 or 5 cars in their yard. They've been sitting in them yards. They're not working. They got lawnmowers. They got whatever, and it's making their area look bad. There are codes and regulations. Enforce them. Hold people accountable. You know, maybe a knock on the door, explaining to them what the code is, what the policy and procedures are. They will fix it. You don't have to give them a ticket the first time, but I just know that living on a military installation, that if your yard wasn't right, you got notice, and we just need to enforce the policy this year. No new policies, just enforce the ones that we have.
All right. So this will be your last question, and after this question, we will I'll close out my part, and then I'll let you close us out by giving a 90-second elevator pitch why people should vote for you. But the last question here is about working across boundaries. The council obviously doesn't operate alone. The city works with, you know, other municipalities and Hardin County Physical Court, Hardin County Schools, the sheriff's office, and other neighboring cities, and also the mayor's office and whatnot, and city staff. Where do you think Radcliff needs stronger working relationships, and how would you, as a council member, actually build them?
I think that we have a good relationship with our neighboring cities, Elizabethtown and Vine Groves and entities of that forth. But I think that at least once a quarter, we need to get together with some of the other council members from our neighboring entities and talk about things that we can collaborate together on, whether that be safety, whether that be things for our youth to do. But we need to continue to work together, communicate together, because one municipality or one area may be doing something that we done already done, and we can help one another. We can cooperate with one another. So getting together, doing those things together, it shows the citizens of both areas of throughout the city that we are working together and we are one team.
All right, Mitchell, thank you for being part of the Hardin Local Election Marathon. We've already dropped that people can search you on Facebook by your name, Mitchell McLaurin, and just searching that on Facebook to find your page. But I'll have to get you to email me a picture of your business card so I can get that put up there too. Coming up next at 7 after we're done here, right after we're done, because Bob's already watching. I see him in the back guest room. Bob Mahanna, counterpart running for city council. He'll be next, so stay with us. One more thank you to our sponsors, The Plumbing Doctor at 765 Plum and Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. Now, Mitchell, I give you the floor for 90 more seconds. Give us your best elevator pitch of why people should vote for you.
If you want someone who's ready, who's experienced, who has the knowledge and the ability to work openly and as a team, and that's me. Communication, that's me. This will not be the first time or the last time you see me knocking on your doors in your community, bringing your voice, because your voice and my voice work together. I'm here for you. I appreciate your support. I appreciate what you've done for me thus far. Let me use my knowledge, my experience, and my ability to to bring something new, innovative to the city of Radcliff and continue to support our mayor and support you. I thank you for your support. I thank you for your vote, May 19th, number 3 on the ballot.
All right, Mitchell, we thank you for spending time with us today. We hope you have a great Derby week and wish you best of luck on May 19th.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time.
All right, have a nice evening. All right, everyone. Let me get the names changed before I bring Bob up on here. All right. Let me get Bob. Bob, how are you doing?
Doing great. How are you?
You sound good. You must have a nice mic up. You know, I think I see it up there.
Yeah, I got a little lapel mic or whatever you want to call it. Works a little bit better than a microphone on the camera.
That's a fact. I figured that one out. Obviously, I've already gone through the battery of one of these, so I was glad I had two.
Yeah.
But welcome back to Hardin Local. We didn't really leave, but we've done 11 interviews of our 13 in the election marathon. So Bob's number 12, and I am glad to see you. I'm also glad that I'm almost done. It's been a long day. Started at 1 o'clock. Now it's 7 o'clock. My name is Phil Tall. Joining me now is Bob Mahanna. Is that how you pronounce your last name?
Yes, Bob Mahanna. You got it correct.
Great. And he's running for Radcliff City Council. So same format as everybody today. Every candidate in your race gets the same questions, same order, same timing, same sponsor. And we have here at Hardin Local the same sponsors, the Plumbing Doctor and Omni Design Group. More on them both in a few minutes. Bob, thanks for being here. Let's dig in. So you're running for Radcliff City Council. Why this office specifically?
Well, I guess the main reason we're good to get on to Radcliff City Council is I've served the city for 38 years on the fire department, actually 40 years on the fire department. And when I left last July, it was an easy decision to say, I need to get involved. I need to stay involved. And a Radcliff City Council seemed like the perfect fit for me, somewhere where I can actually make a difference, and I could be a part of doing something that's much greater than myself, and then try to help out the city itself. So I want to be a part of leadership.
All right. I knew you. Now I remember. I had forgotten we'd met at the fire station back in the day before.
Oh, yeah.
I'm good with faces, not as good with names. But briefly, let us know, did something happen in your life that led you to run now?
I don't know that I would really say that it was any one particular thing that happened in my life that caused me to say, oh, I need to run for council. It was more really of two reasons. For years, I've seen the city council. I've watched them either online or actually in the council chambers for their meetings, and I've really just not seen the issues that are coming up being really addressed completely. And then I've lived here my entire life. Like I said, I've been on the fire department, and even interacting with people through the fire department, I was actually able to see people that said, we have these concerns and they're not being addressed. And that at that point, right before the filing deadline, I said, it's time for me to step up. It's time for me to do something more that more important than myself, and to serve the community. And I just want to step up and be a part of fixing that.
All right. What in your background most prepares you for being on Radcliff City Council?
Well, probably one of the big things is I got about 38 plus years of experience in safety compliance and operational leadership through my professional work. Obviously, the fire department was volunteer work, still a professional organization, but I was a volunteer, not a paid position. Currently, I'm in a position where I'm actually managing environmental health and safety over 5 different locations in the distilled spirits industry. And these were everything from bottling to distilling, warehousing, what have you, restaurant and hospitality. It gives me an opportunity to work not only with the hourly employees, but also with our senior executive leadership team, preparing budgets, preparing performance reviews, and obviously a big part of my job is in compliance. So during my professional career, I've led incentives to reduce workplace accidents, reduce workers' compensation costs. We've reduced our cost over 60%, and that's a huge savings to a company. So being budget conscious and opportunities to save money and knowing how to go about doing that, I think are big pluses for me. And again, as I said, on top of that, the community, I've lived here for my entire life. Served as a firefighter, as I said, and as assistant chief. I got 3 life-safe commendations, and I understand this community. I know this community. I've been around this community on both a professional and a personal standpoint. Coached high school softball for North Hardin High School. I coached travel softball teams. So I've done a lot of things that has always prepared me to be a good leader. And I hope to be able to do that on the city council and provide some leadership and to the city of Radcliff.
All right. If voters only remember one thing about why they should vote for you, what is that one thing?
Excuse me. I'd say, again, it's my whole career is about being making decisions where people are held accountable for things. There's decisions that have to be made about a person's personal safety, and I will bring that standard to the city government and making good decisions that hold people accountable, and also decisions that protect the city's residents, and the city's visitors.
Okay. Quick break. Today's election coverage is brought to you in part by the Plumbing Doctor, a family-owned Hardin County plumbing company run by Glenn and Tracy Downs right here in Elizabethtown. Over 20 years serving E-Town, Radcliff, Fort Knox, and Hodgenville. Fully licensed and insured, 24/7 emergency service, and a 10% labor discount for military, first responders, and seniors. Look, showing up to vote in the primary on May 19th is one way to take care of your community. Another way is whenever you have plumbing issues, call on your friendly local neighborhood plumber when your water heater goes out or other plumbing issues. When your pipes go, call local, call 765-PLUM, that's PLUM, that's 765-PLUM, the Plumbing Doctor. Experienced, reliable, and affordable. All right, Bob, first, say you do win this race, first 90 days, what's the first concrete thing you do in office?
Well, I think in the first 90 days, we got to sit down as you know, at least two of the council members are going to be brand new because there's 2 vacant positions. So I think in the first 90 days is sitting down as a group and getting with the leadership from all of the department heads, particularly police, fire, public works, and start asking the hard questions and start asking, where are your gaps at? What gaps do you have? What can we do, and what can we work on to help you as a department manager and a department leader to do your job better? And then at the same time, we need to engage with the residents. What's important to the residents? I've been doing throughout my campaign little talks at different locations. I did a Facebook Live talk that was very popular. And you learn a lot from the citizens, what's important to them. And it's not just the same thing from everybody. Everybody has a particular want and a particular need. And I think getting together as a group and for me as an individual is to getting with these folks, find out what's going on, and start laying out a plan. Again, 2 of the positions are going to be brand new positions of 6. So that's 1/3 of the council that's basically going to be brand new. So it's going to be important in the first 90 days to get the input from not only the city employees and the department managers, but also from the citizens of Radcliff, and start from there, laying out a good game plan to make Radcliff better and better.
All right. The next 2 questions I'm going to combine because they're pretty short. Is your campaign self-funded, donor-funded, or a mix? And then the after that, where should voters go to learn more about your campaign?
Okay, so it is a mix. I started out self-funding my campaign. People started coming to me and said, I want to donate. And I was, at first, I was like, no, I'm going to self-fund. I don't want, people to have to feel like they donate. But people wanted to donate. So I've taken those donations. Again, I want to be clear that none of my decisions are going to be based on who provided funding or who didn't provide any funding towards the campaign. That's not what it's about for me. It's strictly about what's best for the city of Radcliff.
So where can we find out about your campaign at?
So a couple of places. One is I do have a Facebook page up and running. It's Bob Mahanna for Radcliff City Council. Another way is to email me at Mahanna for Radcliff City Council at gmail.com, and that is the number 4. So Mahanna number 4, if you will, City Council at gmail.com.
All right. Put the name of your Facebook page out there. We'll have to get that other information put up when we put out the standalone video.
Okay.
But before we get into the city council specific questions, a big thank you to our second sponsor today, Omni Design Group. Omni is a second generation builder based right here in Elizabethtown. Josh Branningham and Corey Jewell, born and raised in Hardin County with deep family and business roots in the county. They handle new construction and remodeling across residential and light construction. Any size home, any size reno. No project is too big, no renovation is too small, and no idea is too out of the ordinary. They're the team that built the first storage container commercial structure in Hardin County over at Heartland Mini Golf. So if you got to build a project or an outside the box project rattling around in your head, call or text Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. That's 270-769-8339. Corey at Omni Design Group. Locally owned, locally built, custom thinking. All right, let's get into these race-specific questions, Bob. The first one is basically the council's job in plain language. So in Radcliff, the mayor proposes the budget and runs the day-to-day. The council approves ordinances, confirms appointments, and votes the budget up or down. In plain language, how do you see the council's job? What should a council member be doing every week that a resident doesn't necessarily see?
Well, one of the things I think the most important thing that a council member's got to be doing is getting out there and getting information. They got to be prepared. They got to, when the meeting starts, everybody has to be 100% prepared for that meeting and bring with them either support for or items against whatever's being proposed. And that real work happens long before a vote's ever taken. We've got to have council members that are prepared. We've got to have council members that have done their homework and council members that are ready to vote and take action. We can't have council members that just show up at the last minute, sit down, and the first time they've looked at the agenda is when it was sitting in front of them. That's not being prepared. I think it's very, very important. And throughout my career, I've always had to do that. Taking compliance data, taking injury statistics, any of those incident investigations, all of those in order to try to make decisions. And these are decisions that are not just a happy-go-lucky type of decision. These are decisions that can affect a person's well-being. And I take that very seriously. And I think a city council member has to take their job very seriously. We're spending our money. When I say our money, I'm a resident also. So it's my tax money, it's your tax money, it's everybody's tax money. And I think we have to be responsible in doing that. And the only way we can do that is to be prepared when we show up.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the Radcliff budget. The current Radcliff budget is about $18.3 million, with the biggest line item being police at $6 million and then fire at $3.8 million. And then you got public works and parks and recreation, which are 1.6 and 1.5 million each. When you're sitting on the council and that budget comes across your desk, what are you looking at first? Where would you push for more investment? Where would you hold the line? And what would voters in your neighborhood notice if you got your way?
Okay. For me, it's fairly easy. I am absolutely going to start with public safety, with our emergency response folks, our police and fire, and then take a look at infrastructure. So, I kind of lump the city maintenance into that category because those are very, very important. Streets are very important to everybody. given my background in safety and emergency response, I understand exactly what happens when resources are stretched too thin. So for me, it's going to be a focus on those core values. Now, youth services and recreation is just as important to citizens. It's depending on who you are, what age you are, whatever that you like to do. That's just as important to you. So we're still going to vote for that. But for me, it's a non-negotiable for public safety, and that's police, fire, and our public works. I'm going to push for smart investments in our infrastructure and preventative type of maintenances, along with keeping our police and fire at the high level of responsibilities, response abilities that they have currently, and to improve them any way that we can improve those. If I get my way, residents are going to notice that we're going to have a very strong emergency services. We're going to have better maintained roadways, and a city that's being run with discipline and not just guesswork.
All right. Next question is about long-term residents and military families. So Radcliff is about 22,000 people strong, living right next to Fort Knox, and military families rotating out every few years. That's both an economic engine and a unique community dynamic. As a council member, how do you think about serving both long-term residents and military families who might only be there for 3 years? And are there specific things the council can do to make Radcliff feel like home faster for new families?
Oh, absolutely. So it's an interesting question, because just this past week I was talking with a family, and I asked them, how long had they lived in Radcliff, and they'd only been here a very short time. And I said, why did you choose Radcliff? They said, well, we got out of the military. We had been here before, years and years ago, stationed at Fort Knox. We liked the community, and now we're back. Those are the things that we want to do. We want to make people want to live in Radcliff, that make them want to come back to Radcliff after the leave. Fort Knox is a vital part of what we are in Radcliff. It provides our diversity that we have in our community. When you take a look at like our cultural festival, the International Festival, we have all different cultures here in Radcliff, and Fort Knox is a huge part of that. We've got to take care of our military families. We've got to make it to a place that they want to come back to. We've got to improve our communications with Fort Knox. We've got to strengthen those relationships that we already have with Fort Knox. And we got to make services that are easily accessible to those. Those folks that I was speaking with had told me one of the things that they found when they come back, that they really didn't have any good resources. They didn't know who to go to, who to ask. We've got to make those things available for them. And we should never have someone asking, I don't know where to go. We should always have that in front of everybody. No one should feel disconnected by living here, even if they're only here for a few years. So we've got to take care of our military and our long-term families. I am a long-term family. I love Radcliff. I've lived here since the day I was born. I've had opportunities to make a lot more money at jobs in other places in Florida, Texas. I didn't want to go to those places. Radcliff is home, and this is where I want to be.
All right, perfect. You ended right at 2 minutes on that one. Next question is about ordinance priorities. Recent Radcliff ordinance work has included things like short-term rental tax, code enforcement ordinances, and also update to city services. What's a specific ordinance or policy area you'd push the council to take up in the next 4 years? Something you hear maybe from neighbors that you think the council could actually do something about?
Probably one of the most common things that I hear from people is how the city looks. So I believe we got to focus on consistent, strong code enforcement. Let's don't piddle around and say, okay, well, they'll get to it. Well, they're not getting to it. And we have some rundown parts of the city that we need to get fixed, that we need to no longer extend permits for completion of things. Code enforcement needs the handcuffs removed from them so that they can go out and do their job. They're great individuals. They're dedicated individuals, and they need to be able to do their job. They've got to be able to do that consistently, and we don't want to lower our standards. We want to make sure that we're strong. Again, with my career in compliance, it works best when it's applied evenly. That same principle can apply here. If we want to people to invest in homes in Radcliff and in neighborhoods, we have to enforce standards consistently that makes everything look good.
All right. So we're coming up on the last question here, which will be about working across boundaries. But I just want to let you know, I'll ask that question, then I'll do my closing, and I'll let you close us out. You'll have 90 seconds to give your best elevator pitch of why people should vote for you. But we'll first do your last question. The council doesn't operate alone. The city works with other municipalities and also works, with the county and with the county and also with the schools, the sheriff's office, and other neighboring cities. Where do you think Radcliff needs stronger working relationships, and how would you, as a council member, actually build them?
So probably one of the greatest things that we have working for us is everybody knows that Mayor Ogden and Mayor Duval and Mayor Gregory have built a super strong relationship over the last 4, 5, 6 years, and that's really showing, because the reality is if one of us prospers, we all prosper. Whether it's a new business that comes to Radcliff, or it's a new business that goes to Vine Grove or Eattown, we're all going to prosper from that. So maintaining that relationship that's been built upon is probably the most important thing that we're going to do as a council over the next couple of years. Again, in my career, I've my professional role, I've always worked with regulatory agencies and corporate leadership and external partners, and it's hard to align people on the same vision. But in order to do that, you set goals that can deliver results, and those results, we can apply those same things to everyday life in the city and operating the city in our partnerships. And our partnerships, the partnerships don't need to just exist. They have to produce some type of results. And I think we're seeing the results of those now. So building those relationships and working hard towards maintaining those relationships is going to be vital.
All right, Bob. Well, thank you for being part of the Hardin Local Election Marathon. We'll drop your contact info in the comments of this post. And if you want to do that as well, you can. I think I have all your contact info, but just in case, maybe send me a text after you get off the stuff you want me to put on there.
Okay.
And I'll do that. Coming up next at 7:30 is our final interview of the marathon, which for me, I'm ready for it to be over, but I'm still excited to talk to Terry Owens, who's a candidate for mayor of Radcliff. So stay with us. One more thank you to our sponsors, the Plumbing Doctor at 765 Plum and Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. Bob, go ahead and give us your best elevator pitch. You got 90 seconds.
All right. So as I've already said over and over again in this interview, is I've spent my entire career in roles where failure is simply not an option, where safety, accountability, and results matter every single day. I have served this community for 40 years as a firefighter. I have led teams that reduced risk and delivered measurable results. I'm not running to just simply maintain the status quo. I'm running to bring discipline, accountability, and real progress to Radcliff. I appreciate your support and your vote. I'm number 10 on the ballot. Just remember, when you go in, vote for the perfect 10. That's me. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Bob, and thank you for your service at the Radcliff Fire Department. Yeah, I know earlier you said that's a paid position, but I still see it as a servant issue because, nobody's in that to make money. But really appreciate what you've done there over your career.
Thank you.
Also wish you the best and the most luck on May 19th. And I hope you have a great Derby week, and be talking to you soon.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Have a good night.
Mm-hmm. Bye-bye.
All right, everyone. We have one more interview, and that will be coming up soon, probably here in the next 9 minutes or so. So I'm going to take a quick break while we're waiting on Terry Owens, and he should be here right around 7:30, and we'll finish this live stream out with Terry. And thank you guys for those of you that have been watching out through the day. We thank you for that, but I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Road to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the Hardin County. Yeah. Rachel got the numbers when the market move. Housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater tell him where to sit. New spot fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe. From the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. From nothing, now the whole town know. Found her with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. County stand up. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Ooh, let us ride. Hardin County. Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow. Then J.O.B. with the weekend plans. Events in the county for the whole fam. Concerts, festivals, places to go. Circle that calendar so you don't miss the show. Stay in the Hardin County. Yeah. Rachel got the numbers when the market move. Housing update, let the data prove who's buying what and where things go. Smart move start when you stay in the know. Then the food talk hit when the mic get lit. Experience eater, tell him where to sit. New spot, fire, yeah, we gotta go. Local plates hot, let the flavor show. Small town roots, but the vision big. Every local story with the gig. From the sports park lights to the downtown glow. Hardin Local on the mic, now the whole town knows. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Hardin County on the vibe. From the news to the food to the city lights. Stay in the know. Hardin County. From nothing, now the whole town know. Found her with the plan and the mic in hand. Hardin Local roots all across the land. Sky on the co-host with the guns out flex. Sleeveless every season, what you gonna expect? Keep it real, keep it loud, keep the people fed. If the shirt got sleeves, then it's left on red. From the mic to the street, from the town to the show. Hardin Local on the beat, yeah, the whole county know. Real stories, real folks, every voice in the flow. County stand up. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Hardin Local. Let it ride. Head bopping local tonight. Ooh, let us ride. Hardin County. Yeah. Your town nice. Stay in the know. Hardin County. Talk loud. Hardin Local got the whole town down. From Radcliff Rose to the E-Town Square. If it's going down, you'll hear it right here. Nate got the scoop when the business grow. Nate's business buzz, let the whole town know. New shop popping, yeah, the word gon' flow. Local grind strong, let the spotlight glow.
Welcome back, everyone. We have Terry Owens here. Hey, Terry, you got your camera turned on?
Let's see.
I know I can hear you. I just can't see you. There you go. Let me move you up here. Put up on the screen.
There you go.
Too. Yeah. Make sure I got your name there so people know who we're talking to.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad to see you.
How are you?
I'm tired.
I understand. I get about 4 hours and I'm good.
Yeah, I've never done 6 hours and 30 minutes straight on a live stream. So I'm glad to see you because I'm glad to see you, but I'm also glad to see you because I'm glad I'm almost.
Because I'm the last one, right?
You're the last one.
There you go.
Finish this off. Let me pull up my notes here. Before I get started, though, I just want to encourage anybody that's watching to follow us on Facebook and to subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can find all the links at hardinlocal.com. Welcome back to Hardin Local, and we are at the final interview of the election marathon. Praise the Lord. 12 candidates already in the book.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay.
12 candidates already in the books today, and joining me now for 13, lucky number 13.
The lucky number 13
is Terry Owens, running for mayor of Radcliff. So same format as everybody today. Every candidate in your race gets the same questions, same order, same times. And then we also here at Hardin Local have the same sponsors too. The Plumbing Doctor and Omni Design Group. More on both in a few minutes. Wow. And one last big thank you at the end. Terry, thanks for being here and thanks for closing us out. Let's dig in.
Okay.
First question. You're running for Mayor of Radcliff. I want to know your why. So why are you running for Mayor of Radcliff?
If I said it was in my DNA, it might come off sounding wrong. So, you know, I love this city. I chose it for my family and myself when I retired here. They were actually here longer than I was earlier. And I liked the leadership that was here. And I wanted to follow that footprint, but improve on it because every city deserves good leadership, you know, that shows up, that listens and deliver. People who really care about their community. And, you know, being on the city council, this is my third term, 6 years. So I know what works, but I know what needs to be improved. And whether that means, you know, creating local jobs or improving infrastructure or, you know, just preparing to grow alongside of our counterparts at Fort Knox. It takes good leadership, not an I, it's a we. It's a good leadership in order to make sure that our community can be sustained, that it remains safe, that it is more connected, and that people feel like this is a place that they can call home.
All right. Briefly, you got about 90 seconds on this next question. What happened in your life that led you to run for mayor? And if there wasn't anything specific, what led you to run for political office 6 years ago? You know, just kind of give us like what, you know, what a story in your life that maybe caused you to run.
A good story. I think we all have a good story somewhere, you know, from hardship to leadership. I could talk food stamps and I can talk, you know, coming from divorced parents and they're the closest divorced Marine and Army nurse now. They weren't when we were little. I know what it's like really to be a latchkey kid and have a brother that's 6 years younger than I am and taking care of him and taking care of myself and trying to make sure that we don't fall into that statistical thing of having a single mother with 2 kids, and as we would say, 2 baby daddies, a high school education, just trying to make it. It's not a sad story, it's a temporary bump, and we got through that by way of her going to college and becoming a nurse later on, and then I followed her footsteps at college. I got there in a track and field scholarship. I was a pre-med major, she was a nursing major. And in the end, while I was enlisted in Army Reserves as a combat medic, while I was in grad school, I ended up joining Army ROTC. And that changed my trajectory. And that made me have a world of view on a lot of things and learning how to take care of a lot of people, a lot of resources. And hardship just became really a skill set. And hardship doesn't mean it's a negative thing. It's just, you know, you can persevere. And that's what really gave me a different view when I was at the Pentagon and Walter Reed, both of my deployments, again, my 6 years on the council and just wanting to be a part of progress, because you can't have change without progress, and not everything needs to be changed.
All right. What in your background most prepares you to be Mayor Radcliff?
I think a combination of having a unique perspective. I've been in a lot of places, seen a lot of people from Abu Dhabi, Mexico, Hawaii, Germany, several states, and learning how to set up house and shop and deal with people and hand receipts and budgets and different ideologies and different mission sets. I've been a substitute teacher. I had third, fourth, and fifth grade. And so understanding that cognitive development that young people go through as they go from basically learning how to read to reading to learn. And so you kind of do the same thing with people as you come along. You learn more about them, you learn more about yourself. I've served, I've struggled like everybody else, I've led, and knowing what this community is at all different angles. It's not just the county seat, it's not just where the city hall is. You really have to meet people where they are and understand that sometimes that balance between what they want versus what can be done versus what needs to be done makes a difference in what people think moving forward really is.
I muted myself on accident. If voters only remember one thing about why they should vote for you, what is that one thing?
That hardship and service to me equals leadership, and that I'm ready to deliver on all results for all my people. I've been nonpartisan. I've been in both parties. So being in both parties, but serving in the military, you are nonpartisan. When we raise our right hand and take our oath of office to swear and defend, to protect against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that's everybody. That's not everybody on the left and leave out the right. It's not everybody on the right and leave out the left. It's not the people who look like me, who have my skin tone. It's not the people who come from, the other Commonwealth of Virginia, which is home for me, my original home. It's not the people who think like me or like the way I am. And so I've been prepared for that over 30 years just as a professional soldier, and I continue to do that. And that is what I want to do for this great city of Radcliff.
Quick break. Today's election coverage is brought to you in part by The Plumbing Doctor, a family-owned Hardin County plumbing company run by Glenn and Tracy Downs right here in Elizabethtown. Over 20 years serving E-Town, Radcliff, Fort Knox, and Hodgenville. Fully licensed and insured, 24/7 emergency service, and a 10% labor discount for military, first responders, and seniors. Look, showing up to vote on May 19th at the primary is one way you can take care of your community. Another way is when you have plumbing issues, call your local neighborly plumber. When your water heater goes out or your pipes go out, call local. Call 765-PLUM. That's PLUM. That's 765-PLUM, the plumbing doctor. Experienced, reliable, and affordable. Let's get back to the questions, Terry.
Yes.
The first 90 days, say you do win. First 90 days in, what's the first concrete thing you do in office?
What I've learned to do when I've taken over a shop or place or plot of ground, I always say my first 90 days, I launch a citywide listening and action plan. I wouldn't come in and change anything right then. I'd meet with all my directors in the department. I would set up open door meetings with the leaders in the city as well as Fort Knox, particularly our small business owners. And so getting to identify, one or two immediate issues that we can fix quickly, or that's been in the works before I went from being a council member to a mayor. And so looking at things that we can do up front, infrastructure repairs, or maybe just streamlining a city service that may impact our realtors on how they license things and how they get permits, because when they slip to the right or to the left, that affects their closing. And they're already spending a lot of time helping us with economic development by helping people get into their homes and their own property. So I would pretty much take a 90-day kind of stand down and look before just coming in and wanting to put my thumbprint on things and, as they say, get rid of the person's fingerprint that was there before you got there. And now you want everything to have, your whole family Photoshop in there. And so I want people, yes, to see results right away, but that doesn't mean next week and the week after. And results are subjective. Some people just said changing office is a result, but there's going to be some specific things, and I need to know what those things are. And it's going to take me about 90 days to do it right.
All right. The next two questions I've been combining because they're short. So it's two parts. Is your campaign self-funded, donor-funded, or a mix? And after that, where should voters go to learn more about your campaign?
It's a mix. It's 80% of myself. I don't really like to burden people. I know that sounds odd. I've ran my last 3 campaigns that way, but I've also learned the hard way from one of the realtor associations is you got to let people help you. And so, but right now it's 80% me and 20% of donors. If you want to see me outside of my Facebook page, my personal Facebook page, which is my name, Terry Owens, I have another one. I have a standard, web page, which is terryowensforkentucky.com.
Is it 4 FOR or is it the number 4?
FOR.
Terry Owens for Kentucky.
KY.com.
All right. I got that put in the comments there.
Mm-hmm.
And make sure you text me your other ways you want people to be able to look you up, and I'll add it whenever I get the standalone video published. Before we get into the mayor specific questions, a big thank you to our second sponsor today, Omni Design Group. Omni is a second generation builder based right here in Elizabethtown. Josh Branningham and Corey Jewell. Born and raised in Hardin County with deep family and business roots in the county, they handle new construction and remodeling across residential and light commercial, any size home, any size reno. No project's too big, no renovation is too small, and no idea is too out of the ordinary. They're actually the team that built the first storage container commercial structure in Hardin County over at Heartland Mini Golf. If you've got a build, a remodel, or an outside-the-box project rattling around in your head, call or text Corey at Omni Design Group, 270-769-8339. That's 270-769-8339. Corey at Omni Design Group, locally owned, locally built, custom thinking. All right, Terry, let's get into these race-specific questions. And we'll start with the budget. The city's most recent budget is about $18.3 million in the current fiscal year. As mayor, you propose the budget and lead the conversation about what the city can and can't afford. What's your approach? Where would you invest more? Where would you hold the line? And how do you communicate those trade-offs to residents who don't often see the budget until it's voted on, or maybe they never see it?
Right. It's a combination of, you're right. Some are, lifing and they don't have time to see anybody else's budget but their own. And then we do have some citizens who are used to the routine of us doing an annual budget because either they've been in this business or they know someone in this business, or we do a great job projecting what we from our monthly meetings. And so, yes, we have about $18.3 million to work with. And of course, when we prioritize, you always want to look at how does that affect the daily lives. And so I'm looking at public safety, infrastructures for roads and drainage. So we have roads that are on what I call a birthday cycle for resurfacing. And so when it's time, or when I'm out and some citizens will say, hey, I've been here since 1982 and our street has not been done. And I've even heard it in my own neighborhood where folks have said, Councilwoman Owens, this street hasn't been done since 1997. And they don't understand that each street has an age. They might not have been laid down all at the same time, or some don't get, used with heavy traffic. And so they don't age at the same rate. And so I have to look at that list and see where we are as far as infrastructure around the roads. And that includes sidewalks. And so we look at the sidewalks that are, 2 feet wide, 4 feet wide, developments that have been grandfathered in where maybe they didn't require a sidewalk. They had a walkout from the front door and maybe a left or right that goes to the driveway. And then they have like a bump at the end of their street that's a curb, but no sidewalk. It's just depending on the development and what the plan was approved for. Same thing with drainage. A couple of days ago, I was out knocking on the doors off of Vine Street, and this woman had an easement to a drainage ditch, but all of the weeds and things had grown on it. And I said, yes, ma'am, it's still your responsibility. It does belong to the city. It's our equipment. It's part of our stormwater management. but you got to help us to help you. And so I ended up helping to clean it out with another young lad, if you will, and paid him for his services. And then we talk about economic development. That's always tied to small businesses because that's what we have on here on the North End. And they've just had to lift and shift like a lot of businesses between the BRAC or the base realignment and closure in 2010. And of course, COVID and then post-COVID. And now, of course, our current administration, which we always have to adjust no matter who's in the White House. There's always an adjustment at the federal level and at the state level because they both have annual budgets, so try to stay close to the annual budget. So those things trickle down to us. And so small businesses and our connections to Fort Knox. We just had an interesting conversation with having a residential development near Fort Knox. And what Fort Knox kind of feared is encroachment in every military base that I've been assigned to, from Fort Hood to Walter Reed, the former Walter Reed, before we moved it to Bethesda, Maryland, is how much distance. So those kind of things, daily things that you can see, and then the big things follow.
Fort Knox and the local economy is the next question. It's Radcliff has, more than 22,000 citizens and sits right next to Fort Knox. And I've been told about 30% of your economy runs straight through the gates one way or another. How do you think about the city's relationship with the post, with military families who live in Radcliff, and with the commanders who rotate through every few years?
Right. A good fact about Fort Knox is it has the most general officers on it. It's about 11 or 12. It's the only post that has that many outside of the military district of Washington, or what we call a national capital region. So it is really bigger than most people think it is on a security wise. So I say when the post is strong, Radcliff is strong. So when the relationship, it has to be intentional, it has to be consistent, and it has to be built on trust. And so if one of those legs on the stool start to kind of tilt, you may have a slowdown in conversations, or when we have big contracts coming through and they want to know how's the community outside of the gate. You don't want anybody inside of the gate where I used to live on Fifth Avenue go, I don't know. We don't talk that often. We don't see eye to eye. We have a different mission set. So as I've spent my career building and maintaining relationships like that, being a troop commander at Island Community Hospital, I've been a branch chief at the Human Resources Command, and I've been in the Sessions Division for the Pentagon G1. So through my connections also with the Patton Museum, and I'm still a member of the Adjutants General Corps Regimental Association. So my relationships are pretty tight, considering that I could have just cut those ties as soon as I picked up my U.S. flag in September 2017 and all my retirement things. I still remain engaged with the leaders and the units on the ground as I go to, deployment and redeployment ceremonies. You may find me at Brandenburg Railhead, checking with the movement and the safety officer as soldiers and equipment is coming in to support the annual, the cadet summer training. So what's important to them is important to me. I see them as my bosses. It doesn't matter what their rank is or what their general scale or wage grade is or what their title is. If they're strong, then we're strong.
Right, perfect. Ended right on time on that one. Next question is about public safety partnerships. Police, fire, EMS services in Hardin County are delivered by a mix of the county, and in some instances, even neighboring cities.
Right.
The sheriff's office, Hardin County schools, they share, they have school resource officers, and there's costs associated with those. As mayor, how would you approach those partnerships? And what are the specific areas, equipment coverage, response times, training, where you think the city should push for more or do more for itself?
Well, I'm in a unique position, and I always say the approach is simple. Strengthen what we control and deepen the partnerships we rely on. I already work alongside those agencies and have for years, including, through my position or volunteer position. I've been with the American Red Cross chapter disaster assistant team for about 8 years now. So I understand how important coordination is when emergencies happen. And so the collaboration we have has to stay active, structured, and respected on all sides. I go to the quarterly meetings at EMS because we're part of their plan. When FEMA was here during the last heavy rains we had, I was actually with a few people from the Red Cross. We were set up at KSP at a Kentucky State Police office, trying to make sure that people had their claims done and photos, and trying to make sure that the things they wanted covered by FEMA or verified by FEMA so they can do their claims for their property and damage. That's something that most people don't think about until it happens to them. So I'm already working with those individuals all the time. And then I see the equipment. So I see what we need when we're trying to buy breathing apparatuses. And right now we have a water truck that's almost coming into 3 years of trying to get that built because it was a contract. Everything from pokers and boots and fuel, and seeing the coordination with EMS, where they're coming from White Mills or they're coming from Upton or they're coming from right here in Radcliff, West Point, and Elizabethtown. So I am thick, and when we are out doing heavy fires, I already know if I see Fort Knox shows up, because they are our fire control, they will make a fire break. I know we're going to be there for a long time. Or even the forestry division, when they show up and we're out at bushfires. So I'm already in it. I have that relationship. We kind of have a quick, family reunion when we see each other, and then it's time to get to work. We were just in Vine Grove a couple of days ago, responding to a fire with Rineyville, Radcliff, and Vine Grove. Fire and police department. Fire and police was out there.
Sort of teamwork.
Mm-hmm.
Next question is about growth and a comprehensive plan. Radcliffe's in Hardin County. The county has its plan. But day-to-day growth decisions, annexation, zoning requests, building permits, infrastructure extensions happen at the city level. What's your vision for how Radcliffe grows over the next 4 years? And how do you balance new development with preserving what makes the city feel like home to people who already live here?
Right. It takes that balance. You put in the key word right there. Growth pressure and community identity. Lots of people want things to kind of stay the way it is. They like the footprint. And then on the other conversation, they say, hey, economic development, we want 10 of these, 5 of those, and 3 of those. And so over the next 4 years, for our vision, not my vision, our vision, we've got to focus on managed growth, not growth for the sake of just saying, look what we did, but growth that strengthens the city's tax base, supports local families, things that make people want to stay here. We can't build Taj Mahals, but maybe we can get a mini, water, not so much as a park, but maybe something that kids can kind of frolic to. And that helps to improve their quality of life. And that means intentional things that we need to do. We may need to annex. We already rezone things for economic development and rezoning for, dwellings that are about to be done. But the kind of the development, that we approve, we have to continue doing what we do now, which is really well under Mayor Duval. We don't always have to argue about what's coming, because planning and zoning does a really, really good job. And Lincoln Trail area development does too. So we have to continue to encourage responsible is the key, other than balance, residential development that fits the character of the neighborhood. You don't want to slash and burn and have all brand new over here, and then down the street on the other side of Wilson, it looks like we're just dragging them along. As Terry Short had a meme the other time about us standing at that old telephone, and we're looking up like we're waiting for, some relief and some phone call, while we got AI and all these other applications running through our phones and other personal computer systems. And he's right. We got to find a balance for that. And that balance may cost us. And the city's got to be ready for that.
Yeah, that's great. I saw that post from TW. I can't believe there's still a phone out. Yeah, a payphone out there.
It is. It's right across from the Navy Credit Union, and it's just sitting there. It's a red box, and it's where the property that we bought from Redmar. And some people are very nostalgic about that. I mean, even across the street where the bank is now, it used to be a 76 gas station, and the little bulb thing was still there. And people who were here for Armor School, their memories are tied to those things, but we can't keep the memories and move on at the same time. And when we do that, I think people take it personally. So I was born here in Ireland and you all tore them down. But we know we had 7 hospitals that weren't acting as 7 hospitals. And out of 7, 5 we had to turn into either acute care clinic or family clinics.
Maybe they'll get rid of that when they get rid of fax machines. You know, seems like it's time for all.
I don't know. We have a lot of doctors' offices that still use fax
I'm
machines.
well aware.
Yeah.
So the last question, and before I do the last question, it's going to be about working across boundaries. I'll just let you know how we'll finish up. You'll do the last question, then I'll do the closing for my side, and then after I do my closing, I'll let you do a 90-second elevator pitch of why people should vote for you, and then we'll be done.
Okay.
So let's get to it. I got my food here. I've been trying to hold off, but you know.
Go on and enjoy yourself. You deserve it.
So the mayor doesn't get to govern alone. You have a city council that passes ordinances, a Hardin County Physical Court that runs some services there through the county. And in Radcliffe's case, you also have other people you collab with, like Fort Knox. How do you build working relationships across those different types of boundaries, especially when you disagree on substance or policy?
Again, that approach kind of starts with the relationships, but we have to be careful with relationships because sometimes there's a cross between friendships and business relationships. And when it kind of gets, convoluted and you can't tell where you started and ended, and some people will say, well, you sort of owe me something. They may not say it, but they have an expectation because maybe they went to school together, maybe they attend the same house of worship.
Well, we will give her a second. Here she comes. She's coming back. You're back. Just
So again, relationships and just knowing the boundaries. And so my approach to this is just to build on the trust that we had before there became a problem, which means regular communications, not just showing up when decisions are on the table or when there's a big disgruntled thing and now everybody kind of rushes into it and they want to be seen and heard. We do disagree on substance, but focusing on what we still need to agree on. Shared goals like public safety, economic growth, and the quality of life for residents in Radcliffe. And then our neighboring cities. I would hate to have one city, just barely hanging on because of where they're located and their budget. And you got the other city over here just sort of thriving. And people in the middle are going, well, what about us? What are we going to do? And them not understanding what our limits are on the left and the right. So I believe in being direct and respectful. Making the case clearly, listening to the other side, which is why I tell people I've been in both parties and I'm a registered Democrat now, but I have no problems being invited to things. I've got to get information on the left, information on the right, the people in the back and the people in the front, because that's what informed decision making is all about. So my job as mayor would be to make sure those relationships stay functional, even when we don't see eye to eye. And so the community doesn't pay the price for government disagreement. In this case, we're talking about municipal government because people can shut other people down and go, well, I'm not talking to them anymore. I'm going to stonewall her. I'm not going to answer the call. I'm going to indirectly make them look bad. And we don't need to act that way, and our constituents don't deserve it.
This is true. So, Terry, I'm going to do my closing now, and then you'll have 90 seconds after that. So, Terry, thank you for being here. Thank you for closing out the Hardin Local Election Marathon with me.
Yeah.
We'll drop your where to learn more answer in the comments below the live stream, so anyone watching can find you. I already put your website there. So
okay.
People can look that up, and if you want me to add anything else, you can just send me a text. What else?
I will.
And that, folks, is about to be a wrap on the longest live broadcast in Hardin Local history. 13 candidate interviews, 7 hours, one continuous stream. Every candidate got the same questions for the race in the same order. No surprises, no gotchas, just every person who's asking for your vote on the record in their own words. One last thank you to today's sponsors who made the whole thing possible. The Plumbing Doctor at 765 Plum for 24/7 Hardin County Plumbing, and Omni Design Group, Call or text Corey at 270-769-8339 for your next build, remodel, or custom project. Both businesses are locally owned, locally rooted, and they put their money where their mouth is on Hardin County coverage.
They do.
Couple voter info reminders. Before I do sign off, I'll go over those after Terry's given her elevator pitch. So take it away, Terry. You got 90 seconds. Why should people vote for
Got
you?
it. On my signs, you'll see Together We Will. The T and the O, of course, is bold because that's for Terry Owens. And so if I walk up to anybody, depending on where I am, I'll say, my name is Lieutenant Colonel retired Terry Owens. For 6 years as a city council member, I have served with accountability, fairness, clear vision, and listening to you and standing up for the values that make our city strong. As we celebrate 70 years of community progress, I'm stepping up to run for mayor. I'm running not for ambition, extra money, or a sense of entitlement. I'm running for the responsibility to lead, to serve, and to help guide Radcliff into the next chapter. I'm running because I've learned what works and I know what needs to work better. I've seen the dedication of our city employees, the passion of our residents, and the potential that still lies ahead. I've seen the challenges and believe we need leadership ready to face them head on. My campaign theme is Together We Will, meaning it's not about me, it's about us. Together we will honor our past, protect our values, create opportunities for every neighborhood by investing in safety, supporting local businesses, improving daily life, and empowering our youth. As your new mayor, because I'm claiming it, I will work every single day to earn your trust and confidence because leadership is not about popularity, blind loyalty, favoritism, or standing above people. It's about standing with them. My husband Raymond and our daughter Courtney and I believe in the city, and we believe in you, and together we will make a difference. And I'll always say thank you, and may God bless you. And now let's get to work.
Thank you, Terry, for that great speech there on why people should vote for you. We thank you for joining us. I hope you have a great Derby week.
Yes.
And
I'll be knocking on doors. There's no such, my Derby is the sidewalk. I was out today reminding people I'm number 2 on the ballot, but certainly not number 2 as a leader. But yes, you enjoy your Derby weekend.
Well, you can still enjoy it. I'm sure walking neighborhoods on Saturday Derby Day is a great time to go meet people because they're all.
It is. It's fun. It was out today when I left Bluegrass Middle School, and so it is. Every time that I get to knock and meet somebody or recognize a dog that I saw, a couple of months ago or a year ago, and they've grown up and they're still thriving. Yes, every day that I'm above ground is a good day.
All right. Well, best of luck to you on May 19th, Terry. I'll talk soon.
Yes. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Good.
You too. All right, everyone. We are done. I'm so excited. Before we're done, a couple voter info reminders before we sign off. The primary is Tuesday, May 19th. Polls are open at 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. local time. Confirm your registration. Find your polling place at govote.ky.gov. In Hardin County, I'm pretty sure you can go vote at any of the precincts. Every interview from today stays archived. Like this live stream will stay archived, I think on Facebook for 30 days, on YouTube, something like that. But I'll have the full raw video footage if anybody needs to request it. Every individual interview is going to be cut into a standalone YouTube video over the next few days. So if you miss someone, share the one that matters to you. Thank you for spending your Wednesday with us. From every candidate, from our sponsors, from everyone at Hardin Local, go vote. And we'll see you next time.
Yeah. Your town nice.